afternoon, good night, good morning. I don't know where you are, but I know I'm right here with Leg Day, my bestie. Day 2 of the summer stage opens. So excited to be here. If everyone who was celebrating yesterday, don't worry, we're going to recap everything. But we had a banger day yesterday, so I hope y'all watched.
Yeah, we had a bunch of amazing matches, and of course, here in the Opens, we are picking up the best talent from contenders, and we are giving them the opportunity to make it all the way to the Overwatch League Grand Finals. But, well, some big bosses stand in their way. Not only the Overwatch League teams, which they are fighting to compete against, but also all of these other talented teams in the bracket. We're in our East Conference level, which means we've got teams from Korea, we've got teams from APAC, and teams from Australia as well. And also a couple of teams from our first Open that happened all the way back in spring who didn't quite make it all the way through.
Yeah, 12 teams total, split up into 2 groups. And if y'all watched the spring stage, the exact same format. If you missed that, the top team from each of those groups will advance to the knockout stage to face those Overwatch League teams coming from the qualifiers, and they're seeded based off of their own stuff. But hey, we had some good matches yesterday, about 4 of them. Group A and Group B faced off. And it's been quite exciting just to see the meta. For anyone who's wondering, this is the patch from World Cup with the Mei and Cassidy rework, Junker Queen nerfs. So we didn't see things too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, things aren't progressing at an alarming pace, but I'd also argue that, like, with some of these teams that don't quite have the breadth and depth of a backroom that an Overwatch League team would have, with the additional resources available to, like, coaching and analysis, maybe these teams will be a little bit more derivative, some might say, in terms of where their strategies come from. We'll just stick to what's proven. Things like Winston alongside Tracer and Sombra is more than likely, but we also have a couple of teams that have their own identities as well. Here's a quick little graph to show you how you can go from a random team in Open Division all the way to the Overwatch League Grand Finals if you think you do have the stuff. Unfortunately, you will have missed it this time, as this was the last opportunity in this cycle of Overwatch League anyway for teams to make it all the way to our Opens. But Lemon, this is pretty much the dream for Tier 2 that we've had since its inception.
It's awesome. Like you said, the second opportunity that contenders have gotten to face Overwatch League teams. With this new stage, of course, we have a brand new map pool, so it's not going to be just King's Row on Hybrid all the time, and we got to see a lot of different looks, including even Circuit Royale yesterday, where Frogger was just beaming Widows left and right. So, but going back to the point of, you know, back when you and I started casting, contenders players never had the chance to really prove themselves in Overwatch League or against Overwatch League players unless you got lucky in scrims and kind of deserved that respect. And now they get to face off. And at some points in APAC or even on the NA side of things in the Pro-Am, we've gotten to see contenders even take down Overwatch League teams. Here, speaking of those teams, some have qualified through contenders, some through bottoming out in the spring stage. And now Australia gets to add an additional team, which is cool because it was just Honeypot all by themselves last time. Now they have MFC, which is now Australia/New Zealand.
Yeah, the content creator backline there of Frogger and August certainly is demanding a lot of excitement from the chat, but Australia thus far have, in the 2 showings that we've seen, both of our teams played yesterday against, I believe, Varel and NGU. Both of them played incredibly well, and they both seem to be pretty powerful teams. MFC definitely have their own style here, but things only get harder. Our bracket, Lemon, it's split into 2 groups. Both are double elimination, so for a lot of these teams that have made it that you're going to see today in our winners bracket, there will be another chance if they lose, but only the winner of each bracket gets to go up and face against our OWL teams.
Yeah, and we have some familiar faces if y'all were fans or viewers of the spring stage, namely MDY, who have had a logo change, but sort of the same roster, who had a disappointing start against Zero, who's a brand new team to the summer stage. And of course, you have Honeypot and Varel that you might recognize, and even some rosters who got dropped from their spring stage org and then got picked up by a new banner. So it's also great to see new talent arising from contenders, and even as young as 17, which is just crazy to see these prodigies really shine.
Yeah, 17, of course, is the youngest you can be while competing in Overwatch League, and a bunch of our teams, you'll find out through the day as we explain, what some of the team's strengths and weaknesses are, have been playing with players as young as 15 in contenders who haven't been able to make it all the way through to opens. And honestly, it's so enthusing that there's this much talent in the pipeline for Overwatch Esports in the future. But in the here and now, some of these 17-year-old prodigies, we've seen them, Lemon, take games off of Overwatch League teams. And like you alluded to earlier, this finally has given our community the chance to stop tinfoil hatting the contenders versus Overwatch League power levels and really see it in action. Who's coming the closest?
So the Open is all about beef in between contenders regions, though. We'll save the OWL versus Open or contenders beef for the knockouts when they do get to face off, because only 2 teams from this side get to make it there. Let's start with Zero versus SPG. You'll definitely recognize SPG as a really hyped up team from Korea that were expected to make a much bigger splash than they did in the spring stage. Not even going as far as Dreamers, who had a much lower seed than them, but SPG did manage to go to Game 5 against Shanghai Dragons and were the first teams from contenders to prove that, hey, they can tango against the Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, they can tango with the Shanghai Dragons, but can they tango with Zero, who came in with a pretty doomer kind of outlook, honestly, having in their LCQ lost out 3-0 against, I believe, MDY. And it did mean that Zero, there were questions. Losing out on one of their main players in Taejong, one of those 15-year-old prodigies I alluded to earlier, and bringing in Scarlet to play the Tracer role, how is that going to affect Zero? The 3-0 made everyone feel like, oh, maybe they're not good enough, but yesterday, Scarlet bloody delivered. And this is a roster that can definitely take it to SPG, who've recently lost to you, who's been recruited to Overwatch League, I believe.
Yeah, congrats to his signing to the Vegas Eternal. And Zero did take that 3-1 against MDY and looked amazing on their executions of dives. And Scarlet, like you mentioned, was the player of the match. SPG, we haven't gotten to see them yet because they auto-qualified to the semifinals due to being qualifying through knockouts. But this is a solid roster. KSJ, though, is starting, and this is quite a new player to just the scene and also this roster.
Yeah, both KSJ and Argon we haven't seen a huge amount from SPG. In their previous matches in both the Opens and the Knockouts, it was Aid and Aldo side by side all the way to the end. And I believe both of them actually put up very impressive performances. Aldo in particular was a bit of the secret sauce. So when it comes to KSJ and Argon, there are big shoes to fill, but Milgaru, not so much when it comes to 2U, as Milgaru was actually incorporated into this roster quite effectively previously, playing a lot of Wrecking Ball. But you can also assume that he's got a Winston up his pocket, and now that 2U is gone, Milgaru is actually going to have to widen his tank hero pool and play a bunch of different heroes.
Yeah, that's a good point. 2U really brought those off-tank specialists, but his signature was Zarya, and you saw a lot of success behind 2U, ended up getting a lot more playtime. When it comes to Argon and KSJ was known for his hit scans, his range DPS, Sojourn Ash, Hanzo from his time on a team called Epicure, which competed in Contenders Korea. And Argon, I just know him as, hey, a really good tracer, solid mechanics. And my science degree didn't kick in there, but I'm glad you got my back, as we had the Lijiang Tower.
Oh, my bad. I tried to shoot for the science degree and I missed. You would you believe that Lemon and I are highly educated? I would not.
I don't think Chad would think so either, but we don't put on that impression. This map was chosen by SPG, by the way, so I'm wondering if Milgaru is going back to that Hammond style that he was known for in the spring stage, but of course a lot has changed in terms of patches and whatnot.
I mean, could it be real that going in for the horse instead? A very rare pick, especially on Lijiang Tower's Garden. We've seen it before on Control Center, especially towards the end of 2022, when Mikey in particular and the San Francisco Shock loved to bring out the Orisa. But it's been much rarer in 2023, and here it might actually cause a little bit of an issue for Heesung to try and mess with some of those engagements, considering that we don't have a Brigitte to knock it back. They're instead going to be relying on the Javelin from Milgaru to make sure Heesung can't hit the proper dives.
Well, as an Orisa main myself, I'm gonna let Milgaru cook. He's got a recipe in his back pocket. I believe in it. It's a really good anchor tank and can bully anyone from close range to long range. It's a very versatile tank, but limited on mobility. Heesung has really only been seen playing Winston. Has to be wary of the javelins, as Milgaru can easily displace people and even get environmental kills if he's positioned nicely around the bridge. The point has been capped so early by Zero, so I'm wondering with SPG's comp, Are they going to converge on a single target? They're all just poking different people.
And one of the things that has to be borne in mind here is that Scarlet can actually get one tapped by a damage boosted rocket. That will do 156 damage, but right now all the damage going in towards Heesung, and the healers simply can't keep up. Mana assist there, maybe a bio.
The Javelin also cancels Winston jump, so if Heesung is caught out by that, that is a very easy way to keep Winston locked into a fight when he wants to escape. And I think SPG, namely, that's how they punish Zero, and without that initiator from Zero, that Winston, how do these flankers find the space to get behind unnoticed? Well, they don't. They did farm up towards, well, ultimates that will hopefully flip the fight for them next.
Crescent, of course, one of the only people who can actually threaten Argon in the sky and make them bow their head to the superiority of the range of the Ana. So low already. I remember, the more armor packs that are demanded by Crescent, the most important.
EMP will just to crash and burn that plane, but hey, reinvigorated with the nano, barrages from afar. And Pharah is such a nuisance. If they have solid mechanics, that burst damage from Pharah, especially with the pocket, is going to be overwhelming, and Zero are coming up with alternative ideas. Now the Echo from Scarlet to try and counter that, which proved to be very successful against MDY yesterday.
It's a great spot from Scarlet. You can take on the 2v1 with the Echo fairly easily with a combination of both the sticky nades and the focusing beam onto the Pharah. One of the things I was talking about earlier, Spell needs to be very careful with their use of repair packs. It's going to be one of the few ways to keep Scarlet healed up.
Scarlet could use a lot of help, but still managed to beam down Hyunjae, and I like the focus onto the Mercy and not just the Pharah. Pulse right at the feet of Heesung and Zero. Didn't even get a chance to use their Primal, their Rally. Just all the eggs in the Scarlet basket, who, yes, was the player of the match yesterday, but at least not in this first round. It's 80% plus for SPG. Final fight coming up.
Pushes glasses up nose. Check out that cool tech there coming through from the Tracer to make sure to put down the pulse on next to the Winston so it didn't get woken up by the stick damage. Therefore, we could have put the Primal. Very nice from KSJ. You can tell this is a very advanced Tracer player. That's a high IQ maneuver.
Yeah. Well, SPG bring on these young players with fresh ideas. SPG
no
got to, well, win that round with Heesung having Primal, extra jumps, and all the sauce, but I guess not. 100 to 34.
I don't know who to blame for that one, but it was quite silly. There was a Primal Rage going on. Heesung decided to go after the Arrester with the Primal Rage, which seems like one of the less ideal targets. Here's a quick look at Argon getting actually not as much value out of the barrage as you'd expect, because they actually just hit an incidental rocket before barrage even makes contact with Crescent, and Crescent actually missed the sleep there as well, which is unfortunate. SPG with a full swap over now. We're continuing to see more of Milgaru's hero call, and this is going to become increasingly a point of interest for SPG now that they're down to a singular tank.
I feel like you had to focus the Orisa there because just any Javelin is a death sentence for a double flanker, but speeding right on into the server side, rush v rush. And mirror compositions, Mei Wall's out, but you see that SPG have lost control due to just these symmetric turrets being set up by minute. And Zero having better value from their Mei Wall, but SPG engaged from the stair wall side, and Argon gets a beautiful wall behind Zero, who were completely split up from their main tank. Heesung and the rest fall like dominoes, and SPG, although starting off on a back foot, ended up stepping right back up.
Huge punish there onto Spinel was absolutely imperative when it comes to the rush versus rush. The team that can control the speed of the engagements is always going to have an advantage, and 4v5 is nothing to sniff at either. For now, though, trying to play around the turretness, around these defensive positions, that's where the Symmetra and the Mei are at their strongest, when they can really control how your engagements work.
Like that early amplification matrix, Zero weren't fully committed towards the point. The only shot you had to get a pick was on the Scarlet, who was the furthest one forward, but Maywall came up well protected. Now, Symmetric TP from Zero, shot or Maywall's up, gets absolutely no one, but Jinsung was ready with the immortality just in case that found value. Great reaction and reads from SPG, who take now back-to-back fights.
The wall underneath their feet just made sure that Heesung actually only had about a centimeter worth of shatter value. What a play from Argon. But honestly, Heesung there should have played for a Fire Strike to get the Earth Shatter instead of playing for a swing instead. It gave so much time for Argon to respond to that. Should have been a better planned engage.
Yeah, big fight though for SPG. They have all the ults to Mei first. The Blizzard right at Zero, freezes the front line. Scarlet and Heesung punished in the process. and you only needed to invest a Blizzard from SPG. That's so economical, and you're at 65 plus. You got Shatter, Photon Barrier next. You're staggering 0. They could go flawless here.
Milgar did a really good job in that fight as well of actually blocking off heals from Heesung using his shield so Crescent couldn't deliver them. And it was important as well because Milgar has already got his ultimate, which means someone else will up off the damage.
Oh,
no.
you Maywalled off Hyunjae, but he gets out. The Maywall was broken. Immortality placed by Jinsung now. 0, teleport towards the point. Photon Barrier splits up the fight. Blizzard from Scarlet. SPG, Milgar tried to pin out, but the Maywall stops him. Down there from Hyunjae, and the Amplification Matrix. All the tools in SPG's basket just thrown on the field, and 0 could not do more than that. That is a flawless round 2, and a map 1 win for SPG.
Milgaru says, you dare to try and fully counter me with a Symmetra and the mate, a 5-person shatter. That is where we would usually see Piggy put down their MTD and champ, but Milgaru's far too much of a nice boy to do anything as toxic as that. SPG come out swinging against the Korean contenders upstarts, Lemon.
It's an exciting match so far, SPG dominating. We'll find out what Zero's map pick is after the break. SPG back better than ever and proved it on Lijiang Tower, although you wish they proved it at spring stage, but this is their run. I think they can feel it, and Zero, they're feeling the pain.
Yeah, Zero certainly have been taken aback by some unconventional strategies and some unconventional lineups from SPG. Aiden Aldo, who were all the way through the opens before playing, have seemingly been benched for a little bit in favor of Argon, who was perma-benched previously, and KSJ, who's a newer addition to this roster. And Argon playing a couple more esoteric heroes, you might say, bringing out the Pharah, bringing out the Mei. Certainly going over to Numbani, you're not going to be able to play as much Mei, but the Pharah is a possibility. Still, it's not going to be as fast as a dive.
And that's what we loved about Zero yesterday against MDY, was their execution of dive. The way that Heesung and Scarlet linked up, even at different sections of the map, how they converged together was amazing to see and impressive, even coming out of a contenders level team where usually you see that those type of mechanics, that type of synergy coordination from higher up teams. And Minute found, his mechanics later on in the series where his Hanzo stood out, and I think that's exactly why Zero go to Numbani here at the dive, and especially the Hanzo from Minute, or really whatever range hit scan he feels like.
Yeah, Minute certainly did have a slower start yesterday, but a very strong finish playing on the Hanzo. I'm in particular looking forward to the speed of the dives that we see from Heesung and Scarlet as a duo. The Winston Tracer has been a synergy as old as time, Lemon, going back all the way to when it was redefined in Apex Season 4 by Gesture and Profit on what was then GC Busan, and then became purchased by Cloud9 as they were tired of losing. And SPG now rolling out as we would expect on their own dive mirror here, and Argon and KSJ, they've got plenty to try and go up against here as Minute. It's interesting that we're seeing Minute play on the Tracer here instead of Scarlet.
Yeah, Scarlet, though, is very proficient Echo. We saw him swap to that to deal with the Pharah and was able to kill the Mercy, but obviously not everyone can pull off a 1v2. So Minute will take over that role. It's nice to see some hero overlap on this team. SPG, they might have rolled Zero on Rush, but now we're going to determine who is the better dive team. And Zero impressed a lot. What a sleep from Jinsung. But, oh, and they do manage to get the execution onto Scarlet. So Zero are 4v5 and definitely should not be taking this fight.
That was crazy from Jinsung. What a combo coming through. Heesung still hasn't heard no bell, remains in and antied. Surely they'll be punished for that. That is a big ego push from Heesung. They are not respecting Jinsung on the Ana, and Zero are consistently being made to pay for it. However, Jinsung, looking at the kind of ego plays they are making on the Ana, we've got to think that this might be a motif that could be exploited if Minute's able to wrap around behind, or Spinel can maybe hit a well-placed boot to get them off this high ground.
Even that 10% nano difference between Jinsung and Crescent means that SPG have the win condition for the upcoming fight if they can nano Milgaru and start that off the right way. Scarlet, though, taking pressure from this Tracer and isn't getting enough pocket attention from Crescent, and Spinel will probably dealing with the dive from Milgaru, and that would be threatened too. Argon just gets gets two kills and follows up with Milgaru for the third, and that's a clean team wipe from SPG.
And SPG haven't even been forced to use anything yet. Heesung staggered out by Argon. I love Argon's position on the top, by the way. It really limits Scarlet's angles of attack, and it means that Scarlet's taking considerable amounts of damage as they come in before he can even join the dive, and that's why Scarlet's swapping over now onto the Tracer. Minute previously used a Pulse Storm, so it was a free swap for both of them. Heesung's Primal Rage here is going to be increasingly important for getting SPG off of Mount Numbani over here, this unassailable high ground where very few of these diving DPS can actually join Heesung. It's imperative to knock them off.
Well, KSJ goes for EMP and decides to get that onto Heesung, and the sleep from Jinsung denies Heesung's Primal Rage, and Zero get completely split off from each other. You saw Scarlet and Heesung go so deep towards the point, while Spinel and Crescent were still rounding in corner. So we're seeing these kind of uncharacteristic disconnects from Zero, but it's a smart decision for KSJ to go for an EMP onto Heesung and Scarlet were towards the point, while the rest of the SPG team could follow up.
There's no other way to say it. Jinsung is such a boss of this gorilla, he has actually put Heesung in a zoo. Just absolute mastery of the Ana here, making sure that whenever Heesung tries to make these landings happen, it is absolutely wasted.
Oh, Milgaru just hops past the rallying break, which does stun now, but does get slept, so Both Winston's now nanoed and having primal rage. Milgaru pops his first, got anti dangerously low. First two takes almost acquired by Zero, who have an EMP if there is a solid free contest coming. As UJ believes there is one, pops the rally, gets EMP'd, and SPG get kicked in the face. Great cap by Zero, costs them most of their time bank though.
I love a choice there by Minutes to actually go for EMP. Some would say it's economically irresponsible, but I think that in this case, actually just guaranteeing the capture of the point is far more important. We're looking at Zero having a more depleted time bank, and Hyunjae coming in. Removing all that shield so quickly was absolutely imperative. 700 HP lasts so long against some of these diving DPS.
I'm liking that this dive from Zero is taking as much space as they are. And Scarlet, no, why'd you recall? I believed in your ability to kill Milgaru here, and now that he's healed up to full SPG, have a chance to re-engage a lot quicker without those staggers. Namely, where is KSJ and this EMP? Zero also get free car push, already halfway to B. Scarlet misses the pulse bomb as Zero forced to use the primal. Heesung got low and antied. SPG have their supports dangerously low. Hyunjae is found before he can get the mini pack, and Zero are taking up so much real estate and not letting SPG get anything done or get set up at all.
And look at where that SPG position was. Everyone on the ground. That was the product of Heesung using the Prime Rage to knock everyone off the high ground and force them into an uncomfortable fight.
Finally, SPG, they gotta go for something. Pull the trigger on this EMP, even if it's just on Heesung. It's a thorn in their side that's removed. And without Heesung, you see how Zero just not really sure what to do and really can't engage, whether they know or not. Milgaru, Nano jumps in right to a bunch of CCs, sleeps and whatnot, gets flailed away. Zero lost Scarlet there to a Tracer 1v1. Argon's on the hunt. Forces the recall or the translocate from Minute. 3 meters away though, Zero's so close to the cap.
Re-engaged there with EMP. Caught Heesung off guard and forced an overreaction from the Zero supports. Pulse bomb in hand. Does Argon want to use it this early? Unlikely to be necessary, as of course Crescent and Spinel could both get them over the damage breakpoint there. Minute searching for an EMP usage here. Solo on the Tracer!
And on inside of the room where Hyunjae was. Hey, you got the kill on Argon, but KSJ slept. That's a death sentence too. Confirmed by the Scarlet pulse bomb. And Zero get the cap. It was just about lining up and really forcing SPG in positions that got them split up, and Zero was really good at punishing that once they were just away from each other.
Scarlet got a pulse bomb kill there onto KSJ that was assisted by an Anna, so I wonder if we saw a similar... Yeah, I wonder if it was similar to where you just put it down next to them and allow the Sombra to blow up before they can translocate away. Seeing a couple of those this time around. Spinel, once again, ready to go with the rally. It will be matched by Hyunjae, and both Jinsung and Crescent are going to be racing to get those nanos into position where they can really fight against the Winston with those big bruising flail shots.
2 minutes for Zero. This train is not stopping anywhere anytime soon. Spinel with the rally, the extra health. SPG matching. Both teams really respecting each other as tanks are fighting for the high ground, both giving it up. Now the engage from Milgaru thanks to the Nano. Sees Spinel, no flail. Crescent is really in deep. Uses the bubble to split up the healing from Zero to their front line, and it works out. Heesung once again not able to pop the primal, probably due to the KSJ EMP. And Zero have found themselves once again without a good initiator.
Exactly right. Milgaru cutting off the healing there was so important to make sure that Heesung was going to be a guarantee kill off the back of that EMP. Milgaru has to call for that because he essentially gets his jump messed with by the whip shot of Spinel, and at that point all he can really do is zone Crescent and Spinel away.
Good catch on the translocator, but looks like KSJ wasn't in too much trouble, and maybe Heesung is putting him back in his cage. Zero doing a lot of disruption. Heesung needs to buy time too. Crescent just died. Spinel being the only healer may not be enough. Zero still managing to advance the cart, but as Heesung went to safety, eats a pulse bomb, seems to be okay for now, and Crescent will be involved back into this fight. We look back at SPG with respawn advantage, but they're trying to hide away from this EMP. They know what's coming. It has been revealed. The supports have been hit. SPG, no healing remaining, and a great reaction from Heesung and great coordination with Minute.
Yeah, excellent coordination on the Nano as well to make sure that all of those particular little annoyances came together to decimate the SPG backline. A couple of meters stand between SPG and finishing, but here they just want to try and play for overtime. Get Hyunjae on that cart, keep him pocketed.
Oh, he's trying to contest as much as he can. 0.01 to get into overtime. rally, pulse bomb, SPG don't have any healers once again. Zero lives in their heads and their backlines rent-free. And there's no chance SPG salvage this. That will be a full capture from Zero, but good for them. After getting slapped around on Lijiang Tower, they're the comeback kings.
Yeah, a little bit less weirdness coming out from SPG here, and it, going back to formula meant that Zero could really start to hone in on where they are at their best, which is this Winston Tracer dive, with Minute being able to flex between things like the Echo, the Hanzo, the Ashe. Look at the timing on this Nano. It's absolutely perfect, and the information from the pings is solid as well to make sure that Heesung doesn't have to do any crazy looking around if you just maximize DPS out of that Tesla coil and get on top of that Ana even while being slept. And it feels like Jinsung, the adaptation from Zero around how Jinsung was hitting so many sleeps was doing very well with this consistent poke coming through for a minute to make sure that Jinsung was never as ready when Heesung was coming in.
The only thing, like, criticism I have is, yeah, Hyunjae and Jinsung have to be within LOS of each other, whether for packs or for direct line of sight for the Ana. I guess you could have tried to go for a high ground to just use a wall as LOS to hopefully not get EMP'd, but at this point, SPG can't protect their supports. It's about counter diving and finding more value where SPG didn't have the ult to pull that off. But Zero full capping this after, they only had 30 seconds left to get towards the point. It looked really dire, but once they got that ball rolling, it didn't stop.
And momentum was everything. It felt like we might have been looking down the barrel of a very quick series. Milgaru here. Cheeky Hog, but won't be staying for long. Of course, trying to bring out as much assist for that as possible.
Well, I was trying to hook the Tracer and the Sombra, but sometimes you get away with that. You just go for a random hook and see what you get.
That's why you have a Hanzo as well. Bring out the quick Sonic arrow to reveal any invisible Sombras who dare to stay on the wrong side. It was a 50-50 push, and Minute was on the other side, so SPG don't find anything off the back of that. SPG with no Tracer, which is a little bit unorthodox, but it's going to maximize damage potential into Heesung as the Echo can very quickly tear through that large hitbox. And of course, once he gets under the breakpoint of half HP, that focusing beam can be deadly.
Well, Scarlet proved that Echo doesn't work that great, at least on this point, when you have a Tracer that marks you at all times. It was a quick swap off at that moment, as Argon just kind of position closer to his supports. And he also is playing off of KSJ's contact, whether he gets a hack. I'm seeing Argon get right on top of that. SPG are set up on the top left, but now what? They come from behind Zero and then go right after those supports of Spinel and Crescent. Argon from the back room and Heesung from the front, or Milgaru from the front, and Zero didn't know where that was coming from. Great coordination from SPG, proving that, hey, maybe their dive is just as solid as their rush.
Scarlet sniffed out a rat over here, though. Knows that KSJ is hanging about, but it does seem like it's going to be unlikely to keep this one contested. A much faster point A take here from SPG compared to Zero, but will their momentum be as deadly as previously noticed? That was a big flub on the jump from Heesung. He hit a sign, so he didn't get all the way out. That little yellow sign there actually stopped the disengage, but don't want to overchase when you got on the car.
SPG taking their time, not overextending. I think, like, Milgaru thought about punishing Heesung, because especially he got antied. That was a real moment for SPG to have a Tracer go after that, but Argon can't move as quickly. Nano to Milgaru, but we'll see what Minute can do on the counter dive. Gets the EMP through. Jinsung in a lot of trouble, getting packed like crazy from Hyunjae. Milgaru's counter dive isn't working out in the meantime because he got slept. We might have to use the Primal to get out, and SPG's push, it's slow, but it's going.
So we talked before about how Zero were doing a good job of distracting Jinsung before the dives happen, and that's actually a big example of when that goes super wrong, which is when Heesung has to cover a huge amount of space with his leap, so gets slept because he has to go much sooner than Minute would otherwise like, and so that dive does lose its teeth. Now the momentum will continue. Still 4 minutes to go here for SPG and a bunch of ultimates to play with. A rally's bombed.
Good bubble from Heesung to dodge the sticky nades of Argon. A ton of ultimates, as you said. EMP first from KSJ, hits the back line. Zero. Nano Spinel just in case. First time we've seen that. It helps reinvigorate that backline to move forward. Crescent has to give up his life for it. Zero anchoring as much as they can, using the primal rage to push SPG into the line of fire of Heesung's own team. But the kills aren't coming as quickly, but Milgaru isn't getting the healing to scale this fight any longer, so still plenty of time for SPG.
Great way to weather the spawn there. Heesung just took so much attention away, making sure that no heals could be put onto Argon during that duplicate. Jinsung and Hyunjae were entirely focused on self-preservation, and now they're moving into Minute's territory, which is increasingly perilous due to the presence of the EMP. All we need to see is Heesung and Minute hit a better timing than they did last time around, where Heesung having to cover a huge amount of distance made it ineffective.
I like that Minute is drawing them into this area, especially around that corner, using EMP as soon as he sees the Milgaru jump. KSJ falls over, squashed at the feet of Heesung, and Milgaru got nano to survive that EMP from Minute. But how do SPG turn around in this 4v5? Doesn't look like it's working out so far. Scarlet with the pulse. Get some splash damage into SPG, who seem to be living and just taking their time in this 4v5 to play passively and reactively towards the cooldowns of Zero, who just used Bubble, but we're not seeing SPG move forward after, well, Heesung is presenting himself.
Rally going to be forced, but Winston has to move away, but that's a beautiful anti. That might put the Brigitte in some danger, and they can't follow up on the stun here, so Heesung going to stay alive for a moment.
SPG close to farming up another EMP. Heesung needs to live long enough to get the primal EMP first, and the anti on top. This Winston ain't getting away. It's a one-man advantage for SPG. They can get the job done. Doesn't look like there's any recontest, so that'll be all she wrote. 3.5 minutes for C, and SPG just gotta hope for any time remaining.
That was a great read from KSJ on how to get value out of that EMP, making sure to both catch for Winston in an area where they couldn't be healed up and could not escape with the jump because it was inside, and hack the mini away from the Winston as well, allowing for KSJ to take a protracted duel against that Winston without having to worry about their own life being forfeit.
SPG got to keep the momentum going, but it's quickly halted by an EMP from Minute, and the cards just fall. SPG didn't even have time to maybe set up a nano engage or an Argon dupe. It was just Jover. So, well, Zero, just hold on for now.
Sometimes it do just be Jover. He's taking a nice high angle here, but it's going to be forced off of it rather quickly due to the huge amount of damage that the Echo brings to the table. And that's why we're likely going to see Scarlet play a little bit closer up on this high ground to make sure that Argon doesn't get to take these pokes for free.
Okay, nano engage. Who's going to pull the trigger first? We're somehow fighting at point B when the cart is halfway to C. Got to be careful of... Well, I guess there's no Tracer to backcap this, so Argon maybe after the dupe may need to chase down these low HP targets. Argon dupes a Winston, gets instantly slept, gets no value out of the ultimate due to a pulse bomb, I think, from Scarlet to quickly convert him back to normal. Zero have the high ground, converge down to the car to stall. Heesung popping the primal, gets slept, woken right back up, probably due to the nade. Either way, Heesung disengages to peel for the back line, because meanwhile, SPG were counter-diving with Milgaru and Argon, who's been nanoed. They're chasing after this Anu, who's escaped into the brushes.
They're in the trees, Lemon.
Kill. They're in the trees. 90 seconds, though, for SPG.
Oh, Milgaru can try and lock down one of these doors. KSJ on the other, but remember, Minute can slip the net with the EMP. Heesung moves over to a Doomfist, or even the Diva to make sure there's going to be more than enough. Just a moment from Minute now has to return.
Minute can't die, and it's so good that he translocated EMP, but it's in the back, and it hits Jinsung and Jinsung only. But there's no flank pressure for Zero to take advantage of that hack. So SPG are going to play from front to back and finish this fight off very cleanly with time to spare.
Oh, Argon looking solid on the Echo. The Tracer won't be allowed to stay along for long. A Minute there, unfortunately, just having to be the one to touch, and very quick. Oh, also getting there for a minute of time bank. That's pretty great, because that means that Zero don't get any extra time, and the best they can play for here on their own map pick is a draw. 1 minute and 2 seconds. That is what we British would call incredibly jammy. Now SPG, it's their map to draw.
I think it's been a big difference of EMP value as well. Zero did a good job of taking a lot of time away from point B. Really SPG's offense on point B after just folding like a lawn chair when it came to the point defense. Zero was just nowhere to be found. It was almost instantly capped by SPG. And then we move over to C, where it just came down to a really good EMP from KSJ. Argon that got nanoed, went into the back. And Minute's EMP that could have maybe salvaged this fight went towards solo EMPing and Ana when Minute had no backup from Scarlet because he just was on a whole different trajectory. So I know when things get a little hectic, it's hard to coordinate with everyone, but that's what hurt Zero in the end.
Now, I know better than to be the harbinger of Tracer's doom in Overwatch Esports, as she has essentially been a must-pick for all of competitive history. But you can see that SPG are actually doing fairly well without needing to resort to the Tracer. She has, of course, been nerfed on this patch. For 15% additional spread does mean that when attacking high ground, her poke isn't quite as effective until she can actually get up there in their face. And that might lead to some of these positions where, like, the Echo is simply a better option. A little bit of time wasted here by minute, which is not to be underestimated. As of course it does mean that SPG, while doing their homework, do have a little bit less time to work with when it comes to actually attacking the point.
Oh, that hack onto an enemy Sombra is so critical. They can't translocate out for a second. If you have the right coordination, that's an execute. But 33 seconds, no one dies from that. But that means SPG, while they were diddly-daddlying, they're losing time! What are they doing? Building ults? I don't think you're gonna generate all of this in 20 seconds. SPG, one fight to rule them all, or we're going to a draw. SPG gets set up on the left side. That's where Argon is waiting. KSJ is already recalled. We're translocated back. Won't have that available. Argon got hacked and stomped by Heesung. SPG 4v5 need to help out Milgaru, who's jumped back, placed the bubble to help KSJ. And you don't see Zero in any low HP situations. They're finishing off SPG one by one, who are now held captive in the Mega Pack room and unable to touch. This map ends in a draw.
Some great stall and great skirmish. Working those margins gives enough time for Zero to whittle down the bank and make sure that their own map pick is not going to be stolen from them, but will at least hang in the balance like an ugly wart on our score sheet. 3-3. The fabled hybrid draw line. And this does mean that Zero will once again be able to pick the next map as we head over to Escort.
Excited to see what Zero have up their sleeve. We'll see you all after the break. we got our first draw of the summer stage. Great to see, bad to see, I don't know, but it's a record nonetheless, and SPG are still up 1-0 against Zero, who are, in fact, having 0 map wins.
You know, Zero are actually a team that's done a 6-map series before against MDY at the conclusion of Contender's career. Absolute banger. This is definitely a team that has some stamina in them. They can go for these longer series. SPG, we haven't seen quite as much of that. There was a 5-map series against Shanghai Dragons, though, and I really need to sneeze.
Oh, bless you if it happens.
Thank you very much,
buddy. Stoked to see Wu Chan play. He's being subbed in for Hyunjae, and I remember him being a pretty proficient bat player, which would make a lot of sense if my crystal ball is cooking hard enough on Route 66, which is a pretty ranged map. And I'm wondering what's the approach here, because I don't think I've casted Route 66 for this region, where NA really love to spawn hold on that kind of initial train at the start of the map. So I'm wondering if APAC are going to want to do that, or if they want to play it safe and play the corner.
Well, SPG have decided to take it back to Old Faithful from the previous opens and knockouts as well. Both Argon and KSJ, apparently a package deal, have been subbed out in favor of both Aid and Aldo. We know that Aldo is an absolute menace on the Tracer. I wouldn't be surprised to see Aid come in and play some hit scan as well, and able to try and compete against some of the long-range superiority that potentially Zero can bring, but we do know that Zero do prefer that dive. Route 66 has been out of the competitive map pool for a little bit in Overwatch League, so we'll have to see if any fresh strats have been built up in the presence of a new meta as well.
And Aldo has grown so much as a player and his talent since his Toronto Defiant days, where he got dropped, kind of returned to Contenders, and has had a really solid showing. He's grown in terms of his Genji, has a really solid Tracer, as you mentioned, and that's what Zero desperately missed out on, is playing this Echo throughout Numbani and just being disconnected on their engages, because Echo doesn't hard engage as much as the Tracer does, and kind of left Sombra out to try at times. And KSJ will be subbed out for Aid because, I mean, Aid was the starter for this roster in the spring stage and was incredible. I believe was the best player on this roster, and it was kind of that Sojourn meta at the time, and he was one of the best to watch.
Yeah, it was an absolute joy to watch both Aid and Aldo. They were definitely one of my highlights of this roster. TU, of course, was a fantastic Junker Queen, but outside of the Junker Queen, sometimes we saw Aldo have to pick up a lot of the slack on the Tracer, and I think that, well, if a Tracer duel's going to come on through, Aldo's the one who I would nominate on SPG to take it against Scarlet, who has been playing a pretty good Tracer over the last couple of days. Yes, here we are, into map. I do miss the old days of Overwatch League where you could hear Doa say rawhide and there would be a whip sound effect, but I haven't prepared production for that, so don't expect anything similar to that.
Well, ZP is ready, just his ears perked up when he said Doa. That is the good old days of hearing rawhide.
The good old days, boys.
But speaking of Aldo's Tracer against Scarlet, I'm so excited for this. Scarlet was dominating yesterday in the Tracer 1v1. That's really why we gave him player of the match. But Aldo was in Overwatch League for a reason. And Aid has been working on his Sombra, was more known for his hit scan and stuff, but he started to incorporate more Sombra as that was the meta at the time. And we got that kind of early spawn approach, which I was looking forward to seeing. We'll see if it stays around, though.
I'm interested to see why Wu Chan was brought in to play more Ana when it felt like SPG was doing just fine with their previous Ana player. I wonder if potentially on the attack we're going to see something a little bit more Rush-esque, like a Wu Chan Baptiste potentially. For now, just do a little bit of skirmishing, work in the margins between these flankers, just trying to get a little bit of a resource advantage here, an overextension there to try and find those first picks.
Even just the fact that SPG had this early spawn hold and disengage without really losing anyone is good. They can kind of just keep Zeros distracted, you know, jiggle the keys, make them not look at the cart, look at, wow, shiny. But Zeros still have to get organized on their own. See, he sung on the top of Big Earls, gets Hyunjae very, very low, but Wu Chan has his back. There was some flank pressure from Zero as he sung disengages, barely manages to get healed back up, but it gets Crescent ever so closer to the Nano.
Finally, I've been hunting for hours. It's a shiny Winston Overwatch one landing there with the Bardic Grenade. Beautiful coordination from Zero. Decimates the support lines. Actually being traded out. Aid with a double. Now remember, Aid actually has control of the health packs here, so almost all of the healing is going to be going the way of SPG.
It's one of the first ultimates being an EMP is such a Chad move from Aid, who just started playing. Crazy to see. And he soloed the supports, which I think is difficult to do. You gotta sleep, you got flails, you got all types of stuff to worry about. So SPG will keep this card right where it is.
Cold hands? Never. Not aid. EMP ready to go for a minute as well, but has to get up onto the high ground, remember, in order to make sure that they can actually make contact with those supports. Is, of course, going to be likely backed up by a Nano Winston. The timing has to be solid, though.
Oh, Crescent is barely alive. Spinel with the rally. I think it didn't connect on the Crescent due to the bubble of Milgaru. EMP for a minute as SPG tried to jump on those supports. They'll manage to get some trades, some punish into SPG, but they're lit up like a Christmas tree when it comes to ultimates. Wu-Chan's gonna get beat to death, and Zero has some good momentum, including even a pulse bomb to eliminate now both supports of SPG. Who just don't have a chance to keep contesting this.
Yeah, this one's likely going to be going the way of Zero, barring any major shenanigans. But actually, SPG moving first and getting rid of Crescent made sure that Zero actually had to commit more than they would like to into this fight, including both the rally, the pulse bomb, and the primal rage as well. Because if we saw Crescent survive and actually be able to give over the nano onto Isang, he likely wouldn't have had to pop any of that at all and could have likely cleaved through both the supports.
Zero, once they get healed back up, can't really afford to lose anyone. This part of the map, just want to snowball it through, and as Spinel tried to bash back, SPG stomped them, especially off the nano from Wu-Chan, so it's good that SPG are taking initiative, especially if having the awareness that Zero were low and weren't sure on their engage, so SPG can hold this choke.
Nice reactions there from Orvo to dodge an incoming Bardic grenade. Aid's able to scout out any positions. Crescent previously was in a position that was relatively safe, but now as those doors begin to close, it's going to create a little enclosed pocket where Aid can get maximum value.
Oh, but yeah, right through the tunnel. Spinel and Crescent dead on impact. Even when Heesung got nanoed, you thought there would be better protection and more fear in the eyes of SPG. Still, SPG not in the best of position, still operating on one support versus the Zero of Zero. But still, some space for this card to move a bit forward. As Milgaru's not going to be there to anchor it. And SPG is just controlling the bridge.
Zero now have initiative via the EMP. SPG, last time they read this, they got on top of the supports early to try and be the ones to act first. You don't want Minute to be able to set up the dive that Heesung can try and play off of. This is all about backline pressure. Look at where Orvo is. Access to so many different personnel.
Scarlet got access to Milgaru's face with that pulse bomb, so that's a beautiful start from Zero. EMP into the small building, and Jan Wu-Chan just couldn't play bring around the Rosie with this pillar to LOS away from the EMP before it was too late. And the Scarlet, although Tracer matchup continues, where I feel like Scarlet's feeling himself.
Yeah, Scarlet's certainly looking good today. More than a match for Orvo thus far. And Heesung can actually block off his way using the Primal Rage and try and completely deny a touch.
2 meters away. Zero have the Primal Rage. So Heesung is not going anywhere. Well, I guess he's going back towards the cart just to see if he can force the C9. Make sure the supports of SPG can't leave the cave, which means no healing for Milgaru, who maybe felt he didn't want to use the Primal Rage or maybe got hacked out of it. Not sure, but hey, great push from Zero.
Maybe he just recently went to some anger management, did some breathing exercises. Like, I am a tree on an island in a sea and I am calm. Can't be calm for too long though. Still 3 minutes here, 4-0. Rolling along with the momentum is going to be strong, and once again, Aid is going to be able to control the tempo with the incoming EMP. Public enemy number 1 is going to be Crescent, but this is some good spacing from the supports, making sure there's always a wall between them to try and minimize the exposure to an EMP.
That still hits both of them as triangulated the right angle with geometry, and they're both dead, which is all that matters at the end of that equation. Scarlet Pulse, good trade. Now Zero down their supports. See if maybe permanent damage will be taking if they can make this turnable. Either way, they don't have to leave the cards. He's so diving in as deep as he is surprising to see without his supports. They must be quite close by. And with the sleep, Scarlet confirms that kill onto Aid, so Spinel and Crescent must be back quite quickly. Now they got the Nano too. If Heesung wants to overstay his welcome, and putting SPG's backs against the wall and keeping them there. Look how much space Zero are taking too. SPG gotta react.
There's the Nano. Both supports going to have to back off. This will leave Milgaru to his fate, but remember, still has that Primal Rage to try and survive. Rally's going to be avoided for now by a well-placed translocation.
Oh, Hyunjae with the rally, stunning everyone up, mainly trying to lock down Heesung, who manages to jump out. And Zero couldn't keep up the momentum, at least Given up, it's not too many people. They did take trickle damage, but no kills yet from SPG. Getting close to that EMP, and now the Nano will be pulled. Milgaru towards those supports, has the Primal to keep on going, but reacts to the minute EMP. Turns around, Hyunjae seems fine. The only threat was Hisung, and he's left.
Yeah, Hisung gets out just in time to go back in with a Primal Rage this time around. Look at that hack on the health pack as well. That's super important.
Yeah, that's Zero having to use the Primal to see if they can make this fight turnable in a 4v5 situation. Hisung being slept is not helping, and he's hacked. He's taken pressure from all sides. Does manage to jump out. Meanwhile, Milgar disrupting the back line while they're unprotected by Hisung, who was missing. SPG just getting more values as Zero not able to turn that 4v5 into something. Now 3v5, they're getting staggered from each other. Zero only have 42 seconds to get this going, and Scarlet recalls back, not feeling the pulse against Aid. Is going to help see if he can remove Milgar from action and give them the road to victory.
A pair of pulses, a pair of opportunities. Milgar is going to survive, so too is Hisung. The damage negligible when given the nano boost as well. What an interception from Hyunjae. That's going to mean that the nano boost gets even less in terms of value. Force out the rally though.
The double stun. Scarlet almost died because of Hyunjae there. Zero still working on keeping Minute alive. That EMP is their big win condition unless they want to try to out-survive SPG, who have respawn advantage, but there is a killer EMP from Aid, and you say goodbye to Zero. So close to the finish line, who've done such a good job of sustaining and drawing out these fights, but it costed Zero precious seconds, and they will not be completing the map.
I think that was a huge bait there as well from Milgaru, just overstepping the mark slightly and grabbing Zero in, thinking, hey, I see myself a chance to kill their tank, and if we can kill their tank, then it's easy to push to the end. Grabs everyone around the Winston, but it's only a setup for Aid to allow for everyone to have 40% of their current health stripped away, and a lack of abilities to instantly respond to that EMP. As we look at Minute being able to create a little rumble in the jungle, but it's actually an unconventional, not a great position for the supports, as it meant they couldn't actually see Scarlet and Hisung approaching and hit a preemptive sleep or whip shot before the EMP hit. So overall, they were hoping to minimize Hisung's ability to dive, but they actually minimized their ability to intercept those divers.
I honestly like the supports positioning themselves inside of buildings, because it makes it a lot more difficult for a Winston to maneuver. And I don't know that we've seen Aid 1v2 supports before. We'll see if Minute can do the same thing, but this has been a better Sombra matchup, to say the least, between Minute and Aid. Especially now that Scarlet is on the Tracer. I mentioned before that Zero not playing the Tracer on Nimbani hurt them in the end, just playing that Echo a little bit too much. But now that they have just really mobile characters, they can follow up with each other, and it's working out.
Yeah, Scarlet, as we alluded to yesterday, but for those of you who missed it, Scarlet has actually been the substitute Tracer for Zero for a while. They've actually had a 13-year-old prodigy, I believe, called Jaewoo, who's mostly been playing on that roster. And Scarlet's actually had to come in from the bench and pick up this hero, but has actually completely outstripped expectations and was our player of the match yesterday for some stellar Tracer play.
Yeah, he was amazing then. We'll see if he can make a big difference now. Zero not going for the close spawn hold. And as Aid was getting set up, Zero are marking Aid a lot better, because Aid just dismantled Spinel and Crescent all by himself. Crescent, great sleep. Zero holding the corner. This is where you can draw out a lot of time. It's a great defensive position, a lot of cover available for the defense, and especially that bottom cave side where Mega is, you can access supports a lot easier. We'll see if Zero will take advantage of that.
I'm interested to see if Minute is used this extra uptime as well to get more control of the health packs and make these areas far less hospitable to enemy flanker skirmishes, because if you can play off the health packs and not demand stuff from your supports, you're going to have a big advantage.
Zero just having an advantage when it comes to time, forcing SPG's hand, who are waiting to build up towards that Nano as their primary engaged tool. Wuchan 6% away from that, and 15% ahead of Crescent. There's the EMP first from Minute onto the supports. Hyunjae and Wuchan couldn't react in time with a Nano counter dive, as SPG will give up that fight, and they managed to get a 2K, which evens things up 3-3 apiece. but I'm not sure this is really winnable by SPG. They seem so discombobulated right now.
Heesung might still be alive, is going to be able to recontest it and have a nano boost behind them. Wuchan's going to be able to match the same as both Annas will be returning at the same time. Aid almost with an EMP. Wuchan's gone.
Wuchan still can't nano. Got EMP the first time he wanted to do it, then gets pulsed the second time. That means Zero are ult tracking really well. And they're just killing SPG's win conditions, killing their time bank. It's now cut in half. Main thing they got to depend on, maybe the most reliable guy on the team, is Aid.
Yeah, that's such a huge pick from Scala. Like you said, not allowing for that nano to come through 2 fights in a row has wasted so much of SPG's time when they've been completely ready to take this fight.
Now Crescent can't nano. We'll see if Wuchan will want to use it, but the 5v4, is it going to be Aid EMPing first? Now he just translocated out. Once Milgaru calls the right engage, expect that nano to come out. And they maybe thought, hey, we could punish Heesung here, but he almost draws the supports close to the edge of the map so that his Primal can get environmental kills, but the juggle didn't go his way, so Heesung is more of a nuisance. Meanwhile, we'll see what this EMP from Aid can do. Don't think it hacked too much. You know, keep the team alive nonetheless with the rally, looking to stun people up. With the changes to Brigitte, with Milgaru nanoed and now Primal, this is just both teams investing so many ults. But I gotta say, Zero in a prime position since these fights have been taking so long. Great pulse by Scarlet, who doesn't manage to get away. Doesn't end up mattering either.
When the dust clears, it is a couple of members of SPG who simply managed to win out their duels, but Wuchan dying to what was at least a throwaway non-stuck random pulse bomb is not amazing. SPG had to spend everything for that though. No one's above 50% when it comes towards this ult charge, and this is super important because it means Minute can try and clean sweep a fight using the EMP, and then you can see Zero pick up these defensive positions that they leverage so well on A. If they can allow the cart to move forward a little bit, for that door to close behind it, they can definitely overwhelm.
Aid and Milgaru were converging on a target that Zero had isolated, but it's Minute that snuck behind, along with Scarlet, finish off Aid. It's very low, just trying to help Milgaru get some kills done and have a momentum push outside of spawn. But SPG have to take a step back, make sure that Aid is back, and work on some ultimates.
Yeah, forcing out that reposition early without using the EMP, huge for the side of Zero. Now they can use it to win this subsequent fight instead, when SPG are going to be a little bit more deadly, as Although moves up towards a pulse bomb.
SPG not able to get really a lot of cart push due to Heesung anchoring that, as Milgaru is more trying to get towards Spinel and Crescent. It's both Winstons just tickling away, not being too threatening. It's about the Tracers having an impact pulse. Trying to hit Milgaru there is Scarlet. Let's get him a little bit low, but Milgaru healed right back up. SPG have generated ultimates. Time for the nano. Milgaru receives that, goes on forward. Heesung is in pretty deep, and he's got Primal, so he'll be okay. We'll watch how Zero deal with that in a second. Well, Heesung has actually left the situation and has left his backline to counter dive into SPG, who had all these ultimates, but didn't decide to use them.
It was so important there for Heesung to actually pop the Primal and start creating some space on the other side, because we saw how the nanoed Milgaru dragged everyone from Zero into a narrow area where the EMP can get maximum value. Minute just getting some early poke out here, wasting some time, building some ult charge. And with only a minute and 20 seconds left, every single second means so much, Lemon. And Aid is going to be the one to likely call the engage, but continues to get picked off early, or at least seen in stealth. And that continues to just drain this time bank away. SPG are going to be feeling quite frustrated and stressed.
With the minute that SPG have, this is getting towards final fight territory in terms of... This is their best chance. They have EMP, and it's been unleashed onto those supports. To say goodbye to Spinel, as Crescent was able to give the nano to Heesung on the counter dive, doesn't achieve much. Gets SPG a little bit low, as you thought Hyunjae's rally was going to be able to keep Milgaru long enough alive to pop the Primal, but isn't successful with that, maybe due to a hack. Either way, 4v4 as SPG have some progress made.
So a similar situation once again where Milgaru can try and lock down this singular doorway out that's going to be utilized via the Primal Rage, although instead looking for a pulse bomb. Good dodge away by the support, but can they make it any further?
Yeah. Nade gets the assassination on the Scarlet, so Aldo can roam free, and you know that Zero are coming from that top right cave. On the back, though, Minute setting up for EMP, but his team is still leaving. Spawn, he'll just go for the solo play, and here's Heesung out of the cave to jump on the Wu-Chan, who hasn't taken any damage.
Oh, no
Zero
touch.
on the counter dive, and they forgot about the cart. Usually Scarlet should be the one anchoring that, but not sure where he was. Maybe still coming back from Spawn. Either way, SPG find themselves another life.
Yeah, an early pick onto Scarlet actually left Zero in a position where they didn't have someone who could contest cart consistently. You don't want your Sombra being responsible for that when they have the EMP to actually turn the fight. And obviously none of the supports wants to give up their high ground position for it, so in the end, now it's a minute for SPG to try and claim this map away from Zero. It's anybody's game, but Zero have plenty of resources to work with.
Yeah, Zero, that was a good engage there. Pulse, staggering SPG would have really killed their chances. EMP though from 8 hits, 4. Primal used immediately from Heesung to live through this to disrupt SPG's engage off of AIDS. Fantastic EMP. Zero trying to turn a 4v5 fight. 36 seconds. SPG are gonna throw everything at this as Heesung jumps in at half health, gets healed back up from the nano of Crescent. Spinel has the rally. Also is a good anchor support to stop this card from progressing as SPG have support ultimates. Wu-Chan, it's his turn to pull the trigger on the nano engage. Milgar goes forward, jumps on top of the supports, gets stunned up by the rally of Spinel, and Milgaro just has to keep this space so that SPG can keep progressing. The box of victory is in SPG's sight, and it's their last chance.
Minute though with an EMP, 4 players hit and 1 already decimated. There's 2 Lemon, and we're out of time, overtime here, and no one from SPG's present.
That was SPG's last chance to do something with the nano engage, and as soon as Minute got that EMP, it was over. Zero will be taking the map.
Yeah, Minute just having the proper EMP. It was well set up as well by a preemptive biotic grenade that forced out some early positioning into these more covered areas, which, yes, do protect you from long-range poke, but also break you up into the LOS of an EMP. I thought that Zero might have fumbled it when they were forced to use a reactive rather than a proactive nano on Winston, who was incredibly low. However, this is where Zero have managed to even it up. We're 1-1 after map 3, Lemon.
And it's halftime-ish, with the draw included. We'll see what happens on the other side of map 4. an exciting series. We got a tie, we got a draw, and we're going to map 4. Will still be Zero's choice. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, this does mean we're guaranteed 5 maps here, Lemon. Potentially 6 due to our draw. This could be a certified gigabanger of a series, but SPG being our higher seed do want to take it as quickly as possible. It is indeed their choice. They get to pick the map, and they've decided to go to New Queenship. It's actually a map where I believe SPG had some considerable success during their open run due to some huge tracer plays coming through from Although, but bringing it back to what we said before, Scarlet has been a pretty impressive tracer, being able to win out on a bunch of those doors as well as ward Although away from some big backline dives.
Yeah, SPG ended up winning, subbed out some players. Now they're losing, but to be fair, it was a pretty close map. Came down to a few meters for that box of victory, where a very impactful minute EMP sealed the deal for Zero to take the win on Route 66. Now, New Queen Street meta is, at least on the NA side of things, very double flanker heavy with the Tracer, the Sombra, due to just how large the map is, how many packs there are to hack. But every team, that's what I love about casting APAC though, is that each region has their approach. Like, it feels like Australia and New Zealand really love their Junker Queen. Korea really likes their dive. There's different approaches.
Interesting little tidbit as well. I think that this was actually the only map when 2U was on SVG that Mealgar actually came in and played. And I think Mealgar played a Wrecking Ball here. Oh, it's on the screen. Could it be real? The Wrecking Ball dive. Obviously, Wrecking Ball doesn't fare incredibly well against Sombra, but it does allow for a little bit more independence going after health packs, which means you don't have to play the Ana and instead can get more damage out via the Discord Orb. But remember that Wu-Chan here is going to be incredibly vulnerable to a big old dive.
Milgar is going to be really sad against a Slade pack. Tracer chasing him around. See if we'll be able to get towards the hacked mega packs of 8 or really any health packs. First pack goes through. Milgar already down to half. At least the Discord Orb will make Heesung think twice. We'll see. Wu-Chan will be well protected though by Hyunjae. A limited amount of heals, running a Brig Zen comp, of course, compared to Ana's and whatnot. And Heesung just gets flailed off the map. So that's a one-man start for SPG.
So check out how you have to play the Wrecking Ball up against the Sombra constantly. It's actually super interesting that they're basically using Although with a Harmony Orb as the front line. And Mealgaru's playing more like a Tracer than the Tracer actually does, because he is having to engage after the fight's begun in order to not get hacked as he makes that happen. So this is a huge ballet on SPG of having to just maintain the concentration of the Sombra.
And why people used to like Hammond before Sombra and Ana were a thing, or back into the meta, is that Hammond is just more mobile than Winston. Can get out also a lot quicker, has more health to deal with, can take pressure from multiple targets at once due to the shield, but Milkaru is getting hacked and chased, and due to his incredible mobility, he gets out when he was so low, and SPG still are pushing this cart 40 meters, pulls into the back. Scarlet's presence is now known, and Hyunjae bashes to a different room. Great mechanics there, but leaves SPG without any healing.
Yeah, this is one of the things that the pseudo frontline Tracer actually really gives up for SPG, and that's the information gathering that a Tracer can do. And although is actually trying to maintain a huge amount of focus coming through from Zero, it does mean that Scarlet can make that huge commute without being noted and getting an easy double blink stick onto Wu-Chan.
I was favoring Zero coming into this map after the 122 meter push they got against MDY within the first minute of the game. They get hit by an EMP though. Nade takes out Spinel quite early. It's not like this Heesung Nano created much opportunity. Jumps towards the backline of SPG and forces out the Transcendence, which is something. And Minute's EMP thought it was going to get more kills and that's something for Zero. But while all this chaos is happening, you had a back cap of the bot, which got 35 meters for Zero, and SPG are going to steal it right back.
Oh, Crescent's been noted. Very bad. That's a big old stagger. That's going to be a couple of seconds before Crescent is even able to try and come back into a fight. That means Heesung has to play a lot more conservatively with no Primal Rage to be seen. And Spinel, the next potential victim here.
39-35 with bot control for SPG, extending that lead and trying to go for closer respawns. Wu-Chan just beats Scarlet at range. You gotta be careful. Wu-Chan's got that dog in him. I don't think you want to flank that hard, especially now without some help from Minute. Woo! And Wu-Chan is no fragging. It's now taking out 2 people. And Crescent wants to hide his forehead. Those headshots are deadly.
Yeah, walking a straight line, Wu-Chan is going to punish you. Don't know if there's going to be a contest here, and indeed there is not. There's going to be a forward spawn, which is going to be incredibly useful for the slower members like Wu-Chan if they do get picked off, which is basically a guarantee against a dive comp that is this heavy. Scarlet once again has that pulse on, of course. Golden target here would be Hyunjae during rally, because they can't be saved with a nano like you usually see during this meta.
SPG need to keep 8 alive. Somehow translocates out with 1 HP. He'll be back soon. Milgar with the Scarlet with the slam dunk. Double pulse bomb onto Wu-Chan and Hyunjae. And you say goodbye to that push from SPG just when they were about to EMP and maybe send this beyond 65 meters. You're going to start this turnaround.
You know, I said the most valuable pulse-on would be the Brigitte during rally, but I was completely wrong, Lemon. I am a stupid doo-doo head. The most valuable pulse-on is actually Brigitte during rally, who bashes it into a Zenyatta. Which means that there's absolutely no healing. SPG just have to skedaddle as quickly. This is very fun. Wow! It's just gone! It's just gone!
The pancake. His body simply evaporated. That was disgusting. Well, supports are gone for 0, so this comeback, the one fight they won is all they got. SPG steal that cart right back, 5.5 minutes, and they're gonna extend this lead.
Yeah, and they should be able to reactivate their forward spawn here as well. Of course, Wu-Chan and Hyunjae did spawn rather close. EMP's now available for Minute. Stripping away 40% of the current health is hugely advantageous, especially after Milgaru pops out a Dactor's shield as well.
Now SPG. Oh, they have their bot stolen from them, and got the mines placed from Milgaru probably on the main road as 0 to make their way through. And as the rally approached, Wu-Chan, he forces out the Transcendence. He's getting pooped away from his team as SPG fight tooth and nail for the space, and he squashes the backline of SPG thanks to the nano of Crescent. And 0 have drawn out this fight long enough for SPG to just simply leave.
And Milgaru may well fall here, but if not, this is going to give over a huge amount of ultimate charge to both Hyunjae and Wu-Chan. I think actually just rolls into spawn to get all the heal and just play for the tempo instead, which is not overly surprising. I mean, it is still holding on to the CMP, so forward spawn is going to be deactivated, but look at how far back Crescent is. That's actually a huge danger against something like a Sombra and a Wrecking Ball, so you're going to have to actually take Spinel back to escort Crescent forward.
And the weight is on 0's shoulders. They're the ones who are down 30 meters right now, and it feels like SPG have swapped to this passive playstyle to just stall out the card as much as possible for 0's hand. Speaking of which, here's the ace up their sleeve. It's Minute with the EMP. Wu-Chan Hyunjae hits, but not dead. And due to that EMP being in such a small room, 0 really hesitated on how to approach it to get inside there. Finally, 0 do so, but didn't get as much value as they could have before SPG got trades of their own. It's a 4v4 with the rally of Hyunjae now gone. And some bot control for SPG will force Heesung's jump back, which means some space for Aldo, but he really wants to get Heesung off of this objective.
Crescent's moved up on the high ground though. Milgaru and Aldo have both been able to grab this, and it does mean it's going to be a force off here. Spinel just keeping the Wrecking Ball at bay for a moment. It's going to reset the fight, but also give Wu-Chan time to return. In fact, this Discord Orb is going to be a big problem later on in this fight.
Bot is still being contested, and that's the value that you bring as a tracer. Constantly harassing the objective, not letting even the winning team get 8 in the back, hack onto Crescent. He can get to sleep, at least Nate himself to preserve his life or extend it for as long as he can, as Spinel reconnects with Crescent, not able to pack him before the pressure was simply too much, and as SPG seem to overwhelm 0 and prove that maybe they're just the better dive team, and off of this Hammond that seems to take so much damage and be able to get out every single time, 0 are lost on how to approach this.
Yeah, it feels like Minute has had to adjust to try and just continuously stalk Milgaru and make sure that he's always getting continuously hacked and harassed and can never really set up the fights. But it does mean that when Minute is having to go elsewhere and... Oh no! Oh, he threw the pulse bomb into Scarlet! Oh, that is a big boo-boo. A massive boo-boo.
Well, 0 won't have that EMP for a few more seconds. SPG got to make the most of this aid. Throws his out. And 0 supports are dead again. The coordination is so strong with SPG, who are one of the most respected teams coming into the spring stage, but weren't able to make it as far as everyone expected. Like I said, I feel like the summer stage is a whole different SPG who have clearly made the improvements on their dive. Only have one tank to depend on, and looking at how Milgaru's been playing New Queen Street, very, very reliable. Now places the mines somewhere in the back. And SPG have gotten 109 meters. Transcendence, what a reaction time to keep this team healed up during the minute EMP. And Zero running out of win conditions. Heesung got nanoed. He has primal, rally healing, and you gotta let Scarlet let loose if you want to turn this fight around for Zero.
Scarlet should not have to use the pulse bomb here, but it's going to be a big opportunity against that. Or against a bunch of people who get punched off the map. Huh, well, that just happened.
I think Heesung tried to line up the pins for Scarlet to knock them all down with the pulse. At least I think that was the idea. And worst case scenario, knock them off the map. So works out for Zero, but expensive.
Yeah, big strike. They did have to use both the Primal Rage and the pulse bomb there. Milgaru for now doing a little bit of scouting. This means that A does not have to face check these supports to realize their location. Of course, playing inside here means that it's going to be more difficult to access Crescent. And Zero are going to be able to possibly get there. Oh no, the cart's been stolen!
Well, it's still being contested for now. Zero have to go very far in the next 31 seconds without ultimates. The neutral fight, maybe not so neutral. SPG have an EMP. Heesung jabs back towards his team. They're all grouped up. It's an EMP from Aid, and Zero just flutter away like dead butterflies. And SPG really sealed the deal on this. 15 seconds left, and Zero needed a momentum push there without ultimates. A miracle to happen to survive Aid's EMP, but they walked right into it.
Milgaru always thought in the early spring opens that this guy was more of a specialist on the wrecking ball. There will be a touch, I believe, courtesy of Velucio. Big moves from Spinel, and Wu Chan's already been taken down, so this is not over yet.
4v4 when Heesung doesn't have a mech and runs into the mines. Hey, you can use your body to take some of them out, I guess. And Zero will fall over, and SPG will be taking the win on New Queen Street. 109 to 55 to go to match point. This is after Zero looked like a strong team on New Queen Street when they slammed into MDY yesterday, but SPG are just a whole different beast.
Milgaru brings out another weird pick. We saw the Orisa on Lijiang Tower. We're seeing the Wrecking Ball now. SPG continue throwing these curveballs that penetrate the defense of Zero, who may be used to playing something that's a little bit more regimented, a little bit more standard over in contenders, unless we're playing up against one of the weird one-trick teams. Still, SPG now in the position to take it all the way to a victory after this break.
Match point for SPG after an S+ performance on New Queen Street, extending 100 meters plus against Zero, when maybe we have a bit of recency bias like they were. We saw Zero collab MDY. We thought they were going to have a better showing.
Yeah, unfortunately, unable to figure out how to play against a frontline Tracer and the backline Ball. Ilios going to be the next map up here, and this is no surprise for a Zero pick. Obviously, they learned on Lijiang Tower that rush control maps like Nepal and Ecoport Antarctica unlikely to be sites of victory. Ilios with a little bit more of a classic dive where you expect to see a lot of Winston, a lot of Tracer, a lot of Sombra. This is where Zero have been able to buy their draws and their wins on Route 66. So this is a well-considered pick here. But both teams have also shown that they love a little bit of Echo as well, with Scarlet playing it yesterday.
But the way that he's getting just chased by the Tracer on the other side has made him reconsider that option. Scarlet was maybe able to diff Sky Show yesterday, and it was 200-0, by the way, on Ilios. Zero looked disgusting, but then I also believed in them on New Queen Street. And SPG are obviously a way better team than MDY in terms of how contenders and how their previous results have gone. But it's going to be the Echo matchup between Argon and Scarlet. I'm excited.
Jin Sung in. I am somewhat confused as to why SPG appear to be rotating Annas. They haven't really played. Oh, we did see Wu Chan play a little bit more of a Zenyatta, so that might be a big interest. We do have dual Echoes here. Argon's already shown it off this series. In fact, played a bunch of flying characters, including the Echo over on Lijiang Tower. So it might be a little bit warmer coming into this when Scarlet, who's mostly been playing wall-to-wall Tracer.
He's also been dead playing that Echo just from Tracer killing him all the time. So yeah. Milgaru does get chased down, and SPG lose that initiator right off the bat. Both teams kind of posing their Tracers towards the point, having their Echoes kind of peek over this top mini-pack building, see what initial damage they can get. And Milgaru was just a victim. And Zero, they do be capping.
Yeah, just good homework there being done by Zero, making sure that consistent pressure was put onto the backline of SPG, so Milgar had to continue peeling back and couldn't move too far to actually keep Crescent and Spinel from free casting, as it were, onto anyone who dared to show their face.
Yoonjae bashes away from the pressure of that Winston. Kisung locking down the top of this building too, forces really Scarlet's attention towards him. And also the supports away, LOSing away from their tank. Zero seem to still be in a good position. Both Winston's getting very low, and this is about these DPS, these Tracers and Echoes to finish off those tanks and really open up the field. Kisung and Milgaru are healed back to full. Both Tracers have pulse bombs too. This is how you can attach to a Winston and remove them. Now tanks unavailable for both sides. It's SPG very close to flipping before Zero were able to deny it. Good picks from Argon as well from the skies while he went unnoticed, and Zero managed to keep the point.
Both Winston's gone, but will be returning sharpish. Argon does have a slight advantage here when it comes to the duplicate, but you can already see that Kisung's moved on in. The Nano onto the Echo here, unable to really get too much. Remember, it will be cancelled by a duplicate.
He's not even going to use it until he thought he was going to die from sticky bombs. Argon, 2 Winstons for the price of 1 ultimate. You'll love to see it. 75% plus though from Zero, and they're going to use the primal to extend this to 80 plus. I like the idea. Not only that, they're going to win the fight. SPG are in trouble.
Yeah, Zero coming out with the Echo here, actually putting Minute almost full time onto harass Milgaru duty, because they're trying to get Milgaru beneath that 50% HP breakpoint to allow Scarlet to find those focusing beams and really start forcing SPG to play a lot more tank-heavy support from Hyunjae and Jinsung so that they can't find things like aggressive Bartek grenades and sleep darts.
SPG have to make a move towards the point in that direction. Rally from Hyunjae to keep the team up, and he saw once he got nanoed, squashed everyone from SPG. We're trying to stall things out. And Zero having a solid showing on control after it was a 2-0 victory, I believe, from SPG, but on a rush style of map with Lijiang Tower. But Zero really warming up on the dive with 100-0 on Lighthouse.
Yeah, definitely feels like Argon's hands got cold over the last couple of maps where Aid was in his stead. Nowhere near as effective on those flying characters as he was over on Lijiang Tower. Maybe a bit more used to playing with the pocket as we saw before. A force swap here from SPG. Likely to come on through. Here's a look at Scarlet and Kisung. Everyone just doing their best to bully Milgaru, who I believe just died first basically every fight. And just a huge amount of pressure going over onto that tank. Definitely the enemy number one.
And the
Zero
primal,
at the moment.
and the primal on the point is so deadly too. Whether you get someone against the wall or you're pretty much guaranteed an environmental kill unless they escape through the middle. We go to Ruins though. The double flanker dive mirror from both sides. SPG have proven to be the slightly better team in that regard, but they have made substitutions. So Zero depend on their core to force the map 6, maybe. If they can win this round. Looks like SPG posting up around the point. They got Hisung to force out his jump. We could have a follow-up from SPG to chase that down, but without Aldo, who's translocated out, well, it's not going to be a sure engage from SPG, who maybe just wait to react against Hisung, who jumps in, gets hacked, antied, and more, but SPG still can't execute Hisung.
Yeah, continually forcing out Aldo as well to try and minimize that EMP charge and allow Minutes outstrip it. But Hisung, the first one to fall this time. Seems like it once again is a race to just try and take out these tanks. But well-placed anti from, I believe, Jinsung kept the Zero supports too far away.
SPG, patience pays off. Finally got the kills, finally got the point. And Argon just perching up here with access to these supports. Not the pulse, but rather if the supports are left unattended from Hisung maybe jumping in deep, SPG could go for a flank maneuver. And they have all those EMP. See if it works out. It's looking for a good position, and it's Minute that pulls the trigger first, hitting Aldo and Milgaru. And Argon nearly removed from the fight. Counter EMP this time from Aldo. Hits 2 of 0. We're left in a 4v4 with a nano being invested into Milgaru as the primal available as well. Surely want to invest this to try and extend this 36% into more. Milgaru doesn't make that decision. Hyunjae even investing the rally. This is not only for stalling. SPG think it's winnable, but Zero have already capped.
Crescent's got into a wild position here, courtesy of the Primal Rage. Scarlet going to take out Milgar at the end here. And now Spinel keeping everyone else at bay. In the midst of that fight, there was a swap coming over, at least a flip of the points. This cost almost everything from both sides, with the exception of Argon's Pulse Bomb, who really needs to be able to match Scarlet here. Scarlet's already got a kill with a Pulse Bomb and is now 60% towards the next. Argon cannot afford to be lacked.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Hyunjae's investment of the rally. Milgaru clearly used that to extend the point. He used it to live, but also die in the end. That's a two-man anti from Crescent, though, hitting Milgaru and Hyunjae, who explodes on impact. And SPG will not be overtaking this point anytime soon, which means Zero will be retaking the lead.
Scarlet's going to hit the lap here. On to Argon. Second Pulsum already has one kill with it. You can see it there, just this consistent pressure going onto Milgaru, making sure that he never has as much health as he would desire to get onto someone like Crescent and Spinel, who are playing so tightly together in this protective little Tetsudo of a formation.
Zero have Hisung perched up here, maybe Scarlet on the flank. Just near the point anyway, and wants to drop this pulse bomb onto Jinsung if possible. As Aldo and Minute get into positions for EMP, but it's this time Aldo that hits it first onto the backline. Spinel and Crescent dead. That means Zero will be giving up the point. Scarlet's managed to get a pulse bomb, so Zero only down by 1. If they can manage to just at least die on the point to make this an 80% plus situation, that'll leave them within one fight territory to force that game 6. Hisung is investing the primal to get themselves to at least a 90, as SPG will be retaking.
I am begging you, Argon, please use your ultimate in this fight. Scarlet has already got 2 Pulse Bomb kills, and Argon is yet to even use his first. Jinsung's been evaporated.
A quick EMP re-engage from Minute to take back the point. SPG don't have any supports, no rally. They do have a Milgaru Primal if they want to go for the touch, but no. 90% plus. Zero last fight.
Oh, Argon noted. That recall is going to be into a very much known position. Just keeping that Tracer away from a point. It might be down to Aldo to touch, which is far from ideal. Sleep Dart's going to be used though. That means Milgaru's got blank check to dive on the Ana.
Somebody has to keep contesting the point too. SPG are in the middle of flipping it. Rally, but a two-man anti from Crescent slows down the push of Hyunjae and Jinsung as Milgaru was able to conserve his primal rage throughout that. As Zero having point control and in overtime forces SPG to relocate this fight to the objective. It's working out so far. Scarlet, in the heat of the action, takes off at range from a support. SPG only up by 1, and having a nano to conserve, they have a long way to go. to match the score that Zero have. As Zero have given up the point, SPG are back in the driver's seat.
Massive anti, but returning one from Crescent means that you can't really chase that if you're SPG. Argon yet again has that pulse bomb ready, and this could be where Argon really makes a hero play for SPG. It's one of the newer kids on the block. Minute's translocator is gone, and it's quickly acted upon by Synprissa Gaming.
SPG does a great removal of the translocate. Now 5v4, not really wanting to risk overextending. It's his last fight for either team. Do we go to game 6? Do we go to round 3? Hisung is removed before the primal. Doesn't make a decision fast enough. SPG just keep out thinking Zero. We just haven't found a solution to SPG's dive when it felt like Zero were on top. The back cap from Scarlet to buy time, but Zero just only have actually Hisung alive. Is going to use Primal to get a few extra jumps to keep this contested, to keep overtime going, but he slept and he can't keep contesting. It's up to the flankers of Zero. Minutes translocated out after the EMP, and although will seal the deal for SPG to get them to round 3.
Hisung not using that Primal earlier is major regretty spaghetti. Like, giving up all that space, that means that Crescent can get staggered. The Nano is then no use in that final fight because it takes so long to get on back, but it's essentially just given over to a Brigitte as they're walking back from spawn. Oh, Zero. A little bit of a fumble there, but this does take us to a round 3, and once again, SPG, they can smell victory. There was a Sombra assist there, but I don't think Hisung was hacked out of using the Primal. I could be incorrect.
No, it's just a burst of pulse.
Yeah, just a pulse burst, and too late on the decision was Hisung. And now we go all the way to Well, so I'm looking forward to some big Primal boosts.
Oh, this is going to be hectic. Some Metro TPs from both sides just to get the best position possible. CSPG boosting up. Oh, the hack, I think, was for Aldo on that mini pack, and they go to punish Minute. May have their translocate close by, but SPG have to be careful. Have to look both sides of the road before crossing this gigantic point, which is so open with very little cover unless you go towards the sides. Now it's the dive from Hisung that has identified Jinsung and Hyunjae, who have dropped from their high ground. And this is a point that can have that first fight last forever. Because just like control maps, very snowballable. As now Zero continue to manipulate the snap, but fail to really get any kills, even through a two-man anti from Crescent. Hyunjae and Jinsung protect each other so well.
Yeah, these Annas and Brigittes play the Testudo incredibly well. Minute looking for a hack. We'll find it onto the Tracer. Not the most valuable. She can quickly blink away, but that's going to be too slow from Rihanna. Hisung first to fall.
Down. Zero can still contest this with the flankers, and you gotta say goodbye to these supports of Zero unless Scarlet and Minute can get the better trades. But Argon is just on a rampage, and SPG, these staggers are critical. They're getting more and more time.
And it all comes down to Aldo getting that initial hack onto the mini inside the small area as well. It made sure that Jinsung didn't have to use any defensive nades as much to actually keep themselves healed and could just use the health pack instead. It also means, oh, hello, EMP.
EMP to EMP. Whose supports are going to die faster? Well, Jinsung was able to nano Hyunjae, who lives now, uses the rally at 1 HP, thinks it's winnable. Nilgaru makes the call after a 2K on the front. And SPG managed to conserve the point as well, getting halfway to taking the series.
Argon. Early scouting here, just keeping Hisung honest, making sure that he can't make it all the way to the supports with full HP. That's a death sentence for something like an Anna or a Brigitte. Consistent pressure here is going to help Crescent to at least build up towards the 9, which is already actually viable here. Doesn't get delivered though. Besides, it's not necessary for this particular dive.
Good space from Zero to just place that bubble to block off the supports, healing from SPG from each other. The primal, but the sleep. Jinsung wasn't thrown far enough into the well. Manages to live. Hisung has to jump out due to the pulse of Argon getting him low enough. Hisung reconnects with his supports, healed back up. Spinel, Nano rallying. Zero investing everything into this. You have to win this if you're Zero because it's 89% for SPG. Match point, round point. As Zero's support starts to crumble, Scarlet is a menace!
Had to be done, and done it was. Argon the last to fall, and now with 98%, Zero have to hold on with bloody nails and whitened knuckles to this point. Otherwise, they're going down to the lower bracket. This is their own map pick. where Zero believed they had the biggest advantage for classic dive versus dive. The honest composition. No Mickey Mouse cheese here, Lemon. As although scouts along in the back, maybe looking for a translocator here, and indeed does find it.
Yeah, that Sombra is taking pressure, and Milgar confirms the kill. So Minute's not going to have EMP for this fight, although needs to generate it quickly to get SPG back and get left Heathstone before he can jump out of the well. I'm not sure if intended for Heathstone to even be there, but SPG demolished this fight after punishing Minute and taking over this fight, taking over this map. As Zero have a chance to touch, Minute is there, has EMP, translocates out, wants to take the fight. That game-winning ultimate, if he can get set up in time. Heathstone is back on the Doomfist, but just as a stall tactic, he's removed just as quickly. The Minute EMP comes out, hits 3, but Zero don't have the damage to pull this off and couldn't pull off the game 6. It will be SPG taking the series.
The whip shot boop into the sleep. It's like one of those video game combo moves that you get between two specific characters, and that is as cool as it gets for a Brigitte and an Ana in tandem, making sure that there's just nothing that the Winston can do except hope that someone gets real silly and wakes him up. SPG, with a little bit of je ne sais quoi, a little bit of spice, a little bit of panache, will take away this series in a 3-1 fashion.
And here's your player of the match, Argon, and we saw so much creativity from SPG, who have just developed so much of their strategy book since the spring stage, and it was Argon who I think was kind of the whole reason they won Gardens, and was able to trade off and even go to Tracer and chase down these Echoes, really a Scarlet, forcing him off of the Echo and getting multi-kills, and namely the game-winning multi-kill on Ilios at the end. And it's great to see Argon in the lineup because we didn't see much of him at all on the spring stage.
Yeah, during the spring stage, Argon was always there, but never present. Always just staying on the bench in favor of aid. And although still remains a Tracer menace, and even playing on the Sombra as well towards the end of this, Argon certainly, though, has been a welcome addition to the roster. Just bringing out these weird picks, as well as a reliable Tracer. Even if sometimes I have some complaints about the pulse bombs, he does eventually strike pay dirt.
Yeah, as Tracer, I was worried about these substitutions in what was the match point for SPG. Why change something that didn't really feel broken for SPG? But everyone, I mean, the 4 DPS that they have are all incredible on their own. They clearly are substituting people in and out due to some strategy that obviously we don't know, and we're definitely not privy to, but it's map dependent nonetheless. And Argon proved that he can step into those shoes and fill them well.
Yeah, Argon definitely planting his flag here in the Overwatch League. Summer stage opens, and you know, if he keeps on excelling, he's going to go up against even bigger and badder fish. And there's always a bigger fish here in the Overwatch League as you continue to get deeper into this. And coming up next, we've got ourselves a banger of a game. MFC, everyone's favorite Australian content creator consortium, going up against the Kraken Esports Club. We will see you for that banger of a match after this break.
next match ready to go, hot and ready. It's Kraken versus FC, the second semifinals of Group A. Missed that other one. SPG won 3-1, and they will be advancing to the upper bracket final to face the winner of this.
Yeah, and MFC already having taken out one of the teams coming through from APAC, looking to try and take out another. MFC, a fan favorite with the content creator backline of August and Frogger, both very popular Australian streamers. And Romani yesterday was a particularly huge highlight for me. Excellent Junker Queen play. And MFC, they do like to play a lot of a Junker Queen because it means that Frogger can stay on the Lucio. He just wants to be a little poison dart frog and hunt down some widows, and honestly, let him cook.
Let him cook. Kraken come in as the number 1 seed from APAC, MFC is 2nd seed from Australia/New Zealand, which is great that that region can send now 2 teams, because before it was just Honeypot. And MFC have proven to be at least one of the most entertaining teams. Frogger, who's been a nightmare to widows, especially go back and watch yesterday's match on Circuit Royale. He was hitting clips, getting really silly with it. But also News Sojourn either ended up being player of the match or was at least my vote, because his hit scan was very impressive.
Oh yeah, New hitting so many right clicks on the Sojourn. Check out how nice that Junker Queen contender skin is, by the way. You can get contender skin drops by watching Overwatch Contenders when it is live, so make sure you follow the Overwatch Path to Pro social media. Get your hands on those. Olam as well, playing a lot of May and being particularly deadly with the icicles, but I'll save the best for last here. August. Man is a menace on the Baptiste, and often August is kind of based, just condemns Frogger to his fate. Is like, look, if you're going to take that 1v1, you got to win it, man. I'm not breaking the 1v1 and healing you. I'm just going to do a little bit more damage. This guy aims.
And Romani actually played, if you guys follow NA Overwatch, played for the University of California, Irvine in Collegiate Overwatch, and also Team Turkey for World Cup 2023. Let's take a look at the Kraken roster. First time seeing it, but recognizable names if you remember the spring stage. This is the DAF Esports roster, who were released after bottoming out of the spring stage and have now been picked up under a new banner.
Yeah, Kraken Esports Club, a little bit of a legacy Australian org, I believe. It did play up in Australian contenders until 2020, and now are making their triumphant return alongside some of these players who I definitely am very excited to see, Ace in particular. And no, that's not a visual typo that you're seeing R3K locked in as Junker Queen as their preferred hero, as R3K is usually a tank player, but a little bit of a everything guy. He's got a lot of variety in him and is coming into play DPS today.
Yeah, R3K has played tank through most of his career. The only time we saw him play DPS was for wall play, where R3K was DAF Esports' original tank, and then once Dank got signed at the spring stage, R3K lost his starting spot, went over to wall play for the spring stage, which didn't end up working out on that roster either, and now R3K is back to basically fill the gaps for whatever this team needs.
Yeah, just fill whatever gaps. The same could actually be said of Ace, who I believe played all 3 roles in Spring Opens and the qualifiers for them, filling in for Pally, who couldn't come because of a storm to one game, so ended up playing some support as well. Ace is definitely one to watch on Kraken, and a lot of people know Dank as well, formerly of Honeypot, but getting the offer from DAF to be their starting tank definitely dragged him away from a huge amount of those oceanic cores and into the midst of Thai Overwatch, where I think a lot of these teams are actually, or rather a lot of the players on Kraken are representing their respective teams in Overwatch World Cup. I think R3K, unknown told me, was the tank for Hong Kong as well, which is interesting.
Very, and just the fact that these players are so flexible that they can play different roles. You mentioned Ace, R3K, High Vision. Usually a big carry for this team will be unable to play, but MFC are able to teleport to the point thanks to new Symmetra barrier, but August gets booped off by Ace's Pharah, and MFC are playing the coast. They should not be this close to the edge against Safari, which maybe they weren't able to scout that out. August is not having a good time, and neither is Olam, who just got slept.
What do you mean? He's off to a good start. Why would he lie, Lemon? Are you telling me that August would not be honest getting in close here as Ace looking for more environmentals? They won't be forthcoming as Romani probably just going to physically reset here. Kraken actually having shades of what we saw from our previous matchup, where we did see that weird Orisa pick come through from Milgaru on Gardens.
Well, Kraken able to be back at full force thanks to an Ibang resurrection. Kraken just being able to break that hold from MSC was very critical. Once the Symmetra May composition gets set up on this particular round, it's so difficult to break, and that's just bad positioning by August to even be close to that edge. So a complete roster, or sorry, a compositional swap, I should say, by MFC. They've gone back to their tried and true. This is what I think they were so successful at yesterday. Two-main anti-though from Kraken. Frogger and Romani seem okay, especially after taking out R3K. Romani, just a human bulldozer running over the front line of Kraken and snapping Pally.
Leave my frog alone! Frogger slept in front of the Ana, but there was no execution to forthcome. Kraken here are at a major speed disadvantage against both the commanding shout and the speed boost of Frogger. Remember, R3K was easily hunted down after having used their slide around. The question is here for Dank, how do you try and play up against the Junker Queen, who does consistently a huge amount of damage to you with those shotguns?
Not the first time we've seen an Orisa, but it's so important to hit that javelin, or you're not going to be doing as much as a Junker Queen is, especially with the healing. Even though she got nerfs, well, the barrage to try and catch MFC off guard as they walk towards the point. It's a 2K, and namely Ace lives through all of that. Maybe just a solo Ace at this point. He's confirmed 3 kills. Second rocket takes Olam out of the picture, and Kraken get the point back.
Long stall there from Olam. And R3K does deny Ace for 2 versus 4. Still, Pulsom yet to be used. And interesting here is going to be the usage of the Rampage from Romani. Pally needs to stay up on high ground so they can't be easily accessed. That is absolutely brutal. Huge from Ace.
Big disconnect there from MFC. Just the fact that the rest of his team was pushing the hallway, and Romani was just out in the open too early without a game plan. And you can't expose yourself to too much poke against a Pharah, even when you're a tank.
Yeah, that health won't last you long when you're taking 156 damage per rocket with that damage boost. And of course, Ibang can actually throw so much of that damage boost out as Ace is not taking much damage.
Romani's holding the engage. He has a rampage, but doesn't find a good moment. And the Frogger sound barrier just couldn't help him stay alive. I don't even know if it connected. As Kraken release all of their ultimates to confirm the round win, and there won't be anyone really to contest, I believe, from MFC. Pure dominance from Kraken. We'll see if Frogger hits the rollout. Usually hits those. He doesn't make it through the window. Choke.
L, my man, L.
Won't play that.
Ace just hits a dirty interrupt on the rollout there, using the concussive blast. And MFC actually went up against on Oasis yesterday, Lemon. A Pharah coming through from NGU, and they were doing much better against it. Actually, they had a May for those particular rollouts, and it meant that there was a huge amount of that poke coming out from the icicles at 75 damage a pop that continuously meant that you couldn't have this damage boost coming out. You can see the Ibang actually able to do so much damage boosting simply because the overall pressure onto the Pharah is severely lessened when you don't really have that pressure.
I don't know Romani is tank pool as well as I should, but I would hope that he is a diva somewhere in there, and I felt like that swap should have came out earlier, but obviously kept that Junker Queen to get the Rampage out, which never did. And we go back to next round. Gardens. Ace on the Pharah is still going to be a threat, and August is reliving some nightmares. And manages to get away from some of this Pokolum, doing some pressure, dodges to sleep, knows that he's free to finish off this kill. Pally nading himself and not getting any assistance, as Kraken were just hoping to vanquish the front line as their supports were dying and get the trades quick enough, but Kraken just not coordinating well enough. MFC will be capping the point. Romani is exposing himself to a lot of poke here.
Yeah, and only Frogger the healing now with August having fell at the hands of Ace. Come up into my zone, Sunny in the air, and you're going to live to regret it. New for next to fall as Dank just rolls around on the wrecking ball. He's having a good time.
Immediately get off this Ana. This is such a difficult point to play Ana with just how short the sight lines are. You got the constant threat of a Pharah, or just, sorry, a Tracer from Olam, and you're not having any reinforcements. So at least you have a teleport now on the Kiriko to get out of that. August is dead again. Keeps falling off the map. Kraken have the point.
Yeah, just little slippies, you know. Oh, I've fallen and I can't get up. Ace, a barrage, good to go. Forcing out an early immortality field from August is going to be the name of the game here for MFC, so that Ace can, of course, get a almost guaranteed kill with the amount of damage that Barrage does, especially when it's this close. You can see that Olam right now is trapping the Pharaoh to make sure they can't surprise. What a boot!
Oh, God, knocking 2 off. Dang, are you serious? They weren't even ready. MFC were so busy looking at this bar, they forgot about the Hammond.
That's the thing. When you get one of these rosters where there are so many threats, if you start to give over your attention too hard to one character, the lack of respect will be exploited by Dank. 52% now, and remember, the moves towards the points here.
Augur said, I got this. August is like, I'm just on Respawn Simulator. And then you got Romani, who's getting body blocked by Dank into a corner. So, last fight for Kraken to take the map.
Oh, this is not very August at all. There's going to be the window, just attempting to get an early pick here onto Ace, but at this range, the lack of damage drop off from those damage-boosted rockets is something that needs to be considered. Pally pops the Kitsune rush for some duels against Olam.
And what's important is that Romani finally went to the Diva, but you don't have any ranged hit scan. You're just hoping that if you're mobile and invisible enough, well, the fire can't kill you, right? Well, we'll find out. With Valkyrie, R3K unleashing in the middle of the map, not taking any pressure. He's used his jump, and Olam's not really marking him. Olam is actually having an impact into the backline, taking out Pally, who gets immediately resurrected. So Kraken almost at full force. They've only dropped Ace this fight, and MFC just haven't had a good grip on any of these fights. Is it Ace do we go after? Do we kill the supports that are giving resources to Ace? MFC are going to have to figure out this goal in the next map, because this has decisively gone Kraken's way.
Yeah, I'm afraid the harmonies don't hit well on this one. MFC left completely flustered by the Pharaoh that yesterday they dealt with so easily against NGU, but let me tell you, Ace is a cut above when it comes to the Pharaoh and cannot be taken lightly. Kraken come out swinging, come out flinging those tentacles, and we'll see if the cephalopods will get their vengeance after this break.
Kraken are up 1-0 in the series after using their tank player as a DPS. But I guess let them cook, because it's working out. Use the hashtag Kraken the Cold One, which is their official hashtag in the chat if you're supporting Kraken. Let us know what fan club you're part of. You're cheering on MFC, but MFC got their choice of map now.
Yeah, MFC going to Midtown, I think, is the best of the options they have. The other options for Hybrid are Eichenwald and escapes my mind. But Midtown, definitely the best of them to try and mitigate the Pharah. But the question is, have they overcorrected here to try and make sure the Pharah is going to be less impactful? And does this open up other means of Kraken trying to find some kinks and some weaknesses in the MFC armor? It does make sense, though, that Kraken might continue to try the Pharmacy when they're playing one of their tank players on DPS. Like, why not just throw even more of your resources into your hyper carry, who is Ace? And I think Ace was the quiet hyper carry when this team was DAF as well, back in the Spring Open. Just did not go as recognized.
And New is usually the carry for MFC, but on such a small map, like most control types, you just didn't have the space to be able to focus the Pharah as the hit scan without just getting pummeled to death. And it's not like Romani was able to take up that space as a Junker Queen who was just out in the open without much of a game plan. It took him way too long to go to the Diva. But it seems like MFC's identity is a lot around the Junker Queen, so I'm thinking you go to a flatter sort of map like this to maybe go back to some rush, whether it's the Junker Queen, whether it's the Ramasha. We saw both from them yesterday. See if this is their bread and butter.
May well be. I would love to see Dank just stick to this Orisa again. We haven't seen too much of it outside of the opens, but hey, things get wacky when you bring in some contenders teams, and APAC is some of the wackiest of them all. We're sticking with the Pharmacy here. R3K might be a tank player, but that turret auto-aims Lemon, which should be more than enough. And MFC, they're going to have to try and figure out what went wrong last time to deal with Ace's Pharah.
I think Orisa is a nice counter to Junker Queen. If you can hit that Javelin just like he did now, you force the Junker Queen back, which subjects her to more and more poke, which we saw Romani really struggle with that on Lijiang Tower. But now Kraken, once the Javelin is out, Dank is holding the front line, but some people have snuck past him. I think that's maybe Olam that snuck past the alleyways. We're able to get onto the point, but Olam needs a lot more help from the rest of his team, who are starting to sneak by, and Ace is dismantling the backline as MFC walked up, and the team wipe for Kraken.
I know we have a Torbjorn, but it's actually Ace who's playing more like a turret in this composition. That is such an obnoxious turret. That is ridiculous to try and kill. The only person who can actually try and take that out with any real efficacy is going to be like New. Okay, I don't think it's that time again, Frogger. Maybe against the solo Pharah, not against the Far Mercy. And Dank's doing a really good job of rotating cooldowns as well to make sure Romani cannot hit the carnage that he really wants to.
But an important point that you brought up about the turret, you need to get LOS of it, and I don't think anyone wants to look at this one. August stared into the sun and somehow lived. Immortality bought him some time. MFC moved down towards the alleyways. Getting Javelin there could be a death sentence for a Tracer, but no follow-up was there. MFC, though, now will have a tempo engage off of Frogger, and the Orisa of Dank trying to stop them in their tracks. MFC, though, aren't making much progress. They haven't really killed anything, except you don't really want to focus the Orisa too much, as she has so much armor. There's a rampage from Romani to back to spot. I don't even know where he is. MFC are up to no good, though.
So Romani hit 0 people with a rampage.
Yeah,
R3K got a hammer kill. August slept, unable to be executed, does survive a little bit longer, but August finally finds the killing blow. The Mercy next to go forward, and it's these scrappy fights where you can't really have Ace demanding all that Mercy healing, where suddenly it starts to fall apart for Kraken. You need to have that pressure elsewhere to force iBank to leave the Pharah behind.
It's so weird that MFC were like 3v5, killed Dank, and then there was nothing protecting R3K, nobody to hold space for Ace. And then Olam was let loose to go and hunt everyone down. So a good clutch, I guess, from MFC. It was an interesting call, and one I would have doubted if I was their support. But hey, let him go.
What I'm wondering is if Romani potentially used like a transit rampage just to get on top of R3K super quickly, because didn't hit anyone as far as I could see with the anti, but did instantly manage to kill R3K afterwards. There's a window. Oh, Ace never saw it coming.
Oh no, we finally get to see him shine. Oh, but there's a barrage. Just let it rain right on top of MFC as they thought they were safe to go up the stairs. Sneaky play from Ace. MFC still fighting for control of the top bridge. I think Romani's really the only one left. I guess they've clutched in worse situations, but Kraken will put that to the stop.
August did hit a real MLG immortality field here, but here comes the potential flanking Swedish man. Decision made to go elsewhere instead. Won't demand too much of the healer's attention. Instead, pop the overclock. Or overload.
Well, there's Marissa back into the picture thanks to that resurrect. MFC have also gotten steady progress on the card. They're so close to point B, but they're missing 2 people. Romani is somehow in access to Afara. But Olam sneaking up on the right side. Torbjorn is usually a nice counter to that, so the turret auto-aims and marks the tracer at all times, so you don't have to worry about it. Olam, his presence is known on that right side, so Kraken has to be aware of that.
Yeah, the turret is really good for slowing down the tracer, and as you will have heard from every caster since the dawn of time, the way you play against the Pharmacy team is you turn up the tempo and don't allow the Pharaoh to get all of his poke out before the fight. If you can slow them down with the Torb turret, oh, 156 damage, it's more than 150 HP.
MFC have to reset. After getting the cart so deep too, you really want to have that momentum push once you acquire the bridge, but MFC lost so many people due to the sneaky barrage of Ace, and MFC though, they like to thrive in that chaos.
It was an expensive fight though for Kraken. Did use the Valkyrie for Ibank's survivability. We saw Dank throwing out a Terror Surge. Don't get to say that one often. And now New is actually onto the Ashe. It's a far more reliable counter to the Farah. And while oh, that's a very risky rocket jump there from Ace, but does manage to survive it.
Yeah, Ashe doesn't have the range to put off enough damage before the Mercy just heals it up. He would need a pocket of his own. And if MSC are going to play this poke pump, you almost wish you didn't have a Lucio at this moment, but the Sound Barrier tempo engage could be what they need, and the Bob sprinkled on top is just going to overwhelm Kraken in the last couple of seconds or meters for this point B. MFC invested just about enough to get Kraken away, and that'll be a point B cap.
Super quick thinking there from New as well to actually just coach go themselves up into the air, knowing that that's when it's going to be the most difficult to actually hit any rockets from those barrages. Ace has swapped over now, away from the Farah and over to the Reaper. This is not going to be ideal, I think, for Kraken. This is going to give Ace a lot less carry potential. Persona. Thank you, Frogger.
It's from a video that he just keeps posting. Or he posted once where him and this girl just kept saying Persona every time they did something cool, but I'm a Frogger fan, as you can tell.
But legally, I don't know what reference this is.
Oh, of course. Well,
interesting words.
They got pulsed, and then an Amp Matrix on top. I'm sure to say that Kraken's front line just got folded. And MFC started off hot on point C, and they haven't stopped yet. 90 seconds left.
Okay, Ace, what's next in the Mystery Heroes? You're going to commit to the Genji. Romani sees the stun come out. That's a free rampage.
Oh, Kraken, how do you just come back from this? You're antied, you don't have Pal, you have limited heals due to just having a Lucio. And MFC meters away from capping. It's Ace with the deflect who stalls it out. Dank next to contest. Ibank right behind him. Got the Suzu used, I believe, from Pally, and R3K is now getting harassed by a Tracer. He's not being able to be involved in this fight. But MFC, they're going to have to push into the spawn room doors of Kraken or deal with this Orisa. But Orisa has so much armor, it takes so much damage to take her out of the fight. One of the best anchor tanks in the game. And MFC finally just deciding to ignore the Orisa and go after everyone else. But Terror Surge not channeled long enough. Trickle damage though, as MFC are starting to lose gas in the tank to finish off this map.
Yeah, the attrition simply in the favor of Kraken with everyone so close to the spawn. Unfortunately, Romani trying to find that early rampage did extend a touch too far. Couldn't find the LOS from August. The healing could not be delivered, and losing out on Romani there early just meant that you couldn't hold the space. Swapping back over now to the Junker Queen. Wonder if Ace is going to get any real value here out of the Blade. I would love to see it wait and be combined with a Kitsune Rush for that extra swing speed.
MFC have a lot of ultimates. They're able to win point B off of News damage and the Bob that was added on top. Olam 2 has a pulse if you can find R3K, but the Bob first anchors for Kraken's defense. You got the Blade versus the Bob, a Soundbear and Amp Matrix. Ace just did what he could. Double pulse bomb from Olam. And MFC just might have done enough. Just have to deal with the Orisa, and that'll be a cap. Not with a time bank, but a completion nonetheless.
Olam, how do you find that lemon? Oh, Kraken, they absolutely brain farted on that fight. I'm not sure why they sent out all 3 ultimates at once, but it meant that Frogger could get maximum value. A sound barrier mitigating 3 ultimates at once is crazy. Could have forced that out with simply a Blade, and then in the middle of the fight afterwards brought out either the Kitsune Rush if you wanted to not combine it with the Blade, or the Bob afterwards. But Frogger got so much value from that. A new swapping over onto the Ashe. Huge, big brain plays that really have brought MFC back into this. It looked like after the woes on first that this could be a quick series that Pharmacy was going to really demand a huge amount of it from MFC.
Yeah, there's different schools of thought when it comes to his scans. Whether you want to invest the time to generate the charge on Sojourn, have some really good range, but Ashe has that consistent damage. Reload really sucks, but the dynamite damage, if you get on a nice high ground position, you can generate that Bob very fast, and that's how New just had such a big impact on point B, but how Kraken in the end almost won the fight off of their Bob. But MFC coordinate well, despite what it feels like they play with their food sometimes when they feel like they're the better team. They like to type stuff in chat. They're a really entertaining team nonetheless, and it's a full cap, so they've proven they deserve it.
I don't understand, chat. Frogger's Mercy portrait when we were showing the team lineup. So why won't Frogger play Mercy and pocket New? Make this even easier. Still, New now gonna have new problems while playing the Ashe as the Winstons finally come out here from Dank, and that's gonna give a little bit more alarm to the hit scans. There's gonna be that long range pressure to give Ace a touch more space. Oh, well, hello. Moving everyone to the Wrecking Ball instead. That's gonna require even less attention from Pally.
See, Turret in the same position, but different heroes to deal with it. Before, I think it was a Sojourn and a Tracer that had to take out the turret. Now Afara has way better range. Romani already removed by the poke of Kraken. And I like Kraken's positioning, just staying away from the choke as much as possible. But they are giving that free lane towards the point, so despite Kraken being able to poke them down and take some people out from MFC, Kraken almost gave up a tick, just letting MFC free roam. Nonetheless, it is a lost fight for MFC. Great finish by R3K.
Yeah, R3K, the closer here, managing to take out both August and Olam as well. Ace just bullies around the Baptiste for as long as possible. This is a really great place for Ace to play. Can easily break sightlines simply by going up, and of course gives invincibility basically to your Mercia. She's never going to have to peek anything dangerous.
Yeah, Kraken poke down the defense eventually. Romani is slept, can't even contest if he wants. Frogger is beating down supports, but ultimately doesn't matter. Kraken have unlocked Fire Twerk, and they got a barrage. That's going to be fun to see.
Set upon the Fire Twerk, then give him the barrage. I'd love to see Frogger play the Mercy here and just give New like a 2 versus 2 fighting chance, because honestly, the 2 versus 2 at the moment is kind of like New and August versus Ace and Ibang. And while August is a fantastic aimer on the map, I do think that it's not quite able to force as much of an instant fight.
Wow, that's an instant fight win, it feels like, for Kraken. We got the Nano and the barrage. This guy is disgusting. You got Dank 2 on the Hammond rolling up on people. 4.5 minutes, halfway to B. And Ace is not even done yet.
Oh yeah, easy time, just regenerating the fuel up here in that little archway. I haven't seen too much power play on Midtown in my time, but it looks to be not terrible map for her, to be honest. Dank buying as much space as possible.
I really like those mines. MFC are going to have to take a few seconds to deal with that. Romani is split off from the pack. MFC deciding to go out the other door, place the Bob right on the card so they don't have to worry about contesting it. And Kraken getting picked off at range as Kraken tried to reestablish themselves on the bridge. Lost Dank, who couldn't get away fast enough. Ibang activates the Valkyrie to maybe see if they could get away with a Resurrect, but Dank swapping back to Winston tells me Kraken are just thinking of a whole different game plan.
Okay. Alarm once again, going back to the strategy you cited previously, Lemon. The Pharah can't kill us if they can't see us. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Your Pharah can't hit what your eyes can't see. Romani once again with a rampage here. Who's going to be the target? Most likely, of course, going to be Pally, less able to escape. What is Dank doing? What's he cooking over there?
It's tough for a Winston to play into that Junker thing. Really want to ignore as much as possible, but Romani is playing next to New, so a New would be a target of the dive, and that is a big rampage, a 3-man anti hitting Kraken, and MFC just farm them up.
Oh, okay. Misses for knife, unfortunately. That does mean that Dank is going to survive and critically going to give over a bunch of healing to Ibang and Parley. Often get up towards those critical ultimates. Remember just how brutal the nano and the damage boost on the barrage can be, because it mitigates one of the major risks of barrage, which is how vulnerable Pharah is. 50% damage reduction and a mercy pocket, that really needs to be a concern.
The concuss was available for Ace if you wanted to close the distance on New, and others of MFC go for the barrage. Probably gonna expect Ace to die when he does barrage, but he's nanoed. We'll see if he survives. The sound bear is used from Frogger, saw the concuss from the far and thought the barrage was coming out. Ace just baited. Once the barrier was gone, Frogger emerges to punish the Pharah. That's the real counter here. MFC, though, still investing ultimates. You got the Ant Matrix, Bob, and more, hoping to prevent the point B cap, but Kraken aren't even really here. Somehow Ace is underground. That's not where Pharah should be.
Forced to hide there by the combination of the window and the Bob. Ibang, I'm afraid you're in the wrong street, my guy. This is Australian territory. Or American if you're Romani. Did I mention that this guy's going to be playing on ping for almost the entirety of this tournament? I believe playing from California. Does play for Irvine over in Collegiate. So Romani, even with ping, doing just fine. And now Dank's over onto the Arista again, which does a lot more to try and shut down the Junker Queen. But it does mean that you're not able to really shut down Olam or New as effectively.
90 seconds. Kraken playing a bit of Mystery Heroes, trying to figure out how they can crack. Really Romani, who seems to be the true anchor for this bridge, because they can't access New without worrying about Romani. Olam gets javelined and almost dies. And somehow Kraken were able to sneak up to this bridge, assassinate New. No dash reset, but a deflect to keep Ace alive and helps Kraken get a grip of that high ground as MFC run into a wall, both metaphorically and physically. That rampage from nothing as now the Kraken battle is taking place underground. They walk into the Olam EMP, who still is in the fight despite being 1 HP, and his involvement, that extra DPS, made a huge difference for MFC.
Most pleasant trip on the New York City Underground. Down there, EMP just grabs absolutely everyone, and now Olam's going to swap over as well, noting that they no longer need to play the Tracer to shut down the Pharah as much, or rather no longer need to play the Sombra to shut down the Tracer as much. This is brave from Ace. Is going to mean that the capacity to shut down any low DPS is going to be limited until that Swift Strike comes back, which it now has done. Watch out for Dank here. Almost has a Terror Surge.
Well, Kraken, last fight, 8 seconds left, and someone has to anchor the cart. Ace is not there, our 3K is on top, and Dank, great Terror Surge to take out August. I think Kraken's supports were the one anchoring the cart there to keep the overtime weight burning, and that's where Olam was trying to harass them. Good peel from Ibang as Kraken and friends move on forward, but they'll have one fight ahead of them, the Cat B.
You try for the Frogger engage here. The Persona engage with the sound barrier potentially. There it is. Persona engage, go!
No, didn't hit the DPS though. I'm not sure how good this Persona is. But the barrier wasn't enough to stop the Ace, Dragon Blade, and Kraken are up by 1. Ace is in the back and he's unstoppable. But Olam and New use their DPS ultimates and Kraken are dead in the water. MFC will tie the series 1-1.
The Bob goes wild, just finds the DPS in the back and starts laying into all those members of Kraken. MFC seem to have started to solve the puzzle, but it is because they got to pick the map here. Eichenwald would have been much better for Kraken to try and play the Pharah on. Now we have Kraken able to pick their own map as we go towards Escort. Let's see what they come up with to try and bring back the Pharah after this break.
Our second semifinal of Group A is all tied up 1 apiece. After a big comeback from MFC on Midtown, their choice, so map diff.
Yeah, choosing the place where Farah would have the least vertical cover to try and work with, especially on second and on third, not having much to work with as well, meant that Nu could pop off on the Ashe. And I think both you and I were impressed with Nu bringing out what was a little bit of a newer hero. We've mostly seen them play Soldier so far, Lemon, but the Ashe came up trumps.
I like that consistent damage from Nu, and like we kind of mentioned after Lijiang Tower, where he had a really quiet performance, it's because there was just a Pharah on top of him at all times. And I knew, no pun intended, that once he had the space to be able to aim without panicking, Nu was going to pop off. I think that's one of the best players on MFC, and Kraken have to dive deeper into their strategy book to not just depend on Ace, or at least Dank needs to bait a lot more attention towards him so that Ace isn't looked at so much by people like Nu.
Yeah, Ace is consistently in the crosshairs of Nu, and also did a really good job of hitting dynamites onto the Mercy, which isn't the easiest thing in the world, but timing out with those Guardian Angels incredibly well to make sure there's that constant ticking damage, because the constant ticking damage is actually much better against Mercy than against other support heroes, because she relies so heavily on the healing that comes in over time after not taking damage, as opposed to other heroes who might be able to amp it up for themselves or hit a biotic grenade to stop that incoming damage. But Mercy is completely banjaxed when she gets hit by the dynamite.
Looking at your watch point Gibraltar as Kraken's choice of map, who do prefer more dive, at least Dank is really known for his Winston and some ball as well. Romani has been one-tricking a lot of Ramatra and Junker Queen when it comes to MFC's identity, so I think this is the perfect pick for Kraken to go to a map that has so many high grounds, and it's really not great for Rush, although you can pull it off. There's that old cheesy car wash strat where you would just stall the card out forever with A, which is an available composition for MFC if they do want to try that.
Hey, it's an option. With only a singular tank, though, I haven't seen it happen yet in Overwatch 2. It had its heyday in Overwatch 1, that much is for sure. You could, especially with a Sombra hacking that pack in there as well. Back in the dark days when Sombra got health charge off of healing people with health packs, those truly were terrible days of Overwatch.
Yeah.
But with 3 of those now, as we head over towards Watch Point Gibraltar, I'm really surprised that Kraken didn't actually opt into Dorado here, which has been a little bit of a Farah pocket pick map for a couple of different teams over the course of Overwatch's esports history. Not so much on Watch Point Gibraltar. You might see Ace instead go over something a little bit more hit scan heavy.
I agree that Dorado is a great pick for Farah if Kraken want to keep investing all the eggs in that basket, but Dorado is a bit friendlier to Rush, which is MFC's preference. So this, I feel like Watchpoint Gibraltar forces dive, because that car wash strat, as you said, we just haven't seen in a while. And I think the dive, this is where parity. Yeah, I feel like Kraken can make a difference with their dive and maybe force Romani on something he's not comfortable with. We got to see some D.Va from him, which is a soft counter to Winston if Romani wants to head that direction. And I'd love to see more D.Va from him just to keep Ace in check, because I'm worried that Nu is going to get overwhelmed eventually. That's a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, in particular, I'm thinking about attacking second point here. If you're MFC who love to play that Junker Queen, it's going to be a long commute, even with the changes to Watchpoint Gibraltar, which have made it a much better map overall compared to what it was before with the 4 tiny doors to try and attack. It's still going to be very difficult to get that Junker Queen on top of anyone relevant. You'd have to hit a really long-range knife to drag someone down to the low ground. In particular, I'm thinking Pally. But we also saw Pally swap affirmatively on Lijiang Tower from a diveable Ana onto a Kiriko instead, when it was necessary to stop being a diveable target, and that might well happen again here on Watchpoint Gibraltar if we consistently see knives being hit to drag them down to the low ground.
Well, MFC are starting on the defense first, so I think Kraken, you swap to a poke comp, and if Romani's going to just post up on that initial high ground of Gibraltar, he's going to be taking a lot of damage quickly, which we saw was a weakness of MFC, to know when to expose themselves to poke, and, well...
How?
That shot from Nu, really cool to see even without a pocket, and probably other damage that came in too. MFC on a really good foot. Look at Nu go.
Oh, Nu's made a big boo-boo here, actually. He's going to need a lot of support while down on the low ground until that coach gun comes back up. 4 seconds here, and you can see Romani's actually absorbed a huge amount of the aggression. Big selfless play from the Junker Queen.
So, I think...
He's aiming, man!
I think poke would be important for Kraken. Ace is just burning alive before he can even get close to new. But I think Ace could be a huge threat if he does gap close. I just think it'd be best to go around to the stairs or somewhere unnoticed rather than just front-facing the way he is.
I'm wondering what Frogger's position is right now. Is he in a position to actually boot these incoming engages, or is it all down to New to use the coach gun for that rather than the coach gun for repositioning? New already 80% on the way to the bomb. Plenty of damage coming out of this Ashe.
Well, Ace was in a position to be behind them, and the Kraken decided to just focus on pushing the objective where MFC, their rush composition thrives in low ceiling areas where Kraken don't love that with the Winston. And it felt like Dank had a plan to push the cart, and Ace was on the high ground ready to dive, and Kraken got their wires fixed.
Folks has to be careful not to get caught out here. The railgun does not connect, and this gives a new lease of life to MFC as New has returned. Ace is building up towards that blade. Nano Blade might be on the cards here, and MFC are far away from that sound barrier.
Ace far away from this fight while being dead. Kraken do have high ground control, and Dank keeps putting himself in these situations where he can't jump out easily, and MFC are punishing that every single time. With an initial good push from Kraken, they got the high ground. They are apparently going for a nano rally while being down 2 people. The respawns are quite close, and I guess it's turnable for Kraken as MFC overextended to get more stagger kills, but it's them that got punished.
MFC overplay their hand, but now it's going to be a naked blade. What? Huh. I just realized that that's not the attacking moves here. Interesting. Just give him the Persona beat from behind. Oh, actually knocking off Pally here might be super clutch. If you could knock them into Romani's Rampage in particular, that would be a huge play for Frogger.
Primal from Tank just to stop the follow-up and get these high ground members off the low ground. It's important for New to not be set up in good dynamite range. R3K unleashing, killing everyone. Big investment from Kraken. And quite successful. Decent bob from New just to take some seconds off to give themselves a point of entry, but it will be Kraken capping point A, having 4 minutes. What's so important about Gibraltar, why this is one of the most difficult escort maps to attack on, is how you can conquer point B. If you lose control of this at any moment, it's defense heavy all the way.
Yeah, Frogger being warded away from that fight as well, super important as it meant that he couldn't bring out a sound barrier that may well have actually turned that fight, because Kraken weren't overwhelming when it came to the damage that was coming through, even with the huge amount of ultimates that were invested. At the moment in the back, there's consistent pressure onto Noob. R3K overplays their hand.
Yeah, R3K does not want to be in range of this rush. Kraken had to take a lot of control of top ship, but once MFC got New into position, you say goodbye to everyone. And Romani just gets to pepper in some damage and even follow up Olam for a last stagger kill onto Dank.
Question is here, how aggressive do they want to play it? I wouldn't mind seeing Romani just play real close on the high ground here alongside Frogger. These narrow walkways are perfect place for a Lucio to try and force an unfair fight by dragging someone down. Romani's taking a huge amount of damage here, but trying to bait in for Frogger to grab someone out.
Oh, great coach gun. Dank not able to get on top of the ship. And as Dank is distracted, Olam finds his way to the back line, and Romani's there to help him too, just for the extra speed and the extra health. And Kraken just didn't really accomplish much once they got to the low ground. They had to wait for Dank's jump, and without supports, there's just no shot. And like I said before, this is such a defense-heavy point of the map.
Yeah, Alarm and Romani hitting that 50-50 as well, just coming in from different angles. Super important for overwhelming something like a Brigitte. Now with Romani down there, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I am thinking Frogger. From the top rope, the biggest of sound barriers, the longest boy that this guy's ever seen. New's already dead though.
Kraken, good start. Well, you take out both DPS. Somehow, without forcing any engage from Romani, it's just been a sitting duck, and Dank is farming the backline of Romani, who just hasn't been able to have a say about that. Kraken are also getting steady progress on the card while they're getting stagger kills. Romani was the last to die, so there's just not going to be a good contest from MFC unless someone feels like feeding. Olam, at least on the Tracer, is going to have mobility to buy a few seconds from Romani to get back. And now that he is, the sound barrier is engaged from Frogger, and MFC doing everything they can to keep their toes on the cart. So 2 meters away and gone. Kraken, invest the blade and more to ensure that point B is capped.
Alright, old heads of Overwatch. I'm gonna say it. Ace's Shuriken play, his neutral play, is incredibly reminiscent of Shadowburn. This guy hits shurikens, and he's not just about those blades, all about that neutral Genji, just absolutely decimating Romani time and again, as Pally needs to be taken off this high ground. Right now, playing more Widowmaker than Ana.
It's a big accomplishment for Kraken to get through point B. See how they do against this Rampage, though. His R3K, Dank, and Ibang, and Kraken try to respect the space, but they get run over, and that's a great speed call from Frogger, and you have the Junker Queen shout. MFC coordinate well around that to kind of stop the vicious push from Kraken that was coming.
Now Romani can play up real close, if so desired. But options to get onto this point are highly limited for Kraken, so trying to get past Romani means you are going to have to pay the troll toll and look real haggard on the other side of that shotgun. The scrap gun does so much damage, even against smaller targets.
How do you get these MFC members from the top right out of your hair? Kraken cannot ignore this Tracer or Romani, who is also sitting up there. Olam forced to recall back. Can't really go for the pulse bomb play yet. To wait for that cooldown. Kraken get Dank shredded, who has to ignore this Junker Queen, who's just gonna slice him up if Dank is isolated in that mirror. Dank now swaps to the Orisa to have a better 1v1 against Romani. And Kraken can't afford to get staggered more. They do set August back, but it's not like MFC are really committed to this fight.
Oh, Pally actually scares off both DPS from MFC, gets them both too low. Frogger's going to come in to try and keep them alive as Romani just tries to hold the Horde at bay, Hodors them and holds the door, but now Dank moving over onto the Orisa. This is very good for shutting down the Junker Queen, keeping them away from your soft underbelly, as we could see a nano blade on the horizon if Dank doesn't demand it.
Romani getting staggered there is what is killing this Ram FC. They have no space to work with, and now that they're all clumped up, you got a nano blade from Ace, and all the ultimates that Kraken have been banking for this very moment. Nolan was the only one who could salvage this, had to play with the pulse, but he can't 1v5. As Kraken break through after punishing Romani, and then the rest behind him, as Kraken will cap the map with 27 seconds.
I love R3K as the less impactful DPS ultimate as well, popping first to bring out the response of the Immortality field. And it allowed for Ace to get all of that space while everyone was cowering in cover. Not only for the Immortality field to be taken out in advance, but for him to approach safely and get the Nano Blade when it was most effective, because everyone was trying to group up to get maximum value out of the amplification matrix. So a huge amount of cleave can be done. Here's R3K setting this one up.
Yeah, this is all caused by Romani being the last one to die in that last fight, which meant no space at all. And New tried to play at the very back. Everyone was clumped, just trying to protect these DPS, who were the only ones who could maybe poke down Kraken before they got in their face. But, you know, the dash, the nano blade, everything on top. Kraken banked for this moment. The ults worked out.
If that is the case, our enemies
Sometimes
have much to fear.
it's responsible to save up. They're learning good fiscal policy, Lemon. No deficit here for Kraken. Actually, finishing with time is also impressive in its own right. MFC, this is where I was really worried about them on Gibraltar. The attack for the Junker Queen is nothing easy, and we've seen Ace is actually, after moving away from the pharmacy, has actually been playing kind of an anti-tank role on this Genji, just putting so many shurikens into Romani to try and quickly build up towards the blades, knowing that Frogger and August are unlikely to play a support ult that can really deal with that. Frogger does have the sound barrier, but usually that can be either forced out early or attempt to Ajax from a nano blade.
MFC with the rush. This is so difficult to... Sometimes rush teams like the Symmetra just to close the gap a lot quicker. They have to go the long way. Gotta worry about any CC, but MFC can also just push the cart and hope that Kraken drop down to them. Seems to be the game plan, as New has been able to freely push the cart underneath the bridge, and MFC are gonna join this force. Kraken dropped the bubble behind, and now they can kind of dance between the front and the back of the cart, and that's why the high ground is so important on Gibraltar. But Kraken aren't very organized, especially with Ace missing, who's such a crucial key to this dive. Now Kraken are just getting picked apart, while MFC, this boat has not stopped sailing.
Oh, nothing off the ante now. Just got to try and pocket tank through this. But you know, the Junker Queen damage is simply too much. Ace finds a weird assassination onto August. Might not be able to survive the bleeding, though. The wounds, they've been applied, and Romani going mental in the back line.
I
Huge
love
plays here from the
that
Junker
Romani shifted his focus towards the supports who he knew were coming to the back left side. And now MFC have a huge timing, about 30 to 45 seconds quicker. But again, what's important is how you take over point B. And with a rush composition, you don't have access to the top ship as easily as a dive. So this first fight of point B is so important for MFC.
Let me give you a gripe, Lemon. My reticence about this comp is of a lack of good objective contest from the side of Kraken. They can't really send someone on to the objective because you can't put Dank there.
It's danged away from Romani. He learned that lesson the hard way and decides to shift his attention towards August, who drops off that high ground. Kraken have been controlling exactly where they want to be, and Olam has had an important impact, and Romani has hit a couple zero-man rampages, but he did get pooped off, maybe? Not sure. Either way, Ace fragging on the Genji will end this fight out in the defense's favor, meaning MFC have to reset. And like I said, it's critical and difficult to attack point B.
R3K playing an unusual angle here, but the escape is free with the slide, so no harm, no foul as they build up towards yet more. No nano now for Ace's blade, but if you can swap an unnanoed blade for a Sandra, you're a happy camper.
New. See if you can force Dank back, who used an early primal rage. Actually, you want to use that to sustain yourself. Maybe that was the plan. Ace and everyone else using ultimates. The Salvair from Frogger gets some important sustain, but MFC just simply don't have the position or the damage. Like, what can Romani do in that situation besides dance around and hope for the best? MSC, although they had a time advantage coming into this, a rush is a lot more difficult to execute here, and this is where I would hope Romani would swap to literally anything else.
Ali being down, however, that's an opening. Big pick from New. And remember that all of this time, Olam can continue contesting this kite. It's much more difficult for Kraken to stay down there because Romani scares away Dank something fierce. August has an amplification matrix. A double from Ace.
Ooh. He's gonna bleed to death though. Okay. Hospital bill is paid. MFC getting staggered too. If Romani, oh, he gets the trade on the Ace. So if MFC can get back on their feet, this could be a window of opportunity.
Yeah, I hope you kept the receipt from that hospital bill. The bleeding wasn't entirely stopped, unfortunately. Dank might not be the best considered engagement. Oh my goodness, the rampage to try and take out the Winston. That was a choice, but hey, it buys for space, and now control of the car is all MFC.
MSC just focusing on taking the fight on the low ground, just like they did on point A, and why they were so successful as Dank has to jump out, ignores Romani as he should, goes after the supports, and MSC barely have any healing. Romani has slept, and MSC were so close to tapping B off, swapping their whole strategy. And Ace's blade will be wasted, but Kraken still have the better composition.
Persona this, Ace says as he slashes through the poison dart frog. August has now stopped over onto the Moira. Wants to be less stable. No, the Kiriko now. Okay, this is a good duelist against Ace. I was wondering if August was going to opt for the Moira because you could just penetrate through the deflect that the Genji uses to try and win out these particular duels. Ace is doing a really good job of taking 2v1s against MFC when they start to split up, with Romani having to move over onto the car.
And jump in with the ultimate, gets the finish on the R3K as he jumped down. Tank places the bubble in his way, but New is getting the support of his entire team even when they're antied. MFC thrive together. And that's what they're doing with the rush. This is what they should be good at. They're having a hard time getting to the cart with this damn primal rage just tossing them about. The Salvair from Frogger gives them important sustain. Now their way to the cart where Kraken don't want to be anywhere near this Junker Queen. And Kraken are just getting ripped apart. MSC have finally figured out the best way to execute this rush on what would be the most difficult part of Gibraltar to execute a rush on. Now point C should be a lot easier for them.
Yeah, now August, much less of an easy dive target. And so Dank is going to move away from the Winston, not able to get quite as much value. Instead, once again, focusing on shutting down Romani in this frontline duel. There is so much the Orisa can do to try and mess with the Junker Queen. But for Javelin Spin and the Javelin itself will interrupt the carnage and stop it from impacting multiple people and really limit what the Junker Queen can do.
Dank loves to go to the Orisa to mess with Romani. MSC gotta learn that lesson though of not hyper-focusing the Orisa. You can live so long in anchor position because of that extra armor. Then you have Ace on the Genji and kind of a flank high ground behind MFC. Nolan finds his way into the back. Pulses one. That's an opening as Kraken hope to do the same thing with the Nano Blade. But I think Ace might have gotten hit by a Rampage. Ace got shut down so quickly. Good mark, good awareness from MFC. They hope to move forward with a lot of time as R3K has to make a miracle happen. He's close to his spawn room doors if he's getting into trouble. He also has his Brigida, but MFC are too healthy for this Ultimate to do anything.
Here's the swap to the Mei for Ace. This is one of his more likely heroes. Has played plenty of Rush for Kraken in the past. It's going to make it even more difficult for Romani, who continues to succeed despite multiple counters going his way.
Beautiful position from New. And what can he find? He's got the Sounder MFC putting Kraken's backs against the wall as Dank is so low, almost has lost his armor. The Kraken don't have any DPS. It's all up to keeping Dank alive for this Terra Surge to come out. He's getting pocketed, doesn't want to fully channel it, and then MFC are too healthy for this ultimate to have an impact. Now you're gonna nano Dank. This is gonna be the most difficult tank to remove from this situation, and Respawn's favor Kraken. All Dank had to do was live. That is the win condition, and MFC focused on everyone around Dank. And that is critical. Those are the people giving resources to Dank who are anchoring this card, but MFC couldn't execute fast enough. And they give up that what looked like a victorious push in the last 30 seconds.
Big nano onto Dank. Frogger, the horse is here. And the horse did its job. Frogger even managed to basically boot the Terra Surge to make it less effective, but holding this corner with an Orisa is essentially as free as it gets.
Olam is gonna try and flank, remove these supports who are helping Dank stay alive, and it doesn't work out when New pokes his head, take the headshot from a Mei. You only have Kiriko heals for Dank, who's dangerously low. Finally finished off. MFC have amazing focus going on right now, but it's all about stalling for Kraken. They have the respawn advantage. Decent Rampage. Kraken are low and dispersed from each other. So I don't know if Kraken can really keep contesting this. I don't think they even have anyone alive besides this Mei, who actually ice blocked away from the cart after getting booped. There's the Blizzard, the Mei, and MFC only have their tank frozen. Now the Kiriko too. August trying to get close to heal. And Kraken will be shutting down this MFC push. With only Frogger and Olam remaining with the barrier. It's just not going to be enough. Kraken's stall, especially with this Orisa as an anchor, has been the kryptonite to MFC as Kraken take Gibraltar and advance to match point.
The Orisa simply lives too long, and Frogger a couple of percentage points shy of being able to sound barrier that Blizzard. Meant Romani was decimated by the huge amount of damage you get out on those stationary targets. The Orisa headshots do so much, and we know exactly how much Kiriko can do on free low headshots as well. Kraken picked their map well, and they've shown a new look where they can succeed over MFC. How do MFC bring it back? It'll have to be on push after this break.
Cracking open some cold ones and also some heads after a really good Gibraltar win off of just an incredible defense from Kraken. The Orisa Kryptonite is strong with this one.
Yeah, the Orisa doing a good job of keeping Romani at bay, but also making sure that we've had to see some responses come through from Nu and Olam, and it feels like Kraken, they just need to make space for Ace to do his thing. When it comes to the Genji, the neutral is so strong, the damage is so much. I want to see more resources getting poured into Romani to make sure that he can win out that frontline duel, because if your Junker Queen can survive the initial onslaught and force out those Orisa cooldowns, you will dump on the Orisa, honestly. It's such a big head hitbox and the shotgun does so much damage, but you just need to be able to survive that long.
I think we're going to continue seeing the Junker Queen versus Orisa matchup in this next map of Esperanza, picked by MFC, which makes a lot of sense. They want to go to as flat maps as possible, but the question remains on what does Nu play? Because I think it was a risk of going Sojourn, which takes time to build up that charge, and therefore the DPS, which you saw just how little impact the overclock had, because, well, Kraken are so damn healthy, especially with how well they play around that ultimate. I'd love to see the Ashe return, I think the consistent damage will be good, but I think he goes Sojourn just to be able to jump further away from Ace, who has been the ace up their sleeve. I think he's just had an incredible performance, and I mean, I hope he outshines the tank player who's playing DPS, but nonetheless, we'll see if Kraken can get a sweep or if we go to game 5.
Okay, Kraken bringing out a rush here. I believe in their APAC finals match against Varel, they actually lost most of the rush matchup, so it's not exactly their greatest comp, but it might work out well for R3K. I'll let you guys read that by yourselves. You can just bask and go into the Frogiverse, as MFC have returned to the Sojourn here for Nu instead of the Ashe that you wanted.
Try to bait them to play Pharah, which would be so butt on this map. So I like that Thank is not on the Orisa, but on something that can just engage a lot faster, a lot better, and just do better damage, to be honest, to Romani at close range, and even have a shield. But you're not really going for a poke. It's all engage, all W, all day. And Olam could not sneak past this front line. Kraken, Mei walling off, trying to punish Romani, who's just not going to win this brawl without their own Mei.
Yeah, and August here is going to be incredibly rushable as well. Remember that the value of the Immortality Field only remains while you stay inside it. And Romani, swapping over now. On to the Ramatra. They aren't going to be mirroring the Reaper, though. Nu's already close enough to be able to feel there's a lot of value to be had here, simply from staying on the Sojourn. Having that long-range poke could be very powerful against someone like Pali, who is usually going to be using their fate to get away from close-range battles.
Yeah, better sustain from a Ramatra being able to use the block. Junker Queen is kind of like an engage, you know, with the speed and the healing. As Kraken waits for an isolation as soon as MFC walk out these doors, and Kraken just get forward response for free as MFC try to go around at a different angle, but Nu tried to use his jump to contest, and now Kraken spraying and praying their way to an even further lead than they already have. This map just started, and Kraken are flawless on this rush.
Oh, they are flawless, and they are flying forward. MFC still holding on to the Sojourn here, want to get value out of this overclock. Remember, we are playing on the World Cup patch, which means Mei now has a much harsher slow on her primary fire, but a little bit less DPS, instead allowing for Ace to clean up on that a lot earlier. Look at this.
That's locked up behind. There was no stopping that. And the fact that Ace lives through all of that. MFC just didn't turn around fast enough. Kraken only needing one ultimate to win that. They got so many more bangers up their sleeve. MFC are in trouble.
Just informational diff there, not clocking Ace at the back or mistracking where that ultimate was in terms of a percentage. And Kraken, they haven't even invested that much. They still have the Annihilation, the Blizzard, and the Sound Barrier here to try and deal with Olam's Blizzard to be the main tool to turn this around.
Oh, Blizzard is that. We got to put down the wall to figure it out. It's so long. And the Sound Barrier from iBank did buy some critical time. Tank almost lived through all of that, but once that tank is removed, everyone are stuck. Ready to get beat down. And MFC, hey, congrats on the first fight win. 104 meters though. To do that in 7 minutes. I got my popcorn ready.
Mace Post program in full effect as they head up to the sky. R3K did hold on to the Blizzard, though. And that's going to be very difficult to counter here. Remember, Romani cannot hold block while frozen, and Romani's going to be public enemy number 1. Try and shut down that Annihilation with the Blizzard. Just make sure that everyone's hitting permanent headshots onto that Ramatra.
Kraken can reset all of this momentum off of a good Blizzard from R3K. Who is just playing around this corner, just trying to surprise MFC. Throws the May wall behind. Doesn't get the isolation he's looking for, but the Coalescence seems to be overwhelming MFC. Namely, you want to use this Coalescence on low HP targets like the supports. And hence why Frogger and August, they're just not going to be involved in this fight. Bit of an overinvestment. Maybe R3K got scared about the impact, the possible impact of this Annihilation from Romani, but Kraken are the ones who are controlling this game. They're 104-0.
Yeah, and great planning for that fight as well. Opening up with a Coalescence and forcing MFC to use a speed boost to disengage so they could not use it to extricate Romani from the grips of that Blizzard. That was going to be a battle of the Death Blossoms, but we've seen Ace get a bunch of value out of these before, and now Kraken are baiting.
MFC have some space to work with. They walk again. Deja vu. The Death Blossom doesn't get the 2K as before. And Ace is punished. Caught out in the open. And now New has been let loose. And MFC, they restart. They go back to square one. Winning the fight at the exact same place as last time. But how many more fights after this? Wait a minute. Kraken and R3, or Dank and R3K are just turning this around by themselves without really any healing. I don't know how they do it.
Oh no, does the F in MFC stand for fumble? That is not great. New still has held on, admittedly, to the Death Blossom, and that's going to cause Dank to get out of there sharpish. Remember that MFC are very much familiar with Dank, an Australian player, and the Australian scene is not the biggest. Everyone really knows each other quite well. Kraken have plenty of ultimates. They're almost 4 left for this next fight, and they still have the forward spawn, which is a huge advantage.
Okay, New is getting walled off, forces out the raid. Olam is gonna Blizzard. New turns back around with the Death Blossom, but hits right into a Coalescent Sounder from Kraken, who put all their eggs in the Dank basket. Annihilation, he cannot be stopped. This Maywall is next on the Death Note. Blizz, but Dank has to put his block up. Drop down to 100 HP. Good awareness. Kraken flawlessly taking that fight after a big investment, but still having the Blizzard left over is big to keep that streak going.
Opening up the option of the Rush Mirror evidently wasn't as much of a trump card as MFC thought it would be. The Junker Queen was overwhelmed too quickly. R3K now has the Blizzard, and with still 4 minutes remaining, we're 120 meters or so gained for Kraken, and none for MFC. Big fat goose eggs.
Blizzard right in the faces of MFC, who only have their tank frozen. Romani quickly unfrozen and supported by August's Coalescence. MFC go on forward. They get Dank and R3K low. MFC think it's their moment to strike, but they're about to walk into a Death Blossom from Ace. Goes towards the back. And August didn't even have to use the fade. The Death Blossom was simply not enough damage. Olam with the Blizzard to try and stop Kraken's, maybe from full capping. Olam did get a 2K. Feels like the one person you can depend on MFC to make fights turnable with the respawn advantage and everything. MFC have 3.5 minutes to stop a 133 meter push, and that is growing still as Kraken really want to set the fear in their eyes.
Oh yes, they are so close to the goal. The Annihilation almost ready. Wraps in behind Romani, can't guard in 2 directions. This one's getting increasingly perilous for MFC.
The #1 seed from APAC is having a fantastic showing. Kraken about to full cap against MFC, and sound barriering in front of him like that. That's crazy. I wish we had the chat open at the end. That will be a 3-1 win for Kraken, who move on to the upper bracket final to face SPG.
Lemon, it's Passover. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's Passover. MFC fall at the hands of Kraken, showing an absolutely sublime, potentially in professional Overwatch, the most dominant push map we've ever seen. A full completion to 0.00 meters. I don't know if they use the metric or imperial system over in Oceania, but no matter what way you slice it, that was dominant.
Yeah, tough to see out of MFC. They're gonna drop to face MDY, and we're gonna have a anime girls show match, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm excited to see that though. On the other side of that lower bracket quarterfinal, we have NGU versus Zero. Remember, only the top team from each group get to go to knockouts. Player of the match obviously has to be the ace up the sleeve for Kraken.
Yeah, Ace, even with a tank player as a co-DPS, who did play a little bit of DPS admittedly on Wallplay, able to do so much with the pocket, whether it was on the Genji or the Pharah, or even on the Mei, just outplaying the competition. The Mei's actually the one that we've seen Ace play the most of during his professional career. Plenty of experience on those rush compositions.
He also gets chat of the match. He gets chat of the match for saying, sorry, no need Pharah at the end of that Esperanza cap. Shout out to Admiral for the screenshot there. Yeah, and Ace not only was the Pharah specialist, but his Genji. He started investing nanos into him. That's how good he was. He pointed out even his neutral mechanics without even needing the blade. And they moved on, winning this entire series in a dominant fashion without needing to depend on Pharah cheese.
Yeah, turns out, but once New found out the Ashe counter was working pretty well, Ace had so many more aces up the sleeve. This was such a huge play. I don't know how the informational deficit got into MFC there. They didn't realize that there would be a setup for a Death Blossom, but hey, someone on Kraken, I imagine, was demanding a huge amount of attention to make that work for Ace. And I think overall, the synergy of this Kraken team is what's going to take them so far in the opens.
The flexibility of Kraken, aka the former DAF roster, who have Ace playing both like support and DPS. You have R3K who stepped in for High Vision, who couldn't play today and still ended up taking a W today. So big congratulations to Kraken. Looking forward to see what their future holds as they face off SPG in the upper final. But coming up next, we got Group B semifinals going down. Rhodes versus Honeypot, the pride of Australia, and NT versus FM. ZP and Hex will be stepping up on the mic. So we wish you a farewell, and we'll see you to watch Group B.
All right, we are getting back into it. Next match of the day, headed straight at you. It's going to be Honeypot taking on Rhodes. And Hex, we were really thrilled with Rhodes last time we were casting the Spring Stage Opens, but now Rhodes, they had good news that also could be some bad news, so to speak.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this Rhodes team has been really solid. They're going to have to go against a Honeypot team, which is played different stuff. But yeah, Rhodes has lost a player, so to speak. And Pineapple is not going to be playing for them. They're going to have to rely on Aprita on the Tracer, which I think they can rely on. Been a very solid player for them. Mostly just 100% on Tracer, and then whoever's going to fill in, which I think we know who's going to fill in, has to run Hanzo, Mei, and everything else that we've seen in the meta.
Yeah, and I guess we'll wait till the roster pops up, but it's a very interesting story, and it's going to be one of those things where you look at it, there's no way you can say anything other than the fact that Rhodes will be playing at lower strength. But speaking of strength, Honeypot is a team to really look at, and you think about stories last time we saw them play. Soggy was very, very good for Honeypot. One of many strengths that they had.
Sure.
Just a shutdown DPS player that had to go around the May obstacle course of ODH. It's pretty entertaining to watch.
I have questions about how they're going to look against this team, because they dominated ODH, like running flyer compositions against ODH's comp, and ODH admitted they're a one-trick team. They've run May Sim, so it's very easy to run flyers against that. But if you look at Soggy and Yang, they're really, really good on the DPS duo. So we have Color Hex moving to support, looked rock solid right there. They look very, very strong. It's just going to be a question of what do they run against a team that's probably going to run the very strongest comp that we've seen, especially in these compositions, the Winston dive. Is Honeypot going to be able to hold up against that?
I think they will, and I think part of it just comes down to the fact that what makes Winston power dives really good is the tank having very good synergy with both DPS players, and the fact that Rhodes has such a key change so late into the process. I personally think, for me, as much hype as I've had for Rhodes, I feel like I would favor Honeypot right now. It might go down completely the opposite way, but if you push me to predict...
We did disagree off call. We definitely disagreed off call. I think the pace of play that I've seen out of some of the dives, and just having a Winston and a Tracer that are on the same page, it kind of doesn't matter who your second support is. I guess the Sombra and May is going to be really interesting. You know what? You know what I really like casting this is we get to learn every single time we see one of these teams, and we get new stuff and different compositions coming out. Here is going to be the Honeypot composition. I guess Nyang and Soggy both have the same hero that they love.
Yeah, just bust out the double Junkrat if you could. But, look, you can dream. Somehow, I don't think we're going to be seeing Junkrat from either team, but one day. But yeah, I should be getting into the Rhodes roster here, and this is the story that's coming up. It's the fact that Pineapple got promoted, which, of course, is good news, good for Pineapple. The downside is Taro Cookie is now in the lineup, and you look at Taro Cookie's play history, Taro Cookie hasn't been an active player since playing for the Chengdu Hunters in 2021, and that wasn't exactly a roster where Taro Cookie got a lot of playtime, Hex. That was still competing for playtime over Leave and Jinmu, where, realistically speaking, it means I think the last time Taro Cookie was really an active starter and playing most games was before June of 2021 with Team Chaser.
Well, and I think about last year, too, where Pineapple was having a glow-up. Custa loved talking about Pineapple, not only just because it's a great name to have in the league, but he was really, really starting to come into their own and take over some games. So it's a huge loss, and we'll see if Taro Cookie can take over that role. We're going to kick it off on Ilios. So I guess you can still run Winston dive here. I mean, we'll see. I'm just very confused what Honeypot's going to run. I kind of know what Rhodes is going to try to run.
I think Honeypot can run what we saw in their last match, even though there's not going to be a May on the other side necessarily exploit. I just think Rhodes is playing at a huge disadvantage, and it's not trying to throw hate on Taro Cookie. Where to be a little bit more elaborate on the situation, Taro Cookie was the coach for Rhodes, and now essentially because they weren't able to get another replacement short notice, has to do the coach-player thing where it's a short-term fill-in. Maybe Taro Cookie rises to the occasion, but you look at how important every player is in 5v5 Overwatch, and this is just really rough timing for Rhodes for all of this to go down, I feel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least it's not like the social media manager or the marketing manager coming in. Taro Cookie does have some experience in pro-level play, but we'll see as we come in. Soggy and Yang, it's really difficult to figure out like what the Sim is going to do. Sim's always going to switch, but Rhodes right now looks like they're going to try to run an Ashe. If I recall correctly, that is one of Taro's best heroes.
Oh yeah, Taro Cookie was a hit scan specialist for Chengdu back in 2021, so this makes all the sense in the world. We'll see if the Ashe is still hitting though. It's been a lot of time off, and much has changed. Right now,
Frida very low.
If you're Honeypot, you put way more focus on the Frida. You go into this with the idea of make Taro Cookie prove he can beat you. That's how I'd approach it.
Right. Well, also on point right now, Adam just taking space.
Honeypot right now slows on the point. Elsa under a lot of heavy pressure. Gets down to half HP. Gang.
Well, easy take, bloodless.
Yeah, but Adam gets caught. Adam getting caught completely changes the dynamic. Now Rhodes just doing the rush onto the point. They get a few cleanup kills, and immediately this is going to be a flip back to Rhodes. So that's how important tanks are here in this setup. You lose your Winston for free, especially before ults come into play. Probably going to lose the rest of them.
Yeah, going to be hard to get back in here, too, if you're Honeypot. You're only 30% on your Winston ult trying to push in. Maybe you get a Tracer Bomb that looks decent for you? I think we're going to see just an enormous stylistic differences between these regions.
I thought you were about to say we're about to see an enormous stylish pulse bomb. It's like, well, that's a lot of faith, but, we'll see if Frida can do it. I think we're seeing a pulse bomb regardless. Stylish or not, that's going to be up to you. Either side of Frida. Under heavy pressure, recall already forced out. Nano onto Elsa here for Rhodes. Rhodes just tries to maintain control. Just holding onto the bombs. Color Hex finds Taro Cookie. And Rhodes off of Adam just pushing in. They find the right opportunity. And very quick to likely get recontrol here.
Yeah, Rhodes pulls that one back a little bit, but Honeypot definitely coming in, and now Honeypot with the Spy Dive, which I'm gonna still try to make a thing. Spy Dive definitely coming in. The Sombra ultimate can be enormous here. However, on this stage in particular,
Four-person EMP! Falters immediately there! Soggy takes down Taro, and all ready for Rhodes. This is, alright,
yeah,
probably need to get out, and, but also they popped Rally. They did rally as the EMP came in. It wasn't enough to save Taro, and Rhodes, they try and commit, gonna be met by Adam here with the Primal. Frida goes down, both teams down Tracers, but this is a fight Honeypot likes on the whole. However, maybe not so much anymore. The sleep on the Adam finishes him off, and suddenly Rhodes back over onto the point. And not bad. Could have been a lot worse for Rhodes there.
yeah, Rhodes is really trying to win this fight without throwing in the Bob. The Bob was going to be the initiator there. Gotta be very careful there.
Quick hack.
Taro Cookie, Bob comes in.
That was the 1-2. That was Yang and Soggy just getting in there at the right period of time. Adam on the coldest. And now Honeypot, a very quick recontest onto the point. Losing Adam, though, again, makes this a little bit difficult. Adam's had difficulty staying alive. Well, Elsa going down, that evens things up here for Honeypot. Should get the reflip.
Yang with the kill late. They will reflip. We're down to the last fight, and the last fight has Soggy at 100% on EMP and Taro at 0%.
Four-man EMP in from Soggy. Fall through is immediately there in the coldest. Adam just walks forward, gets Kaneki, and, you know, it's not quite going to be final fight. That was decisive enough that Rhodes should get one more crack at, but it's not going to be a clean attack. Someone's going to have to go touch a point and hope they live.
You maybe come in with Coldest ult too, but you know, Honeypot's got a lot to work with as well. Color Hex. The Pulse Bomb does not hit though from Yang, but Adam gets
Taro.
the Sombra.
Yeah, Taro gave his life there, couldn't get out. We'll see what Rhodes can make of it here. Honeypot's still in a very, very dominant position, close to Kitsune and Primal, which may just seal the deal. Rhodes looking for anything. Adam dropping the Primal immediately, gets slapped. Primal in the sleep. Here comes the Kitsune. Honeypot's still really healthy on the whole. Yang able to find Coldest on the side. It's Rhodes right now looking to make anything happen, but 2 down. Elsa getting pummeled. They're quickly running out of options for playmakers here. No Pulse Bomb to speak of. Honeypot gonna finish out the round here pretty dominantly.
Well, Yang with a 4-piece at the end there, and then just a Pulse Bomb in the slow-mo. Very well played from Yang, who we expected to do really, really well on this DPS lineup. And I don't want to say it's going to devolve into Tracer Sombra, but Tracer Sombra has been the dominant meta. Once you get like your Winston and your Tracer to really come in, pretty much you're seeing Sombra's EMP, just the backline supports. Generally, Prigs have been getting abused, and I don't want to say I love it, but I love it.
Well, one thing that you have to look at, Hex, in terms of trends is that Taro was getting focused down first a lot in those fights when Taro was on the Ashe. Now Taro goes to the Sombra, but I don't know if Sombra's the best hero to play if you're, you know, out of practice and having to fill in. I mean, Sombra, you know, really requires a lot of just reps to get right. We'll see if it works out, but Rhodes, definitely a tough spot, I feel.
Was this something we talked about offline too, is where do you run the Echo? Where's Echo really good? And Echo's flank potential and time to kill potential is so high.
Adam keeps getting slapped. This has been rough for Adam all map long here. Gets
No
the heals
way.
at the end for Color Hex. Yeah, I am very surprised Adam lived there. But still alive. Gets a jump back over and in. Afrida under pressure. Soggy flying the beam to the back. Elsa gonna get demeched here. Honeypot still very healthy by comparison. You have Yang. Just working here a little bit. Tracer v Tracer versus Afrida. Honeypot in control of the point as Adam doesn't let Elsa get a remake. Here's the Yang calm down. Taro Cookie with 2.
It's
Like
full
to see
DPS.
that.
It's
big.
full DPS. Honeypot might be able to sustain though if you can hang out just a little bit. Just a second. Keep Adam alive, you can get Primal, you can get Nano.
Kaneki really has been Adam's worst nightmare thus far. Most of Adam's deaths have been Ana-induced. And, you know, it's been Kaneki on the Ana, so really nice stuff. Good tracking from Taro Cookie. I like the raw mechanics coming out here, at least on the aim side from Taro Cookie on the Sombra. Real close to getting the EMP. Bionade on the Elsa and Kaneki from Color Hex. Fall through though, not gonna be there.
Yeah, definitely have to reevaluate how we're thinking about Taro Cookie. Played really, really well here. Honeypot is going to have both DPS ultimates coming in. I always look at the Echo here. Echo can pop.
EMP potentially in play here. Oh, Coldest got hit by the bomb as
No copy
Yang just
needed.
got to the back. Both supports down. Yeah, that fight's over. It just straight up over when the Tracer assassinates the support line. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, I find it so fascinating with teams running Echo without running a Mercy. I think it's such an interesting choice, but it's such a decent flanker too. Rhodes can come back in and they will have an EMP. The EMP should go on the Brig. I'm sorry, Bert, you're probably going to be priority 1.
Yeah, you would think. And Taro Cookie definitely going to be the story going into the next fight here, just where the EMP is and how the fall through right after. Adam's already at half and slapped Adam under heavy focus fire. Will Adam get out? Has to drop the bubble mid-air. Nano from Color Hex just to keep Adam alive. Probably going to be used here from Bert. Taro still looking for any opportunity to use the EMP. Bomb out here from Elsa. Is it going to connect? Not quite yet. Afrida's bomb though, that's connecting. Bert out of the fight. One up is Rhodes. Taro still holding the EMP, and might work out for the best as Sabrina just mows on through.
Yeah, try to kind of stall out if you're Honeypot and just get a little bit of percentage there. Everything burns on both sides.
Yeah, I was
No
gonna
one's
say,
got an ultimate up.
I was just praising Taylor for not using EMP, and then EMP came out towards the end.
Well, you shouldn't have praised me. That's your fault.
Look at that.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, I just misread. Either way. Rhodes, still winnable here, but, you know, again, I'd say the number one thing to look at is look at Adam and look at, you know, Adam's HP. As Adam goes in. Kaneki, though, goes down early. That's one way to stop Adam from getting bioed. Yang gets the 2 kills onto the back, the most important kills you can get. And just like that, it's going to be Honeypot on a quick retake.
We talked about this a little bit earlier. The pace of play that comes on, the dive mechanics that you see essentially from this region or from these teams is so crazy good that a Winston lands and they're just dead. They're absolutely just dead. The Sombra's getting the hacks off. The Tracer is there immediately. As somebody who loves dive, just absolutely loves dive,
Danger
I
again.
love this meta.
Adam's super low, drops Primal, doesn't want to risk it. Now, get a little bit of revenge here versus Kaneki. Serves up the Ana for the finish from Color Hex as Adam's not done. Gets Sabrina on the other end. Overtime gonna be ticking down. Decisive once more from Honeypot as they rip map 1 away.
Yeah, they could have nanoed at the end, but not able to get in there. And Honeypot, they showed us a lot of good flyer compositions when they were playing ODH. Obviously, a nice Echo, a nice Far from them. To see them come in and run the dive as well as this Rhodes squad, even with replacement players, is super, super impressive. And I hate that you were right. I actually dislike that greatly.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you just read the situation, but other times you misread it. Either way, Honeypot up 1-0. Can Rhodes find a way back? We'll see after the break. Honeypot starting off strong, and Rhodes not quite looking like the team you might expect them to be. And again, Hex, I'm going to keep going back to this. Having to replace a player... I am. Having to replace a DPS player so close to the start of the tournament just makes things so difficult for Rhodes, where, you know, Taro Cookie has to come in and fill short notice. But it's not just about the mechanical play you might be seeing out of the replacement. There's a lot to be said in this meta about building up really good coordination between your other DPS players and your tank, and there's massive ripple effects in how a team is going to perform when you make that swap just so late before a tournament. And, you know, there's nothing like tournament play, the really hardened players and, you know, get your reps out, but it's going to be a tough going here for Rhodes. They don't have a whole lot of time to get it going here as we head in the map to Namani.
Well, almost no time at all, and I completely agree with you, which I hate, again, but it's been some of the cleanest, most decisive, most deleting kind of dive I've seen ever in Overwatch. That people are just landing, and that player is dead. And that player is usually Ana, that player is usually Brig, where the Winston and Tracer are just there immediately. So if you don't have that perfect coordination, we saw it earlier too, where Scarlet was having decent rounds, but it wasn't enough because the deletion was coming in. So we shall see, but I think you're correct that coordination has to be millisecond perfect, and Honeypot so far is pulling off the better coordination on the dive.
I think the one thing Honeypot needs to watch out for is that in terms of elements for Rhodes have been doing really well, Kaneki's Ana has been fantastic thus far, and the only reason why that last map was close was because of what Kaneki was doing to Adam in a lot of those fights. So that's the part for Rhodes you look at it and be like, okay, this is good. More of that.
Yeah, defensively, we're going to see Taro Cookie on the Ashe. Gonna get hacked, gonna get harassed.
Right now, Honeypot just setting up for will be the true dive. It's, you know, where you fight for a little bit of high ground control, push the other team back. Color Hex here, already on high ground. Soggy again finds Taro Cookie early. You saw that happen a lot last map when Taro Cookie was on the Ashe, and Soggy right now has a target of choice, Hex. I think Soggy's gonna continue going to that well.
It just looks easy. Taro Cookie's gonna have to switch to the Sombra here on the defense. It's a really nice offense for Honeypot there, even without running the Winston, which you see sometimes on this map. But the D.Va kind of is a good analog to deal with it.
I mean, that's
Pushing
about
forward. Yeah.
This is one of the quickest first point takes you can imagine, and again, Soggy now with Taro on the Sombra won't be able to just isolate Taro immediately, but instead just gonna be going for poke into the back. Adam, the focus on the Adam from Rhodes has been pretty significant thus far. Adam, though, healed back up. Color Hex finds Coldest somehow on the Kiriko. And Elsa getting demec'd. Fight's already over and never really began.
Well, Color Hex has a history of being good at aim. So not a stun to watch the Kiriko shots out there. Putting an old school, you know, kind of damage dealer onto your flex supports kind of makes a ton of sense. Flex supports are really, really tuned to aim nowadays.
I just imagine Color Hex off it, and they said I'd play support, you know, just maniacal laugh.
Wow. You support your team by killing the other team. That's how you support.
There, just shooting out the back. Nice little pulse bomb eat in from Elsa. EMP out for Taro. Is Balthor gonna be there? No, not quite. Soggy and Yang finding their way through. EMP or no EMP. Bomb on the point. Finds Color Hex. Meanwhile, other bomb in here from Adam. Gonna get anyone? No, not quite yet. So close yet so far as Honeypot for finishing here at point B. I like the delay coming up from Rhodes, but I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. Elsa ripped out of the mech. Taro Cookie looking to delay here with the Frida, but just too much of a point presence right now in here from Honeypot. Very close to getting the point.
Really decent stall though from Rhodes. You would imagine that eventually Honeypot pulls this through, but he's asleep.
On to Yang. I think it was immediately broken though. Yang was able to get out of it. But yeah, this stall has been pretty incredible from Rhodes. Nearly, I think, back up to a full 5. Honeypot had to back up a little bit. Barrett nearly falls. Good self-control, though, not to drop the immortality. Figures, doesn't need it. Window coming up. Window immediately going down, but Adam
down.
gets demeched. Well, Merritt was focusing on the window, but also Coldest just gets gunned down. Nice little bit of healing here onto the top to keep Adam's Pilot Diva alive. This is going to be a push here from Honeypot. Rhodes, they drop the nano onto Diva. More delay in. Nice bomb from Aprita. Finishes off Adam before the remake comes in. Yang, though, able to get to the back. Finds Kaneki. It has been a very scrappy fight between both teams here thus far.
It's scrappy. Does Rhodes commit? Oh, they should have committed the EMP way earlier. Now, Honeypot will pull it through. Throw Cookie with a couple of kills, but it's too late. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is where you have to go back and hold that the classic Nambani C-bend, where not easy to get through. Even though Honeypot has 4 minutes, we've seen 4 minutes just completely disappear. You know, a full vanishing act. So Honeypot still a ways to go.
You have to think that Rhodes would love to hold there and push everything they had into it. That's why I'm a little bit surprised that we still see Taro Cookie with EMP.
EMP here on the both supports. Immortality field out from Merritt. Nice immortality field response. Gonna keep both alive. EMP fades. Honeypot able to shrug off the worst of it. Now Yang. On the pulse spot. Recall already forced out. Gets hit with the bio. Not the best position to be in here as a Tracer. Get healed for a little bit. Suzu though. You got come in. Kitsune now used. Honeypot looking for the opportunity. Yang able to find Taro. Quick 5v4 as they move up. Aprita, the ambush attempt now coming on in for Rhodes. Pulse bomb good to go. Looking for a target. Where's it gonna be? Looking. Still no target acquired as Honeypot keeps the payload moving forward.
A couple of zoning support ults that gets Honeypot into a really decent spot.
Bomb comes out. Honeypot's still mostly healthy, but speaking of bombs, a bigger bomb from Elsa catches Merritt. D-Mech on the Atom. And Rhodes will stabilize here, but, you know, that's kind of still good for Honeypot. They got a lot of progress into C there, while Rhodes is figuring out how to defend.
Yeah, you wanted to stabilize on second point there. That was your goal. That's your ideal. On most of these hybrid maps and even escort maps to an extent, that's the best spot to hold, is right near second point. Now, Honeypot going to have a shot coming in. This one's all about EMP. You get it.
Yeah, it's a nice EMP from Soggy. Able to stay alive at Death's Door. Gets Taro. Adam dropping the bomb. Is anyone going to get caught in over the top? No. Yang. Getting caught by Coldest. So Honeypot working with 4. Rhodes soon about to be back at 5. Elsa, though, mech under pressure, but so is Adam. Is Adam going to stay alive with this mech? No. D-Mech comes on in. Both teams down the Diva mech. Adam trying to stay alive. A little bit of dodging. Nope. Goes down. Brita on the finish, and Brita going to be coming in from the back here. Pulse bomb. Good to go.
About 90 seconds left. Honeypot's going to be able to push in with both of their support ultimates. Adam with the swap onto Ram. I think Honeypot would be really well advised to try to bleed out ultimates from Rhodes.
Yeah, one would think. EMP from Taro getting set up here. Oh, the spy check from Merritt. EMP, though, still out. Only onto Adam. It's not a very good EMP at all. Taro's immediately punished. However, Yang got hit with the sleep, able to get the recall, not finish off. And even with Color Hex down, still a fight Honeypot can work with here. But Aprita doing everything possible to try and keep it stable for Rhodes. Might not happen. Adam punches Aprita in the face at the end. Honeypot moves it on forward. They get the cap, and Hex, I hate to focus on it because you know the reasons why. And I don't even think the player is at fault for being in the situation. But Taro's EMPs were rough, that last one included. Honeypot shrugged off the EMP, punished Taro Cookie, and went in with a 5v4, and Aprita tried so hard to bring that back, but it was just a tough situation to be in the first place.
Rhodes had such a good defense on this point, as we're seeing on replay. They just could never pull it all the way through. Eventually, they let the offense pull up enough ultimates to come through on it. But that defense should have been defining for this map. Rhodes should have had point B defense.
Yeah. Well, Honeypot able to finish off the map in 50 seconds. The only saving grace there from Rhodes on their attack is that they finish the map at all. They will get an attack of their own. Honeypot wasn't able to do it with that, minute and 1 second or more on the clock. Tarokuki showing signs of Hanzo here. We'll see if that's actually the case. You know, for a player that's trying to fill in short notice, I don't hate it. Hanzo can be an X factor.
Yeah, Hanzo's something that we've seen through a lot of these compositions being cycled through just because, as you said, an X factor, and you can hit a lot across the map, not a problem. Honeypot's dive is going to have to focus on mostly the back corner, so that's going to be Hanzo and Ana.
Tarokuki playing the old Hanzo slot machine here. See if the arrows are hidden. Seen a lot of good Hanzo play. Of course, looking back to Yaman's play yesterday, just outrageously good. But it also could be a dry spell. A lot to be decided here. Honeypot just hanging back.
I mean, it's kind of a pick composition at this point. Pushed and
In that case, sometimes Hanzo you get the pick, other times you get picked, as it were. Adam just pushed onto it. Ooh, the knockoff on the coldest. Also was able to get Yang. Fight not entirely over yet, but cleanup is going to be there for Honeypot.
it's not the worst loss to lose your Tracer. Tracer's coming back. Triple blank, you're back in. It's not a huge deal.
Also, Tarokuki again swapping. Where, I don't know if it's a confidence thing or just that I don't have it. But we've seen Taro start off maps a lot on Ashe and now Hanzo, and then a life or two doesn't go well and it's just onto the Sombra.
Well, you should be running the Sombra. That's the meta right now. Sombra's really, really good, especially 5v5. You get the hacks, you get the dive, and you can crush through it.
Kaneki's had so many good sleeps that just get woken up by the rest of his team. Feel bad for how well Kaneki's been playing here. Just things on a team level not entirely working out. Yang, a bit of pressure as Rhodes tries to go through high ground here on the left. Merritt drops the window a little bit early, but it does force Rhodes back. Nano on the Elsa as Elsa comes in from the side. Does anyone get caught? Frida hanging on the pulse bomb. Forces out recall. Looking for the fall through. Yang in the sights. Able to get away. Soggy holding on the EMP. Drops the EMP. Frida was able to finish off Adam. As the EMP drops. Merritt with 2. Still not the worst fight here for Rhodes here thus far. I don't know if they invest EMP. It's very back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think the offense should definitely have this right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at where Honeypot is. Do they try and bring it back? I don't think they need to. They can play the overall clock as a whole, but you see Soggy coming on in. They're going for it. They say, we want the first point hold. Elsa dropping self-destruct on the point and immediately finding pay dirt. Adam down from 2 different bombs, so to speak.
I think you had it right, though. It is still fighting the clock. You are still, just trying to burn some time off. Now, obviously, you don't want to get these staggers. These staggers would be bad. But the initial stagger of throwing your D-bomb to point, totally fine. It is a snowballing map. Offensively, again, I want to see if Taro can get a really decent EMP coming off here. That's the one ult going ahead.
This EMP is a flashpoint in the match, right? Like, if this EMP is good, it probably means the rest of B is Rhodes for nearly free in a lot of scenarios. If the EMP is bad, they might not get B at all. So, we'll see. EMP comes out, and immediately the fall-through is there onto the Tracer. You have the immortality filled out, but the EMP, that's good enough to do the job, set the stage. Honeypot had to use Kitsune immediately just to kind of cover, stop it from becoming a rout. Now they're going to back up a bit. Hope to buy time for their Tracer to get back into the fight.
This support peel from Honeypot is amazing. Color Hex and Merritt should have both been dead a while ago, but they kept each other alive and they're still in it.
And on Elsa, Taro doesn't let Merritt get away. Yang back into the fight, finds Coldest. Might not be done there against both supports again. Oh man, Yang has been able to do this multiple times in both maps right now. It is deadly. Just crushing the support line. And you lose both supports like that, it's just difficult for anyone else in Rhodes to do anything in the fight.
Yeah, Color Hex and Merit have been doing so much work, and you're not seeing it show up in the kill feed necessarily. As far as the ultimates, you're not seeing Kitsune get enormous value, you're not seeing Window get enormous value. They're using them as zoning alts, and they've zoned really well.
EMP from Soggy. Elsa and Coldest, though, still pretty healthy, so not the best EMP from Honeypot. Opportunity once more here from Rhodes, gonna have an EMP of their own in just a second. Elsa, though, hacked and demeched in a flash. Drop self-destruct. Try and get mech back. Will the punish be there on the Pilot Diva? No, so Elsa gets back in the mech, had to burn self-destruct for it. Color Hex down. Big early pick here from Aprita.
This is the point
Results in
for
Adam falling,
bodies
and
in
that's gonna
there.
be B.
They're going to lose this point, but you throw some bodies in here, and then you just kind of figure out what's on the clock. As we said, you were fighting the clock at this moment, 50 seconds on the clock for Honeypot, 2.5 for Rhodes. So Honeypot needs to win about 3 fights in a row. They can do it with just a pulse bomb.
Pulse bomb, EMP, good tools on the board. Still less time for Rhodes here on the attack than Honeypot had on their own. Both Tracers here on the prowl. Taro coming in from the back, looking to set up the EMP. Where's the EMP gonna go, Taro? Measuring options right now, drops the EMP under pressure, and Yang goes down! And look, the bio on the Adam and Color Hex, really big. Fall through was there immediately, but Aprita gets that back, finds Yana. Honeypot is getting whittled down on multiple ends. Great first fight on C for Rhodes.
A single kill comes on to Coldest, which is usually your target for an EMP or a pulse bomb, getting the brig down, but Rhodes is pushing through right now. Now you just nano Elsa and try to finish it out.
Gotta watch for the pulse bomb here from Yang. Probably the one thing that can ruin things for Rhodes. Nano already here on the Elsa. Color Hex gonna mitigate that with the Kitsune. Nice bio into both supports, but Adam just walks forward on the Kitsune. Punches out Coldest, loses his life for it. Yang still hanging on to the pulse bomb.
Not the worst.
No, not at all. EMP is also good to throw in on, so you might be down Adam, but you got options here. Bomb comes out. No elimination on it. Elsa takes a lot of damage. Soggy drops the EMP under pressure that gets Taro Cookie. Does anything else gonna be here? Merit out of the fight. Rhodes pressuring onto the point. Respawns up for Honeypot coming out, and Color Hex down again. How long can Adam hold and delay here? Coldest gets caught.
Yeah,
Yang.
nano.
Nano comes in on the Yang. I like the Nano on the Tracer. Takes out his counterpart, goes back to point. Looking for Elsa. Bomb though onto point. Yang goes down. Elsa was able to get it out of mech. And the fight that just continues to be scrappy and all over the place.
When it's kind of this type of fights, your respawns are just so much better on the defense. Rhodes does have a huge chance though. Nano coming up, Pulse Bomb coming up, EMP coming up. It's 15 seconds is it.
I feel like Rhodes wishes they had like 10 more seconds as they roll in here just for setup, but here we go. Taro gonna be setting up here on the EMP. 96% final fight in this round of Nambani coming up. See the pressure onto Elsa. Elsa working for the shake, and Taro cooking the EMP now up. Where's EMP gonna go right now? Honeypot looking to get any elimination early. Rhodes, though, rally, keep him nice and healthy. EMP from Taro cooking the back. Soggy gets caught. Won't be able to drop an EMP in his own. Both DPS for Honeypot down. And Rhodes looking to keep this one going here in overtime. Aprita might be down, but the rest of Rhodes is up and swinging away. And they're going to push that one in. Extra rounds we go.
Yeah, you thought maybe Annihilation could buy you enough time on the defense. It does not. You needed Soggy to come back out with an EMP. And even though you have respawn advantage, the defense is unable to pull through. You know, it's been a night for Nimbani. we're seeing a lot of completions on Nimbani. What did we say before? It's going to be one of those goofy 6-6 Nimbanis. We're at 3-3.
Yeah. I mean, given how teams, both these teams played on point A and the point B, I don't know. It really just depends on the effect of overtime spawns, right? Where if overtime spawns weren't a thing, this would probably stop way before then, but you know, all it takes is a few good fights with overtime spawns in the body that just really create the 6-6 situation. And also, you talk about time bank. This is where it really matters, right? If Honeypot was just 11 seconds quicker, they would be in a situation where they just need to attack and that's it. Now, though, Rhodes, because they were able to burn it just down the 50, they're going to get an attack of their own, and we're about to see it.
Yeah, it's one of those maps that I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see Rhodes, and maybe this is because of, you know, some new players. I'd love to see an Echo here. I think an Echo can be really good on the offense, trying to take down the corner. But Taro Cookie on Cass. Don't see a lot of Cass on offense on this map.
No, but I mean, again, it's a hero that's definitely in Taro's wheelhouse. Maybe just hoping, you know, find a quick shot with the grenade. Move from there. Rhodes going for the high ground early. Taro looking for any shots available. Laying it on in. ColorX finds Aprita, but Taro, the nice little flick onto Soggy. 4v4. Taro can stay alive. It's a really nice place to be as a cast, but ColorX takes down Coldest, and things are falling apart from Rhodes. Rhodes now with only 15 seconds, and getting to his first point kind of not quick on the offense here. Maybe someone's able to touch, but this is going to be tortured as Elsa gets hunted down.
Well, when you're running the cast, it kind of forces your team to run a more of a style where you all have to group together and go to the point, which is not something we've seen on Numbani very often. At the very least, you see Echo or Farah and squad up 2v2 with a Mercy, and then somebody else go with a dive. You don't generally see that hard push up stairwell anymore because it's really easy to defend. Taro got a nice shots onto the Sombra, kind of more on Sombra than it is on Taro there. But yeah, it's just not a strategy you see anymore. It used to be kind of a, you know, Reaper Reinhardt thing where everybody pushes upstairs and you kind of do that, but not the style anymore. And when you're running the cast, it looks like you commit to that.
Well, one thing, Hex, that we haven't had to say a whole lot in games we've casted recently, but this is drawable. This is very, very drawable.
No, more draws, yeah.
Yeah. You know, all the, you know, cursing I was doing in the cast, which I'm like, ooh, you know, what about a draw? For, you know, 2 maps in a row. Well, we still could get draws in 2 series in one night because this is not guaranteed at all for Honeypot on their attack. But the extra 50 seconds really does help because it means you'll get part of your attack into your ult cycle, usually.
Yeah, definitely. I was called it like the 2-minute warning. You can get any ult in 2 minutes, so having that extra 50 seconds is enormous.
Also, Honeypot does only need to get 33% on point. So not a whole lot. It does change how you play in the defense if you're Rhodes. Adam, though, immediately getting struck with Bionade. Immortality Field was forced out. Not the best beginning here for Honeypot doing poke wars, but now a little bit of hard fought space on the top. Color Hex looking for a little bit of aggressive poke on the Kiriko. Frida, nice little anti-Sombra, yeah.
Going deep, knowing there's an escape. And maybe you're just waiting for Adam. Merritt's done a great job, by the way. We've talked about Adam doing really well, but Merritt saved Adam many, many times.
And Adam's under pressure again. Adam nearly getting defects one more time. All the Rhodes pressure going against Adam wherever possible. Elsa real close to a bomb. Adam much the same. Final 45 seconds. The draw more in sight. Adam gonna get demec'd here. Taro down. But you look at Aprita swarming. They get Adam. That is not a bad trade at all. Elsa now just gonna swarm around the point with the nano. Takes down Adam in full. If you're Honeypot, this is real tough. I mean, you're just kind of getting bullied by Elsa, and you can't do much till Adam comes back.
Well, 20 seconds remain, and you can maybe open with Adam. I think the big thing is going to be EMP, as it always ends up being Soggy.
Big pick.
Oh, no.
Aprita getting Color Hex. Honeypot, do you have an answer? You're going to do it with a whole lot less healing. You start with the window. Now Adam, onto the point. Honeypot able to get there. Now you look towards Soggy. EMP good to go up. Prita takes out the Mortality Field. Yang finds a Prita. Big start here from Honeypot. Soggy drops the EMP. You got Taro. Both DPS are down. This is huge for Honeypot as they look to prevent the draw. Yang hanging onto that Pulse Bomb. Looking and waiting. Should be letting it fly here in a moment. Coldest gone. It's looking like easy cleanup right now for Honeypot. Bomb onto a point here from Elsa. He's gonna get anything against Yang. No way! Elsa gets back into the back. How in the world does that happen? Elsa holds it. It's a draw.
Well, I let it go, I suppose. Elsa crushing at the end with 4 kills. I have to look back at that, but you generally don't see a D.Va bomb. You can get a couple there, and then the cleanup too. So yeah, we're drawing it out. Why not? I want to stay up till 8 a.m. That's what I want.
You know, Hex, there's no man in the field, but somehow Frozen is all that's on the mind. Oh boy, that is a ridiculous end to Nabani. It's a night of draws, everyone. Honeypot, they may be up 1-0, but Rhodes proven they still got some left in the tank, but will it be even more? Join us in just a few to find out. Rhodes taking Honeypot to the task on Nambani. Both teams in a slugfest, very scrappy at points. Not the cleanest fights we've seen, but in the end, what else could the result be but a draw? Hex says it's only 1-0 after 2.
Well, of course, why wouldn't you expect a draw based off a Diva bomb that you didn't see coming and then a Diva cleanup? Of course, that's what would happen. 3-3, Honeypot definitely took Iliosa and they look better. Numbani has been a strange map overall. And speaking of strange maps, this is an interesting pick as we go to Circuit Royale. You'd have to expect Sigma, right? Sigma Widow? I think that's
you would think. However,
to call.
There are no swap-ups coming in here, Hex, so we don't have the Sigma specialists on either team to be a thing. I don't think either team has a Sigma specialist, so...
Yeah, you can still run, obviously, the Winston Tracer dive, and it looks okay, but I don't know why you'd go to Circuit Royale unless you had something in your pocket to play.
Well, either way, Circuit Royale is where we're going, and we'll see tanks other than Sigma specialists probably be playing Sigma, because I'm trying to think in recent memory, whether it be the Overwatch World Cup games we've casted or things we've casted so far in the Summer Stage Opens, I don't think we've seen a Circuit Royale where teams haven't done Sigma, with the exception of some spawn. I think we saw a spawn camp or two that might have started out with like Ram or something, but overall it's been a heavy amount of Sigma.
Rhine, Ram, May, Sim also can all come out here depending on what you want to play. If you're going to super spawn camp, Rhodes looks like they want to run it traditional, which would be double sniper and a Sigma. And yeah, I don't think we're gonna see the spawn camp. Without a May, you don't spawn camp.
Soggy down. Ooh, that not the one shot, but the still pretty quick goodbye of Taro. Landing shot after shot.
Soggy, a man of constant sorrow right there, just gets absolutely rocked to open it up.
I'm trying to think back to 2021. It's been a while, but I do think there was a point where Taro Cookie was, a little bit of a Widow specialist for a time, like hit scan in general, but Widow in particular. So Taro onto a comfort pick, at the very least.
Yeah, it's just there's not enough aggression on the defense. They're gonna go, wow, never mind. That's aggressive.
Yeah, just find Yang early. Don't let the Sojourn get any sort of momentum. Taro going to the top, looking for the Zen. Not quite gonna finish it out that time.
It is a different style of play, though, to give up both spawn exits and also kind of first corner. But I guess the defense is gonna play here now.
No Sigma's getting into it. Adam at half, Elsa even lower. Rhodes lucky not to lose Elsa there. Trying to get their offense on the go. Frida punishes Yang. You see here the BAP and Merit going to drop the window. More poke coming in from Honeypot. They're looking for at least anything to get this going, but it's been slow going. They have yet to get a pick off here. Rhodes has been better in the poke game as Frida finishes off Adam, and again, this is going to be slowing down Honeypot.
They've been really aggressive. I think you send Yang in, and we've talked about this a little bit with Sojourn. You kind of just go and go hard and hope that you hit your railgun shots.
Look at Elsa! They forced out the immortality field and might not be done. Help Zen, please! As a Frida finished off Color Hex. Oh, the saddest Zen corner. And Rhodes is just going. They dropped the dragon through the building, and you said you want aggression, Hex. You just got some of it.
They're playing defense now after they've won a couple fights, and they can now back up and play this second corner. This one, it's so easy to call these maps sometimes. Which flux is better? That's what we're looking at next fight. That's it. It's the Circuit Royale. Which flux is better?
It's the Adam Elsa show, but Rhodes is working with advantage because they're going to be able to transcend the other flux map. However, Frida got caught by the railgun. Elsa's flux comes in. Adam now goes for the flux. Kaneki immediately going to pop Transcendence in turn, but so much pressure now on Taro Cookie to find a pick, and it's Yang, gets Taro, and the Sojourn play from Honeypot finally hits pay dirt. That should be enough for point A.
Well, the nice thing for Honeypot, too, is they get to hold on to their Transcendence. They get to hold on to their window. So they're going to be able to push. It's an interesting map to see where you want to set up. Right here, it seems okay, but it's such a long push to come up the hill. You don't want to give up this high ground.
No, not at all. And, you know, the one weird thing with Color Hex and Transcendence, Color Hex wants to use it soon, or Color Hex is going to have to save it. Because usually, if you're running Zen here with Sigma, you know, you use her Transcendence as kind of an anti-flux tool. So, you know, if you're hunting, I think you just open Transcendence early. Oh, Yang! Caught by Taro Cookie. Now they invest window onto it. This is gutsy from Honeypot. I don't know if it's the right decision with that early pick.
They're going to try to zone out with window as they have done before. Merritt throws it in. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. Honeypot throws it in, and they're getting pushed back.
I mean, they saved the Transcendence at minimum, but now, you know, this is where I was saying the Transcendence is kind of a, I think there was a window to use it quickly and maybe have it back up before the next Flux, but now if you're Color Hex, you just have to camp on that Transcendence until Flux comes out.
Well, Honeypot is going to have to make compositional switches here because trying to push into this high ground can be absolutely brutal. So that's why you see the Genji, a hero that has very niche purposes. This is one of them.
All right, see what Soggy's Genji can get going under pretty heavy pressure by Prita, who nearly finds him as soon as he peeks around the corner. Honeypot just trying to scale the mountain right now, dodging arrows, dodging sniper shots. Also, Flux good to go. Taro Cookie connects again! Get two! Both Bap and Genji gone, and Transcendence from Color Hex, and oh boy. Not the greatest showing from Honeypot on this fight on about 3 different levels.
Taro Cookie is low-key annihilated this map. It has actually been kind of insane.
Well, like I said, Taro Cookie back in 2021 was definitely more of a Widow specialist for the Chengdu team. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that, you know, this is the most comfort picks for a player that, you know, has been a coach for the last 3 years.
Yeah, I don't think they were ready for this version of Taro.
No, it's been really good Widow play, and now Honeypot down to their final minute. Rhodes stacked on defensive ultimates. And here we go, Adam. Flux, good to go. Yang under heavy pressure while this is happening. Honeypot must find a moment to engage, and Rhodes does not make it easy. Adam, though, finally goes for it. Fire goes for the Flux. Larx finds a Prita. Early pick advantage here from Honeypot. 5v4. Elsa, though, looking to even the tables. Goes for the Flux. Taro Cookie nearly falls as Honeypot just crunches on through. A lot of that powered by Soggy.
Yeah, it's the kill on a Kaneki that really puts that in a bad spot. You think of Flux v Flux. Kaneki getting picked there when you should have had the Transcendence. A tough spot. Now, looks like Honeypot gonna push in. I want to see what we're gonna happen in this blade. We've talked about the term Naked Blade. It's really tough to get value, but not when you're going against 2 snipers and a Zen. You should be able to find something.
I'm kind of shocked that Taro didn't swap there, because usually you will see, even if you're on Widow to that point, like, a lot of times Widow will swap on point C, but
point C, yeah, it's better for Ashe and Sojourn here.
Well, for now, Rhodes taking on the double sniper. A little Sigma v Sigma door frame action here on the side. Nice stun. Coming on in. Also under pressure. Both teams, though, being relatively passive on the whole. Immortality field forced out for Honeypot. Soggy on the Taro Cookie. Kaneki, though, finding Adam at the same time. Way better trades for Rhodes. And that is going to push Honeypot back again as we enter the final 37 seconds on the attack.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit here, but losing players who have ultimate ready to go. And again, the question is, how much value you're going to get out of this Genji?
Well, you're going to go in and pray. You're going to get less value than you did back when the Widow was in play, though. Well, or Color Hex can just punish Taro Cookie immediately on the Tracer. Rhodes starting off 4v5. Blade in reserve. Flux about good to go. Color Hex already opening with the Transcendence. Elsa, though, somehow catches Merit with the Flux. Color Hex wasn't able to save it. Railgun now out for Yang. But you see Honeypot bleeding right now in a very just scrappy fight. They're not able to stand the payload, and Rhodes holds on with their defense.
Yeah, Soggy dying 2 lives in a row with Blade ready to go is, you know, one of the answers to why we doing Genji here. It's important sometimes when you're going against Double Sniper. It makes sense to put pressure. And then I think sometimes you're just sticking on it a little bit too long, trying to get value out of it. But without a nano, is Genji really going to be the difference maker? And we saw Genji trying to get down there. I mean, you can try to contest high ground with the Genji there, but if you're not using nano and you're not really getting trades at the very least from your Genji, it ends up being a questionable pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think Soggy went to it just because of the double sniper. It was kind of a
Right.
Forget everything else, double sniper. You know, Genji for pressure, deflect. It didn't pan out. And also, as you bring up, I'm not sure if it was like entirely thought out. But now we are swapping sides, and this is very interesting from Rhodes because look at what they're playing on the offense. Now they could swap because they're on offense, but Elsa onto the Winston. No Sigma, but on the same note, they're still looking to run double sniper.
Yeah, and also you see from Honeypot that they're not going to spawn camp, something you always have to look at for this map. No Mei, no Sim, so no spawn camp coming out.
All right, Elsa goes to Sigma. That makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
But Honeypot's going to be a lot more aggressive here. I think they realize from the end they don't want to do a long-range battle. Well, you do see Soggy get punished for it immediately, though. That's really not a bad trade for Rhodes.
Some of the best dive that we saw on the first 2 matches of the evening were the Sombra not only enabling the dive, but living. And I think that's going to be a big difference when we see the best dives versus some different thought-out dives.
Taro going for the hook shot. The shot here would be huge. Aprita just takes it forward as Taro finds Yang. Really good long-range pressure from Rhodes, and the dive from Honeypot, not enough to shut it down.
Rhodes just rocking through this right now. And
Elsa's not stopping. Absolutely not stopping as he gets Soggy at the end. Yeah, we're not even at point A, or, you know, the beginning of point B here yet, and yet you look at Elsa. Elsa's like, I didn't hear no bell.
What's difficult here for the defense is you need to hold at this point. You can't let the offense take this high ground here. With 2:21 left, they're coming back in.
They're looking for Taro. Nice positioning here. This is where Widow can get some big picks. Has to deal with the Tracer behind first. Kaneki finds Color Hex as the fight starts out. Where is Kaneki right now? This is happening. Gets 2. There's Kaneki. Well,
Just using the advantage of having the Brig ult earlier and coming in and rolling your counterpart there too. Rhodes still running this double sniper, and they're going to have flux. They're going to have everything that they need pushing through.
Honeypot's defense has just been discombobulated, and you know, maybe it's a style that Rhodes plays, where Rhodes at times will be aggressive when you least expect it, but so far it's been working out. It's gonna be Flux v Flux in play here on the next fight. Soggy's EMP, of course, can be massive.
Has to be.
Yeah. Immediately drops a responsive points. That was the proper play, but the Dragon gets Yang! Rhodes. EMP is fading. Rhodes still with all 5 up. Honeypot investing Kitsune. Is the Falcon going to be there? Rhodes still looking pretty healthy. Yang. Pulse Bomb's going to be up when they get back into the fight, but it's going to be a moment yet. Recon sight up in Taro Cookie. Looking for any pick. Sees the Tracer. Looking for Yang. Yang went for Pulse Bomb. Didn't get anything. Color Hex on the Kaneki, though. A crucial pick Honeypot needed. Now 5v4 as you see Taro Cookie under pressure here in the back. Honeypot, though, looking good. Fully reestablished. Trying to press the numerical advantage. Set up by Color Hex. Add him on the Taro. That should make Rhodes back up and reconsider for a moment, and if it didn't, then Merritt's pick certainly will.
The Kaneki pick is enormous, and this is what I expected, actually. Watching Taro Cookie go down and then come back on to a different hero. You can't run Widow into this last point, and a very aggressive defense pushing through. But I'd also not be stunned if we don't see a Prius switch off of the Hanzo after this next ultimate. They were running through it till they got ultimates, but now, you know, 2:45 left.
All right, here we go. Both teams into it once more. Also, finding Merritt early. On the fall through the Adam already. Fight essentially over. As a Frida chunks down Adam. Finds Color Hex in the back. And this is looking like point B, the way of Rhodes. A quicker time than we saw from Honeypot. And puts Rhodes in the perfect position now to even up the series.
Rhodes coming in, but Honeypot, as long as they execute these ultimates, they have a significant advantage. They could win fights just based off EMP, just based off Lux, just based on Kitsune. It's really just execution, because Rhodes doesn't have anything. There's the EMP.
EMP out, really nice immortality field though from Rhodes. Keeping everyone alive, Adam. To the flux after Honeypot burning through a lot of their ult bank here with not much to show for it. Immortality field down, all those ults, Hex gone aside from Kitsune, and Rhodes at full strength still. Color Hex gonna drop the Kitsune, but Adam gets devoured on the left side. Color Hex gone, and everything going the way of Rhodes, just one fight away from evening everything up.
A single fight, and it could be Taro Cookie to end it, which would be appropriate. Honeypot is going to go for this defensive Genji and a defensive Doomfist. I've got thoughts. What do you think?
I'm thinking it's desperation, and you can smell it from here. The bomb connects! Color Hex gone! They lose the Ana immediately. Nothing left to heal Adam. Rhodes nice and healthy here on the point. And yeah, the desperation, Rhodes smelled it, they didn't care, and they go in, take the map, and even up the series.
What a fantastic story this team has been from players that you don't necessarily expect. Coming in huge, not only is it Taro, but watching Elsa have these enormous plays too. It's been so fun to watch. And we are 3 maps in, but it is 1-1 because tonight is drawable.
Yep, well, draws have been defining the day, but the best Overwatch action still waiting in the wings. We'll be back after a quick break. Rhodes looking a whole lot better on Circuit Royale, and hey, when one of your fill-in players gets to play a comfort hero from way back, good things can happen. Honeypot, not quite able to deal with the Widow Hanzo pressure hex, and now it sets us up for a map 4 where we've only played, where both teams are only at 1-1, rather. So,
Yeah,
welcome to
1-1
Bronze.
going to map 4. It has been a long evening thus far, but it has been a fun one. Some redemption stories happening. I don't know if it's redemption necessarily. I don't know that either of these players have fallen out of grace, but you know, we talk so much about Taro Cookie being a coach and coming into play. Elsa is also a player that I don't think ever really got their due in the Overwatch League either. So it's been fun to watch, and we're gonna go to Esperanza. This is a map that I have so many opinions on, so many feelings. We've seen this has been kind of a Reaper map. Reaper Ana, it's been strange to see, but I think the best composition on this map has been Winston Dive. It's just a matter of who can execute better.
Yeah, but it's also a map tank-wise where we've seen teams run everything else at times. Like, there have been a few matches where
Yeah,
we've seen Diva.
Ram.
We've seen a lot of Ram on this map. I'd say Ram is up
You see
there.
Ryan on this map as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, could see anything. So
Well, probably not Sigma. I don't think we'll be seeing Sigma. That's the Circuit Royale special. But other than that, you know.
I do think that you almost kind of have to run Ana here, though. Ana's really, really solid on this map. Ana Brig, but also if you're going to run Rush, you can run a Lucio on it too. So really the support line is kind of the question here. Yeah, I guess I just have a ton of questions on which compositions you're going to see, because you can see a ton of them. Although Avril and I spoke earlier that you really can't run flyers on this map because the skybox is so bad.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I think we have seen teams run Echo to like mixed results, but that's Echo kind of plays by
Yeah.
a little bit of different rules relative to Pharah in that regards. Like Pharah actually needs full use of the skybox, whereas Echo, some of the skybox use is more optional.
Well, that's where the question came up, and I think, you know, I learned that this is actually the lowest skybox in the game, and it makes a ton of sense if you really think about it. You really can't get high up. So running Echo, obviously not Pharah, but Echo has been tough on this map, and you don't really do it, but you do need to pressure where the backline is going to sit and chill, which is why you see a lot of Winston, Tracer, Sombra on this map. Bertlaw coming in
Also-
for Merit. Okay.
Yeah, Bert was in at the beginning for Honeypot, so Merit was a swap for a little bit, but I think in the case is that I don't think Bert plays a whole lot of BAP, whereas, you know, Merit is kind of their go-to when they're running more BAP.
Yeah.
But quick
Question
pause.
is why we're hitting a pause. And the answer to that question of why we're hitting a pause is because ZP and I are casting, and it would not be a cast of ours if we didn't end up hitting a pause. It's been kind of tradition going to World Cup, and I don't know, going back years and years, we always end up seeming to get a pause. We'll figure out what the admins have to say as far as the pause goes.
Well, also it could just be a little bit of karma because, you know, when you look at other casters doing a series, you know, I just sit here and throw every, like, possible comment to try and, like, will the very long match into existence, even if it's self-destructive because we go later as opposed to earlier. And, yeah, you know, I was having fun making comments about, ooh, you know, this first match might go to 6. And suddenly, what happens now? But we head into a match that not only can go 6, but we get a pause. Like I said, karma.
I think it's
right here.
It's possibly because I invoked Avril's name, who has been one of the new kings of pauses. We're back, though. We're back.
Yeah, that's like one of those things. You ever go to a bathroom and like say Avril's name like 5 times at the lights out? I haven't
No.
either, but I can't imagine what would happen.
I was not expecting that question, but no, obviously not. We are going to see the spy dive coming in from both squads. A lot of this comes down to who can pressure this back corner, and so much about this is the Brig being able to hit whip shots, the Winston diving in.
Yeah, I mean, Brig being able to help control tempo there from the dive. Also, Bionade on the Prita and Elsa early. You see Elsa as the true target, nearly going down. Elsa is able to shake that pressure. Coldest healing back up. Both teams fight for first control. First control, of course, incredibly important on push.
Not as
Adam
important
now.
as first fight, though. As
Well,
long
that's
as you
what I'm
can win the
talking about,
first fight and get 30 meters, big push. Where was the peel for Kaneki?
Adam just got back in immediately as soon as the bio faded. 2 quick picks here coming in for Honeypot, and it sets the stage where, here's the thing. We say winning first point is all important. Really, actually, in push, it's more so don't lose 2 in a row. It's the second fight that kills you.
Getting those forward spawns. Also, Honeypot's going to be able to set up now in this high ground and kind of chill back. You see where Color Hex is? That's where you want to be. That's where you want to live your life as a
Not in. Honeypot looking to solidify. They got first fight, can they get second? Nano in reserve here from Color Hex, going on the Adam, who dives in. Has a problem in reserve, gets knocked back. Nice containment on the Adam from Rhodes here so far. Elsa, though, can get D-Mex. Soggy finds a Prita, and Honeypot keeps the pressure up. They don't lose anyone, and this is where it gets difficult for Rhodes, because they do lose 2 fights in a row here, Hex, and that means Honeypot is going to be in the driver's seat for the rest of this push, or at least a huge portion of it.
Well, you're just playing on the razor's edge. They're hoping that you don't lose the tank. Cold is holding on to Nano is a calculated move that you're waiting to just sustain through it and then maybe counter Nano. Doesn't happen when you lose your tank. Theoretically, D.Va's a decent compositional play against the Winston, but not coming out there. And now, as you mentioned it, forward spawns, 2 fights in a row. Rhodes in the backseat.
EMP comes out, Adam immediately dispatched. Taro, though, gives life for it as Rita gets that back, lands the bomb. Rhodes in a pretty decent spot here. Honeypot, no Winston, not a lot of presence, and pretty much a must-win fight for Rhodes there. Losing 3 in a row, just, you're not coming back from that most of the time.
Not ideal, but it's always about what did you have to spend to pull it off. And right now, Rhodes is not in the worst possible spot here. They're going to have Rally, which is enormous, to push through.
Yeah, Adam's going to be okay. That bio could have just snowballed against Honeypot, but fall through wasn't quite there. Rhodes pressuring here in the high ground. Bionade again on the Adam. Bionade on Elsa in turn. Heavy tank pressure. Color Hex though gonna get caught. Rhodes just conquering the side alleyway. The dive from Kaneki and Elsa doing wonders. And you have Terra Cookie going down. You're gonna see Rhodes add more onto the cart here.
Yeah, you'd think so. The rally ended up being as enormous as you would possibly think. Honeypot now can kind of wait a little bit and try to knock Kaneki down.
Yeah, Niang was able to get to the back. Got the pulse bomb. Adam now just goes, oh, you got one support, I'll get the other. No problem whatsoever. So the robot gonna start taking the march back the other way. Still though, not a bad series of fights for Rhodes. Definitely way more in contest now.
Yeah, I mean, it is about context, though. Not a bad series of fights. You're still 30 meters down on push. That's bad because you lost the first fight. And now it's an uphill battle of winning a couple fights in a row where the other team doesn't have to fight you. They're just fighting the clock.
The key here is they have to play around the Nano, right? The Nano is going to go on the Adam, likely around the same time as an EMP. So, you know, for Rhodes, you would love to get an early pickoff here, maybe get a bomb before everything goes down, but I don't know if they have the time. Prita, bomb, ready to go. EMP, set. Now it's about which team engages first here. Rhodes has a window.
Oh, Honeypot doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, Honeypot, they decide to go in though. They open with Adam on the Nano. Dives in, gets hit with the bio. Taro Cookie, EMP in the back, immediately eliminates Color Hex. And so far, the rest of Rhodes deals with Adam on the push-in. Adam's Nano is faded. In Primal, still nearly dead. And for Honeypot, you know, you're down Color Hex. Do you really want to use EMP and Pulse here? Not really.
No, I think you can wait. Being 30 meters ahead, you can definitely wait. we look so much at damage healers and their ultimates. Really on this map, a lot of it is so much nano, but rally has been enormous. The brigs are so important on this map that Honeypot can kind of chill, but they're gonna throw in rally.
They're trying to save Adam. Adam is under so much pressure, nearly fell. That was Burt popping the rally to stop the tank stagger, which would have led the Rhodes potentially evening up the fight. It was a good rally, but Adam again, under pressure. Soggy, big EMP, it hit 5 hex. Kaneki immediately punish after, but Rhodes, they still get Adam. This is still a winnable fight for Rhodes. Rhodes got super low after the EMP, but the fall through just wasn't there. Now you look at Rhodes, you kind of like the position they're in. An EMP of their own about to come up. Coldness with decent control in the high ground. Under pressure though, 10 HP. Someone can save Coldness. Coldness gets away, drops Nano. What? Follows through, ends up dying, but Coldness did enough.
Good trades. Yeah, Coldest should not have lived as long as they did, and Rhodes should be able to pull this one back. The question is, can they pull it back without having to invest a rally or EMP or something?
The old self-bomb.
He's
Rhodes.
just like me, for real, for real. when Tracer shows up in the kill feed killing herself, that's me.
Also Rhodes super close to evening this out. Honeypot's gonna have to engage here under pressure, and they're gonna be doing it to the mob, and EMP that hits 4. Taro Cookie though gets punished after dropping it. Might not have been the best time for the rest of the team to fall through. Adam pushing forward off the nano. You might look at Rhodes, they have rally in reserve, but they lose Coldest, and now they just have to sit on the rally. So a fight that could have went really bad for Honeypot does not. And you know, I think Hex, that was one of those EMPs where it looked good on paper, like you see it hit a lot of people, but I don't think the rest of Rhodes is ready to follow it.
What I've seen from the first couple of matches, and especially watching Korean contenders and these Korean teams, your EMP should just be to kill the brig. That's it. Solo brig kills. That has to be your dive. That has to be the focus of these squads. So yeah, getting 4 skulls in the kill feed looks okay. It looks nice on paper, but that's better. That's better.
Get the brig. That's better. It's almost a marketing slogan here, but EMP in from Soggy, and you know, again, not the best EMP. I don't think the rest of Honeypot was ready to actually capitalize on it, because Aprita has just been ripping the backline apart.
Kaneki rallies just to save their own life, and it's so important. These fights have gone on really long, but as it stands, Rhodes still 20 meters behind. Rhodes still needs to win 1, possibly 2 fights in a row, and we're only at 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's 1:30 left, so we're quickly running out of time. I think this EMP coming up from Taro Cookie very well could be the difference maker, given what is left in the point, and obviously the EMPs from Taro Cookie have been pretty hit or miss thus far. Hack on the Atom. Taro. EMP banked. Elsa getting pretty low. You know, this is the case where if Taro would drop the EMP now, well, Elsa just got the nano. Maybe now's the time to go. Both teams trading out. Where is the EMP? 73 years of 51. Final minute in play. And you just wait. EMP comes out. Gets rid of Soggy. Not necessarily the absolute best person to find, especially as Adam is deep enough to get Kaneki. Much better trade out here for Honeypot, and Rhodes is running out of time. However, Adam gets caught.
Trying to wait out rally.
Big from Rhodes. This works out. Like, Honeypot was ahead for a moment, but Rhodes getting Adam and the rest. Now?
Well, it's last fight.
Yeah.
So if Aprita can hit this, which we know Aprita is capable of, but Honeypot, they can kind of hang out too for a second. They will have Primal to go forward.
They have enough distance here to wait for EMP, but the bio hits first. Soggy and Adam need to live here. Soggy and Adam having Primal and EMP is huge. You have to use your distance as a resource here. Do not fight this if you're Honeypot by any means right now. And again, the bio nade. Soggy, low HP, gets healed back up. Nearly falls, but now ready for the EMP. Drops it, only hits Elsa, but that could be enough. Gonna cause the DMAC. Primal goes in. Color Hex though gets caught. Massive pickup from Taro Cookie as Aprita again works to the back line. Finds another 2. Rhodes nearly there to go up 2-1 against Honeypot. Aprita coming in clutch when it's needed most. Finishes off Adam. 73-69. Honeypot was so pressured by the Bionades that they could not get an ideal engage. And Rhodes, talk about a comeback within the series here so far.
That's obviously not the EMP that Soggy wanted. You saw the pressure come in, and it's just kind of a panic cue that they had to pull off. And Aprita having kind of a quiet series before that map, but that's the Aprita that we know and love. Aprita can really, really crush on that Tracer, and you saw it right there.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Rhodes at the end. Honeypot now looking to see, can they get 2 maps in a row to bring this one back? We got a brawl, and the action won't stop coming at you. Rhodes may have been off to a tough start, but right now the finish is looking great. Honeypot struggling to find their footing 2 maps in a row now after the draw on Numbani. Now bringing us to our 5th, but not potentially final map here because of the draw hex. This could be the classic map 6 waiting in the wings if Honeypot is able to take Lijiang coming up next.
We go to map 6 and map 7 around these parts, but of course it is the most important hero in the game, the best hero in the game, that's been the most balanced hero in the game forever. Tracer making their team come through at the end. It was a Frito with the cleanup. We expected this early on, but it's been different maps coming through. But now as we go to Lijiang Tower, it's a great map for Tracer. It's a great map for Sombra. I'd expect to see some of this. This would be the one map you'd expect maybe Symmetra may coming through, but I don't think either of these teams are going to run it. I think, if anything, Honeypot might go flyer.
It's a possibility, yeah. I mean, obviously we've seen Soggy play a lot of Echo in the last match, so it would make sense, especially with the way Lijiang is on its stages. But you know, I don't think the thing that would go against the flyer though is that the one thing Taro Cookie's been good at is longer range hit scan, not necessarily at people diving the long range hit scan, but the longer range shots in general shown by, you know, Taro's Widow play, right? So I don't know. I feel like keeping the Taro Cookie like strengths and weaknesses in mind, I don't know if I'm keen to run flyers as Honeypot. I probably wouldn't in this case.
It's been a bit of an outlier, oddly enough. You usually think that you kind of have a decent grasp on control maps and control metas, but Lijiang Tower, especially when you get to control center, even gardens, it's been wonky. So we're gonna see Sims come out here, and that's just for the rollout, and then you expect what they switch to. So Honeypot right now on the Ramatra. Merit's actually going to sub in as well for Color Hex.
They're going full rush down here. I think that's what you have to take the Merit, like, Burt support line as for Honeypot. They don't intend on playing Ana at all this entire map.
Okay, so yeah, Rhodes gonna go full on dive, Honeypot, quasi rush.
Alright, let's go into it. Aprita immediately punishes Burt. That was Taro setting it up. Aprita knocking it down. How many times is Aprita just going to murder the support line? It just keeps happening.
This was the Aprita I expected doing VOD review, watching tape. Like, Aprita is really, really good on Tracer. Just let Aprita play it. And we didn't see it the first couple of maps, but this is what you can expect from this player. Honeypot trying to run something a little bit different with the rush, but when Aprita's murdering your backline, your rush is impotent.
It's not great, especially when Lucio is a target of choice here. Taro on the quick hack. See the ball. Also, Niang just says, get out of here. It's 5v4 now for Honeypot. Good recontested. Look at the pressure on the Elsa. Melted on down. That's what happens when a Reaper gets behind you as Winston. Some things never change. Adam looking for the last little bit of cleanup here. And a big turnaround for Honeypot. But not before Rhodes gets 41% on the point.
Well, they're going to.
It might be more though. Like they didn't fully control. Okay, they got control of the point back. Rhodes, though, they've recontested. Rally and Nano are being used. Adam can't sustain for long. Freedom Mixtures falls with the bomb. EMP now good to go. Cole fading. EMP comes out. His faults are going to be there. Rhodes got real low, but the healing is there, and the peel from Kaneki. Soggy isn't able to finish it, so the EMP goes to the wayside. And Taro, EMP of his own. Not even sure if it was really needed there, Hex, but hey, I mean, when you're in the lead, I suppose.
Well, I think they're upset that 26% went over to the other side because they were so close to being able to stall out that point in winning that next fight that really shouldn't have happened. So you throw that in there at the end just to be safe and sure. Rhodes.
Elsa's going in on this. I mean, Elsa has the primal, can stay alive regardless on the dive. You know, Honeypot getting forced back a bit. Interestingly enough, Elsa didn't even have to use primal after that, so the aggression pays off, and that beat from Bertlog, kind of ambitious. I mean, I guess it's trying to set the way, but Honeypot's so split up here, it didn't seem ideal. The beat only hit 3 people, and Elsa's just easily dealing with the people on the point with Primal. Death Blossom, I don't know. That Death Blossom, not it at all.
Yeah. Elsa looks fine, but by the way, Pretty just killed 4 people.
Yeah.
So that is the huge difference. The Tracer diff coming in, 96%. Have to throw it all in if you're Honeypot.
Yeah, it's never a good look when you just go, quick, we got a touch point, go Doom. I feel like the Doom win rate on the last moment touch point has not been good. Not that there's a better option, but usually it's a sign of the end approaching most of the times it gets played.
Yeah, Kaneki picks up 3. The better option against Doom, I think, is actually Ball. We saw some really good ball play in the first 2 matches of the evening. This one, in the last match, or the last map as well, it's just been about Aprita. Where was this Tracer in the first couple of maps?
I mean, there's a world where this rush that Honeypot came out with could have worked really effectively. It's not going to work effectively when Tracer just gives your backline at the start. The pressure being put out by Aprita was unreal, and hey, credit where credit's due. Taro got the hack on the Burt in the beginning to make that happen, so good coordination coming out from Rhodes, and now 1 round away from bringing this one back after what was a pretty cursed start from Rhodes.
Yeah, this is going to be the super style difference right here. It's the Mei, Sim, Rhine running onto this point versus the spy dive that we've seen work out so well from so many teams, but this is about as different of a comp as you can buy.
Forces out the immortality field, but that was nearly assassination and still might be. Merritt goes down, and of course it's Aprita. You don't even have to have camera on it to know Aprita once more crushes both supports early. I can't think of the last time I've seen, without like ultimates or anything, one player just executing both supports over and over again. Unreal from Aprita.
This is disgusting, and I mean that in the best way possible. And, I absolutely love seeing it. Aprita at 80% to Pulse Bomb. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and Pulse Bomb is just a luxury for Aprita, the way Aprita is just flipping down supports right now. It's just, oh boy, it gets Merritt, of course. Of course Aprita gets Merritt. Adam taking a snooze. Honeypot, they're falling apart here, and Rhodes is only gaining in strength. Aprita bomb, good to go if it's even needed. Shouldn't be needed here, as Rhodes is crushing it on all ends.
I got nothing else to say. You'll see me on my alt account in Platinum, and it's going to be named Aprita. So, see you then.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say here? This has been a masterclass. Honeypot gonna have to push in the EMP here. They coming out the teleporter. 5-man EMP! The bomb out! But that, yeah, just send that icicle to the ground.
Well, okay, they can actually just sit back and chill a little bit too. Defensively, they're going to have Primal, they're going to have Rally. You only want to use one of them in the next fight. You also have Nano coming up too. Rhodes has done the economy really, really well. Honeypot's going to open with this wall.
It's a pretty early wall. I mean, I think the idea for Honeypot is to try and get first flip and then go from the point there, but Rhodes, they don't even allow that. Rhodes goes in with the Primal. Aprita gets Merritt again! There's nowhere Merritt can go to be safe from the terror that is Aprita. There is a follow-through kill at the very least, but even right now, Rhodes has kept this in contest. Elsa gets 2. Adam has to drop the shadow under pressure. 98% for Rhodes. Honeypot maybe gets the flip here, but this has been brutal. And Adam goes down. They might not even get that. Aprita's coming back in.
And you have to be frightened. Rhodes did commit a lot to this, so I wonder if they're going to come back in. Now they're going to have both.
Aprita gets Merritt.
Merritt. It's been 5 kills in a row. Aprita's gotten Merritt 5 kills in a row.
Just absolutely unreal support pressure from Aprita. Pressure in general, throws out the bomb. That one doesn't connect, but hey, again, the bomb is just a luxury the way Aprita's playing. That's a full cleanup, and yeah, that's it. Rhodes brings it back, and then some, just putting the pedal down to the max, and the person just driving that, Aprita, as
Oh,
Rhodes wins 3-1 in 5.
Aprita typing GG first almost felt DM first for some reason. Like, I saw it come up in chat, and I was like, well, that almost seems mean at this point. Aprita, an absolute dominant performance. Yeah, someone give Merit a hug. That's not on Merit completely, but Aprita, about 4 or 5 kills in a row. Merit died first. That was Aprita going through the back line. This player of the match does not even do it justice. This was earlier in the night when we thought this was still going to be a pretty even matchup. But I don't think I've seen a set get taken over by a single player the way I just saw it get taken over.
Yeah, and you know, you stop and think, there are like other candidates for player of the match, you know, Taro Cookie being the hero of Circuit Royale to an extent, and you know, also the fact that Kaneki was just super solid on sport all match long. But
Elsa had
I feel
2 great maps in a row too. We were thinking about Elsa.
I feel vindicated going for Aprita though. With how this set finished out, Aprita was the correct choice because, my word.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I mean, I'll send you my Google Doc that says like Aprita's the player to look out for. So I was thinking about it earlier. It just didn't come to fruition early on, but just watching the Aprita Tracer play take over. And even when you weren't seeing it on screen, you were just watching the kill. You're like, Aprita again?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
mean,
kidding me?
I was starting to laser focus in on the Merit health bar. It's like, Merit's getting low. Oh, it's Aprita. Because of course it is.
Yeah, fantastic play. And that's this squad taking over. Enormous stuff. I think it's actually a testament to how well-rounded this team was that we were thinking about so many different players earlier, and then watching Aprita realize who we thought was going to be the player that came into their own, and that was phenomenal. I want to watch this VOD so bad.
Yeah. But that was our first match of the day that me and Hex have casted. We still got one more final match to close out the day, though, and it promises to be a good one. FM taking on NT. All right, we might have just finished up with our Rhodes versus Honeypot match, which went the distance, but now heading into a match that we have been waiting for all night long, FM versus NT. And Hex, these are two teams that have played each other very close in the past.
Very familiar with each other, these squads, so you kind of expect them to know what the other team is going to run. As far as these teams both go, being in the region that they're in, I would expect a lot of Sombra, Tracer, Winston kind of dive. We shall see what they actually want to run, though. There's a couple players I want to look out for here. Obviously, we saw a little bit of NT playing previously. They're undefeated in the Summer Series Korean contenders. They're a very equally matched team. FN, I mean, you gotta look at Yappin. Yappin be poppin'.
Yeah, I mean, it just writes itself in terms of names where, look, you want to be just said or talked about more as a player, have a name that's catchy. It will do wonders. It does matter. You know, don't go and be a player that decides, you know what, I'm going to throw like 8 syllables into my name. That's bad. Don't do that. Just be like Yappin.
Yeah, so also, I do really love the tank play from this squad. It's been really, really solid. A lot of that helps out for your DPS to pull off some of these kills. So this is a good team all around, and they could give NT some trouble. When they played NT before, it wasn't one-sided. It was very, very close. So we talked about this before, and much to our chagrin, this one might go 5 maps, 6 maps.
Hey, look, that's good problems to have. I also think, though, there's a world where, you know, in analyzing this, I think this is one that goes to 5 and either team could win, or there's a world where NT, you know, overall being the historically better team, could be one of those, like, it was close, but it's a 3-0. And, you know, part of it, if it does go that way, would be Arpen having a big contribution. I remember the last time we were casting this team, Hex, Arpen was impressive across the board, but really the entire team is just, it's pretty stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I have it written down, and I think I say it too often, but this team's just rock solid. All the way through, you've got everyone who's just a solid player on this team, but Arpen is the one that sticks out. You saw the Orisa there. I think you're going to see a ton of Winston come out, especially as we go to Overwatch.
Yeah, that is what I would expect coming in here. I mean, one thing about teams, especially hailing from Korean contenders, is that with the exception of ODH, teams are all generally playing the same stuff on the whole. You have, and right now the flavor is just a lot of heavy dive, spy dive, as you've been calling it, with the Winston, Tracer, Sombra.
Trying to make it a thing.
The reason is it's effective. Look, I shouted out here. I'll help you out for whatever I could do here.
I think it's going the way of Fetch, where Fetch isn't going to become a thing, nor will spy dive. But we try. We try to rest.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect too much in terms of deviation from the meta here, really, from either of these two teams. But yeah, we'll see.
Ashe. I think you could see an Ashe from NT, whereas I'm not sure FM has somebody to play the Ashe to counter it. It's very good on this map in particular. You know what? Why not? Let's go full on chaos and get some Genjis in the mix. Okay, thank God. No, not gonna happen.
Yapping onto the Hanzo makes all the sense in the world, and yapping on Hanzo feels like one of those plays where even if you don't always play it, that's a player you let play it regardless. You have trusted Yappin.
It is feast or famine though, whereas NT is going to run a little bit more standard. Yappin gets antied early.
Yeah, the dive immediately coming in. See Inocast taking a little bit of a nap there for FM, Maka. And as I say that, Yappin finds Hidden. So already, the scary Hanzo play of Yappin finding its mark. Is there more in the cards here? You know, diving a Hanzo, not necessarily free. You still have to eat the arrow attempt, and sometimes for Yappin, one arrow is all it takes. Arpen under very, very heavy pressure, taken on down, can't get away. And FM, off that early pick from Yappin, really adding on to their lead.
I think it's going to be the narrative going forward that NT knows that that's the target. That you have to figure it out. But, well, everyone else picked up the slack.
Yeah, K4 was able to get in, get the quick pick onto the brig, and you know, for NT, this just delays them even more. And you know, look at where Yapin is right now. This is not the easiest area to deal with Hanzo. Not the easiest shots for Hanzo either in turn.
Right. Well, that's where Ash should be. That's why I thought we were going to see an Ash. So, Yapin sitting in the Ash spot. Arpen very low again.
Take it down. KHD, the one finishing it, and yeah, I mean, the pressure on the Arpen thus far has been very good. No small part between the DPS combo of K4 and Yapin, but NT has looked pretty cold coming into map 1.
Yeah, you have to wonder if FM has just really figured out what this NT wants to run and how they run it, given the familiarity they have with this spot.
I love Yapin. Yapin nearly goes down. That was so good. I was gonna say, I love how Yapin just like taking the, you know, the lottery tickets on the arrows. But as I say that, Premier, caught by Inocast, K4, the equalizer onto Maka, takes down Maka, and immediately, just NT not really much to work with.
They've never gotten to the ultimates that they need. They've never gotten to that flashpoint, as you like to say, of turning things around. And now FM with 91%. I think for FM, you let NT burn everything and you come back in swinging.
Right now, I think FM is just out for blood. They want to finish this here is what we're looking at. Premier bomb, no, nothing of it. Inocast. That's the primal. Yeah, FM is playing the win. KHD's super low off the bio, still alive. Could nano someone before dying. Waiting right now. Arpen trying to make something of it. K4 is able to get on the Premier. KHD lives to drop the primal on the Eno. And NT is struggling against FM that looked impeccable.
Yeah, that was a struggle bus all the way through. FM looked so strong there. And what you see at the top of your screen, KR3, KR1, that's the seeding coming into this. FM has recently lost to NT, but does not look like the weaker team in this situation.
Yeah, and also, you know, while Yapin did get the early pick, I feel like the real driver, a lot of this was K4. K4 was winning the Tracer mirror, and also, you know, a lot of the pressure on the Arpen was mostly K4 chasing it down. And also, K4 had to do that in not an easy setup. I mean, NT was running with the Sombra Tracer. That was Hanzo Tracer, and you would expect the Hanzo Tracer to have a harder time applying pressure when the Hanzo is just off on the tower. That was something.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a different look that we'll see from this team now that we go to a different stage.
Oh.
What a sleep.
Huge sleep, KHD. Eno punishing Arpen immediately with the A to Yapin. And again, we kind of pick up where we left off in the last round. Just FM crushing NT in the neutral game, especially. This hasn't been about ultex. It's been the neutral.
No, I don't think we've called a single ultimate this entire match. It's mostly been about just getting these early kills. Yapin pressured down early, but good peel.
Supports for FM have been playing so well to keep people alive, whether it be Eno, Yapin. Yapin again, under pressure while looking for arrows. NT trying to deal with the Hanzo. Bionade on the KG and raindrop. Surely NT falls this one up. They do. Hidden on the cleanup after the bio. And this looks like it's going to be NT's first team fight win.
Finally, FM should be throwing bodies into this. Obviously, you're going to lose your Winston right there. But at 34%, they can still toss people in, and that's what you see the Brig doing.
40% for FM is a very, very solid start up well, but NT finally gets something going, courtesy of the bio nade from Maka.
Well, how do you snowball this? Like, you wait for Hidden, and Hidden should be targeting Raindrop.
Yeah, and I think that's a most likely target, right? And you think from the FM side, that's what they're going to be looking to cover. You know, quick little jump in, Hidden still holding on to the EMP. Arpen slept! Got slept after the nano. Inocast punishes Lego, and now for NT. You know, you're down a player. Do you invest in EMP? No. What? They're down both supports! Hidden drops the EMP after you're down both supports. I don't know about that at all. I mean, maybe you have a quick turn up. You get Inocast off the pulse bomb. Is this gonna work out? big
think
risk,
so.
potentially big reward. Oh my word.
Right, because there's a primal ready to go too. So, yeah, you're right. It did seem like an enormous risk, but they had the economy to pull that one off. And now FM looking to figure out what to engage with, but NT pulls off that fight, and they still have their best ults.
Arpin slept, woken up, primal, and just immediately kills KG. Ah, KG has to be mad over that. It's like, I slept him. Did not matter. The wake up into the punish. NT finding their legs.
Well, NT wants to sit on this too and try to win this fight without using Brig ult.
How is Raindrop still alive? How is Raindrop still alive? The bio down to 2 HP. Neither Hidden nor Premier were able to finish it. And FM is going to be up to 5. Hack on the KG. Nano waiting in the wings. K4. Onto the health pack here. Tracer v Tracer. Nano still waiting. KG just keeps getting hacked over and over again. Left his browser open or something as KG gets hacked a 3rd time in a row. Finally gets Nano off on the Eno as Yapin nearly falls. KG falling after. K4 connecting with the bomb. Back and forth. Green and yellow, or rather green and white, green and white. But enough here for FM, I think, to get the retake.
Yeah, trades are going to happen back and forth. FM will retreat. NT's got such a better position right now, though. EMP is such a more important ultimate than anything that FM's going to be able to
There's an
muster.
equalizer.
Yeah,
That's Hanzo. It's Hanzo arrows. It's basically for FM. You need time for your ultimates. This is where Yapin needs to find a head.
it's going to be tough.
Look at the setup. They get rid of Yapin immediately. The one thing that could ruin the push for NT. They know. They get rid of Yapin. They follow through. Find KHD. Go for the Nano on the Premier. Just hard dive directly into FM. And the rest of NT looking very, very healthy. Even with Eno popping the Primal and dancing around, it's not ideal at all. Eno on the way out. But FM, I mean, it has to be a short brief. They need to go back in quickly. Yapin swapping over to the Sombra. Eno Cass is down. And K4 needs the biggest pulse bomb ever for FM to have a chance here. Gets
Rally's
about
gotta
to
be big.
start. Both supports are down. Huge plays from FM. Bomb helping to set it up. Arpen going for the primal. But Arpen can't live for long with both supports down. FM's going to be right back in here.
They can solve 9. This is the next big fight, but there's nothing on the table for either team. Maybe this pulse bomb hits. This pulse bomb from Premier could be the game changer.
Well, if it's not the pulse bomb, it's going to be the rally. FM is on a timer right now. Step 1, don't get hit by the pulse bomb, but step 2, do something to win the fight before Lego gets rally. Yapin, though, getting low. EMP, one thing they're looking for, pulse bomb in from Premier. Pulse bomb's gone. Now, it's a race between Yapin and Lego here for me. Hidden, super low. Lego getting close to the rally. Rally up. NT's got to pop this soon. You would think. 99 to 99. There's the rally. They get to move in. They drop the EMP right after, but counter EMP in. Hits 5. Inocasto down. The rally has still been doing its good work. Keeps Arpen alive, but not for long. K4 takes down both teams out of Winston. This fight is so back and forth with FM starting to get back into it. Raindrop finds Lego. The rally for FM is later and works out quite well. And now it's NT in the hot seat as they try and get back in.
Arpen's going to switch over to the Diva, just try to get back into this. It is still a low economy fight. It is still looking at this Tracer. Maybe Premier hits one.
Premier close to the bomb as NT wants to force round 3. Bomb is up. Uses recall. The commit going to be coming in here in just... Bomb looks for the break. Does it hit? No, it does not. FM. Gets hit by the bile. Recovers. Arpen back in. Hidden on death's door. So low. EMP comes out here from Yapin just on the Premier and Arpen. Could be enough. They got the DMEC. They get rid of Hidden. NT falling by the fistful. And that's going to be FM taking map 1.
The tilting moment to get the EMP. What a last couple of 3 minutes we just had. That's super back and forth. I think that's what you can expect from this series, is that both these teams are so close where it's a razor's edge.
That is about as close as you can get. And coming up next, I hope you're hungry for more FM vs. NT. It's delivering a top-class meal. what a brawl to end map number 1, Hex. FM versus NT, ending it with a bang. But if you're a fan of NT, you kind of have to look at that second round and just wonder, hey, where was that in the first round? Because the first round was an absolute stomp for FM, you know, in part because of just yapping on that Hanzo spot.
Yeah, so the map pick is going to be Eichenwald coming up. I think a lot of this, you just have to focus the dive onto Yapin. You just send a Tracer Winston at Yapin and hope that they can deal with it, but FM knows that that should be coming, and they've done such a good job of peeling with the supports. So much of these matchups recently, we look at, you know, Spy Dive, as I've called it, which is not catching on. Sombra, Tracer, Winston, so much of it really, and again, much to my chagrin, is coming down to Briggs being able to hit whip shots and being able to heal really well. Anyway, we've seen it again and again. So up next, Eichenwald, kind of a dive-ish map, at least on first point.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing this play out is going to be interesting because it's also one of those maps where if they do play with Yapin on the Hanzo on defense, I mean, it's a good map to land Hanzo shots on. So just seeing how well executed the dive is and just minimizing Hanzo arrow uptime to good dive onto the Hanzo, I feel like is going to be the story that we end up seeing here.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't hate it if this actually comes out on the deep, or...
No.
Yeah,
No, well, okay. It's like signs that you're looking at the offense messing around. Step number 1, Life Weaver. Like, yeah, honestly, the rest you don't even have to look at it. Just no one's playing Life Weaver here.
Why not? Isn't it a good hero?
No, in fact, right now, no. NT already not wasting time trying to look for the dive on the FM. Who's on the attack first? K4 already looking for the Tracer Tracer engage wherever. And Arpit, you gotta think public enemy number 1 is Yapin on the Hanzo. Gets slept! Bio! Down!
Huge bio.
And that's one time you do trade Yapin. Getting Arpin out of the fight, way, way, way better trade for FM, especially as Eno is able to back up a bit, get healed. FM in a really nice spot for this attack. You see Eno leap on over, get hacked early. As he goes, please, let me put down a bubble. This hack is pretty brutal. Not a bad delay here. NT's going to be back up to full 5 here in just a moment, so they've gotten out of the worst of it from here. Pulse Bomb, good to go. To the back of Eno, blows him sky high. And that is a really nice adaptation for NT to stay in the fight despite the early pick.
Doesn't get anti, but these
again, though.
trades... I mean, this is pretty much what we watched in the last map, too. Just trades on trades on trades, and it's really hard to...
Bomb. Waiting, looking for Ana. Nope, Ana able to get away.
Again, what we saw last map, a lot of Tracer bombs going wide.
Yeah, a lot of trends between maps here. Arpen should be back into the fight immediately, and Eno goes in, half HP, not a care in the world, gets a nano, takes down Lego. EMP, though, to the back of FM. Small they're going to be there. They got Yapin, but Eno does not care. Jumping to and fro. Nano long gone, but the damage, definitely not.
Finally able to hit on the offense, and you know you've won in the offense when you see the opposing tank run away. There was a chance for them to come back in, but it looked like they're just posturing as NT sets up for second point defense.
Interesting, too, like, Hidden did use EMP at the very end of the last fight to very little impact. I think NT probably would like to have that one back.
Yeah, trying to set up here. What's the dive there?
Arpen to the back into the bio, has to primal immediately, but you look at the target, that's a slap to Yapin and a see ya, is what Arpen just did there. So, I mean, you know, sometimes we're on the mark here, and it's pretty obvious what NT is trying to go for in targets. Arpen comes back in, gets rid of Raindrop. NT doing a great job of holding the archway here thus far.
Yeah, the pace of play that you see out of some of these teams is just unrivaled. I think an interesting
Premier.
thing that I'd like to bring up is dive. You mentioned it to me. Dive has just gotten better over the years. Teams have gotten
Oh, yeah.
so good at dive. It's almost perfect.
What a reaction from Yappen. Forced out the recall for Premier, who is coming in for the sneaky bomb. Still going to be looking for that bomb, mind you, but Yappen, just very quick reaction. Now, things are a little bit spread out. Eno into the back, has the primal to stay alive. Nano can be up here shortly for KHD, and Eno needs that Nano in a hurry. Gets slept. Nano is faded, or rather, Primal's faded. Nano good to go. KHD now under pressure. KHD down before being able to apply Nano, and Arpin's dive, the old 2 for 0. Really nice opening here for NT. And FM hasn't gotten a ton of payload progress off this either here, X.
No, it's always kind of the question as well when you're watching two teams that are running dive compositions: is do you peel for your backline? Do you anti-dive? Do you catch the dive, or do you counter dive? So you see them go in as well, and NT in a very decent spot, at least as far as ultimates
This is
go.
EMP bait. This entire area, this is like one of the easiest ways to just get hit with a massive EMP. Fact that has not been lost on Hidden, I wouldn't think, because yeah, look where Hidden is. Hidden's just sitting here. It's not even an area that you could even easily spy check. Nano on the Eno cast. Yappen gets Maka early! Oh, any EMP that Hidden has now just is not going to be the same level of impact. Still, goes for it. They get Yappen. And they get K4! Alright. Honestly, for doing it without an Ana, not a bad series of events at all from NT. And that's a mark of a great team, Hex, is that what are your fights when you're down a player? Can you still make it work? And clearly, NT still does.
The best teams always try it too, so you see a lot of it in Korean contenders, especially being down 4v5. It's a lot different than being down 5v6.
Arpen, a little bit of harassing there before leaping out. But the real threat right now, Premier. NT with Premier, waiting for the opportunity to go in. Hidden, not going to have an EMP this time, but goes in, looking for a hack, and now look where Premier is. Premier comes in, bomb, doesn't quite get to the falter. It looked like it could have been a huge bomb, just a little bit off. FM dropping the rally. They deal with Lego. K4 getting super low, still alive after the bio. Mako's trying to finish it, and does, but it comes at a cost. Still makes it a trade instead of a straight out pick. As FM tries to get something going here in point B with only 39 seconds left to go.
They're going to have to wait around just a second. I do like NT's defensive position here. I mean, the big difference is Hanzo has the pick potential constantly, but Sombra has the game-winning potential. They have fight-winning potential when the ultimate comes up, and that's going to be hidden.
Dragon from Yappen, right through the top. Arpen gets into the bio. Nano about to be faded. FM in a fight they cannot lose moving forward. KHD, Nano good to go. Likely to go on Eno here in just a second. But we'll go on before Hidden drops the EMP. EMP comes in, hits 3, and the falter's there at the bio. That is poetry in motion from NT. What a fantastic engage to stop FM from keeping this push alive. I was going to say going and alive, and I just said both at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That is the big difference, though, is when you're running the Hanzo, you can get some opening kills, and there's not the sustain there, but Sombra just wins fights. That's why you're running the Sombra. You pick up heroes. You can just figure out who you want to kill, and it helps your Winston figure it out so much. And unless you're getting those neutral kills, especially on the Hanzo, the value is just lesser than running the Sombra with your Tracer dive.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because the reality is that NT played around the Hanzo really well. I don't think that attack Hanzo is the easiest job in the world on Eichenwald. I feel like the angles you get are pretty rough. I think defensive Hanzo, Yappen's a lot more likely to have a big impact.
It's
but
a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, but for what it was in terms of like mitigating the offensive Hanzo, NT did an incredible job, because We didn't really talk about Yappin a whole lot that game.
No. We saw back-to-back ultimates. One was Yappin using Dragon, and the other was Hidden using EMP. Which one do you think was better?
As it turns out, EMP just more impactful on the whole. Who knew?
Dragon is just like, move out of my way for 5 seconds, whereas EMP is 3 of you are dead. Just a better ult. There's no other way to say it. Better ult.
FM here in the defense, hidden on the Widow. Quick little jump up. Doesn't see a good shot. Gonna go and swap.
Yeah. Should have used Lifeweaver Petal. To get a better shot. I've yet to see that work.
One day. One day.
I don't think so. You keep
No, well,
saying it's going to work. I don't think so.
Look, you do enough tries. At some point, it's gonna work. But we're getting into it already. FM on the defense, NT on the attack. Quick little hack on the Yappin. Dangerous at the best of times. Eno Castle getting super low. Look at the pressure on the Eno right now. As NT moves on over. Forces Eno back for a moment. Should give them entry through the first point. Bionade now onto Eno. You look at the tank pressure, it's just not stopping right now from NT, but Arpen getting low at the same time. Arpen gets punished as they were chasing down Eno, who manages to stay alive. Quick little sleep though on the K4. Is the punish gonna be there? It is. K4 just executed on the ground. And we talked about Yappin a lot, and this is where you need a little bit of production for your Hanzo while the Tracer is gone. Especially as you see Premier just coming in on the flank.
Not the Nano.
Yappin down! Premier lands the bomb. Eno takes a quick nap while amped up. Pretty good opening here for NT. They have a Nano of their own ready to go. Probably going to use it. And yeah, they use it on Lego. Raid Boss in a tight corner. You'll love to see it. Takes down Raindrop immediately, and that is good enough. A quick point A capture coming in for NT.
Both supports got rocked pretty early, and the tough part is that Raindrop at 98%, unable to hit the rally. Meanwhile, NT able to hold most of the decent ultimates. Of course, he used Nano to go in, but that's enormous.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very long time for FM to hold here on point B. Not even the full duration of point B at that. 4 minutes, 16 seconds left to go. EMP out from Hidden. It's 3. Raindrop down. Can't get away.
With ult.
And look at the juggling here. Yappin. What rhymes with Yappin and just getting juggled and flying for about 5 minutes?
Clapping? I don't know. You mentioned that maybe the Hanzo would be better on the defense, but the tempo that NT has been able to put on has been insurmountable. And maybe a dragon helps you get through this doorway, but again, I don't think it's a good ult.
No, I mean, look, you don't play Hanzo. The ult is a bonus. You play Hanzo for the fact that pickoffs are great.
It's not even a bonus, just something you have to use eventually.
Cass trying to control this upper doorway right now. Under pressure, bioed and dead. The pressure from NT continues to be unrelenting off the rally. However, Raindrop and Yappin fire back. Both teams down to tank. Like a little bit of a whip to the Ana. As again it gets scrappy. Yappin connects once more. This is where Hanzo can be big as a fight breaks down. FM getting the better of that one, Hex.
Yeah, gonna hold on to it. It's Brig Overwatch, and we're just living in it right now. So this one's still not over yet. These teams have fought 3v3 so many times that I don't want to call it yet.
No, you can't call fights early in for these teams. They are so scrappy that they will fight down players early. That is just how it is. Hidden, grabbing the ire of a Brig, just spy checking, but so close it so far.
Yeah, you might want to chill there too. It kind of picking up the
Nowadays. I like the setup there, and still able to get Maka off the Nano. KHD on the fall through, 2 down, cleanly for FM. Gonna be dragging about another 30 to 40 seconds off the clock here.
Yeah, easy setup. That's Yappin picking off Premier at the end. It was kind of a weird hack from Hidden because no one was going to be there to follow it up, so you're kind of just giving up where you are. But the next fight is what you're looking for this Sombra Tracer dive, is you're going to have hidden in position, hopefully, and it's going to be hidden versus raindrop. The dive, the EMP almost always goes on the brick.
Here, being the distraction, diving in. Here comes Hidden into the back, hits 3, and immediately KHD goes down. A great EMP by Hidden. And the fall through is there, and look at the payload. FM cannot retreat. That's why Raindrop just has to invest rally. Eno on the primal, and once more, Lego off the map. Big play from FM, but Eno goes down. Now K4, you got a bomb in you. Now's your time. K4 and Yoppin have to come out big. Dragon will buy you a little bit of time, but not much. Bomb. Where's it gonna go? Connects onto the Winston. Is it enough to take down Arpen? Arpen getting healed all the while, but this is good delay. This is giving FM time to get their team back onto the point. The Nano's good to go. For NT, though, as you look at Maka. NT, they're waiting, and their waiting is giving FM time to go back up to a full 5x.
And they failed to take advantage of their window. Their next window is going to be both these support ultimates, too. You gotta throw this on maybe Arpen and buy Lego some time to get Brig ults up.
38 seconds, Nano on the Arpen. Arpen slept! Big sleep! Arpen, though, woken up towards the end. Enocast under fire. Enocast somehow alive as Yoppin finishes off Arpen. What a turnaround as Yoppin finally comes alive. Enocast sleeping to the back, but woken up. 15 seconds left to go, and the turnaround means NT might be down 0-2. Who is going to be able to touch here, Hex? I think a touch might come in. It's going to have to be Hidden.
Well, the saddest checkmark in the world might turn into the best one. Lego still has this ult ready.
Time in progress. EMP to the back. Hidden gets KHD. That's a huge pickoff. NT getting back to the Arpen's down. Oh, NT, but Hidden and Maka do the rest. Did they get it in? They do. NT evens up the series 1-1.
They had lost some very important players in the prior fights, but sometimes those turn out to be a blessing to come back into it. And this is as even as a match as we expected it to be.
The endings to both of these maps could not be wilder and crazier. Oh man, what an absolute joy. And now you just have to wonder which team is going to come out on top. Well, wait a few minutes, you'll get the answer. FM versus NT, living up to the hype. Hex, going into the day, we knew that this match could be the marquee match of the day, and thus far, it's been living up to the billing.
It's been weird.
That's also true.
The last couple of maps have gone down to the wire, and it's always coming down to these 3v3s, 2v2s, these last fights on each map, and each team kind of scrapping it out. So a lot of it comes down to map choice. Circuit Royale, what do you think? Do we have Sigma specialists coming in?
Yeah, that's what I think. Well, okay, I can look at the subs here. We have one Sigma specialist coming in. Not from NT. NT is no subs, whereas Enocast is out and Grace is coming in. And you think about the last time we saw FM play Hex, well,
Yeah.
Grace was very, very good in the Sigma. You know, someone that we will have considered even for player of the match, if not for the fact that just playing one map. It's really hard to give
Yeah.
player of the match to a player that only plays one map is the problem.
Well, perhaps they can prove us wrong. If you have a really, really good map, then maybe you can get player of the match. But yeah, kind of makes sense that we're seeing this come through. As far as team picks go, just having that kind of specialist works out really well. So Circle Royale, yes, it is going to be probably Sigma v Sigma, but a lot of this just depends on pick comps. We're just gonna wait for a while, I think, unless a team wants to spawn camp, which makes a different wrinkle in the map.
Yeah, and that is, you know, you see that, like, I don't know. If I had to do very rough statistics that probably aren't accurate at all, I feel like you'll see a spawn camp like maybe 15-20% of the time, but by far the most preferred defensive strategy is to match ranged with ranged.
I think you can spawn camp and then go to range, but the problem is then you're behind on ultimates really bad, so that's why you don't see teams do that and then switch. If you're gonna spawn camp, you kind of sit on Mason for the next couple of maps. NT not getting the picks, and they will just play around first bend.
Last time we saw FM here on this map, Yoppin was absolutely deadly, and so was K4. I mean, the range game from FM was essentially perfection. And we'll see if that is the case here once more. Hidden and Premier gonna be challenging them over on NT.
It's a waiting game. Either you're waiting for one of your snipers to get a pick, or you're waiting for Flux v Flux. That's kind of how this map has worked out for the last, I don't know, 3 weeks.
Grace nearly getting picked off early. The shield went down, and immediately you just saw the headshots come in. Speaking of headshots, Hidden just getting chunked for a moment. Yoppin throwing in arrows. The poke battle back and forth, and again, Grace nearly going down. This is, you know, you can't have that keep happening because one of those times it's going to be a full kill rather than Grace barely getting up. But K4 connects, gets Premier on the side. Hidden, though, says one pick deserves another. Now, Widow v Hanzo. Yoppin versus Hidden, as both teams play with one DPS, at least temporarily.
Also, we got pick v pick. Now we got windows. Now we got both Zens going down. So now it's gonna be who gets the better Flux.
That's a 3v3. Temporary is Yoppin through the window. Finds Lego. Premier, though, gets Grace. Anything you can do, I can do better. A pick for a pick. Yoppin finds our pen. Premier on the up as K4 goes to Premier. All in all, though, beneficial trades for FM, but trades there were on both ends.
Circle Royale's been the most Flover watch I've seen in a long time. Figuring out one thing for another, but that's the offense taking the points. Now it's up to Grace to hold this second corner. Defender's advantage coming in large right now.
All right, both teams up to 5. The trade cycle broken for a moment. Flux into Grace forces out Immortality Field. Hidden, caught by Yoppin. 5v4 now for FM. The pressure continuing. Dragon from Premier trying to break things up a little bit. Does a lot of damage to K4. Forces out Immortality, but Grace gets on the Premier. Was just stuck there after casting a Dragon for a moment. Yoppin, easy over into Maka. Oh man, the pressure from FM is scary.
Never get enough credit, but what an immortality field. Everybody down to 20 HP there as Raindrop drops it beautifully and the momentum switches.
5 minutes for last. One of the fastest time banks we've seen, and it's a good thing they had that time because Zen just slowed FM all the way down.
It does allow the defense to set up in the spot they want to be if you're going to run double sniper.
FM is about to be loaded, by the way. Otherwise, the only thing that they're even a little bit far away from is Flux.
I do like the defensive position of holding strong on this door, though.
Grace caught and down. And the Dragon Eat! Don't see that a whole lot, especially from Sigma. K4 though, lands a railgun on the Premier. You know, there's going to be a brief moment where FM will have the advantage off spawns here. Hidden, gotta try and mitigate that a little bit with the recon side. At least think twice about going forward. K4 though, catches Arpen. No overclock required, by the way. Good, honest railgun shots from K4.
As honest as rail gunshots can be, but just walking in, straight up aggression. That's kind of how you have to play Sojourn, is being super aggressive and going for those shots, because the poke is just going to be a little bit better from, you know, a Hanzo per se. So you go nuts, you go after it, and Sojourn's got the kit to deal with it.
Overclock. K4 looking, connects, finds Premier. What else is on the agenda? That's a rough spot for Zen to be in. And no, doesn't chase it down. They just go for one pick, and Hidden gets Yappin. Nice little equalizer. Coming out here for NT. 4v4 right now. Flux in from Arpen. Up they go. Down they go. Payload moving all the while. K4 gets caught, but FM was doing more prioritization of the objective here, even though they might be losing the fight. Grace goes for Rock. Looking for Arpen. Arpen just got Zen, and really, Grace uses the Flux. I don't know if that was the best Flux opportunity here. You look around, Grace kind of by their lonesome for a while, so nothing happens out of that Flux.
Yeah, they're going to lose the fight, but as you mentioned, they were able to burn out some ults. That was close.
That was real close from there.
This is a excuse me. This is a really hard point to push as far as the thirds go, and you see it a lot on escort maps, whatever. But the third point gets really brutal to push, so they need to be banking ultimates to
Dragon
push
Force
this forward.
Mortality Field. That was a really nice Dragon. FM stays alive. Great Immortality Field by Raindrop. But Yapping gets caught. Premier. The arrow hits pay dirt. Just right down the line. Grace now low and dead. The window doing nothing really for FM. And that's going to be a back to spawn moment. And heck, they had 5 minutes when they started off. Now down to 1:45.
That's how thirds go sometimes. Happens. You need to have an overwhelming advantage when it comes to ultimates and be able to stagger out the other team. And FM has never done so. They've never gotten the value out of it. So now FM, what are you banking on? Maybe getting a dragon? Where are you even shooting your dragon at this point?
I mean, it's Dragon, sure, if it gets anything, but right now for FM, you are hoping and praying that Yappin finds a head. Ideally, Hidden or Premier, or, you know, I think the highest value would be Bath if it could be had. If you're
Actually,
NT,
Dragon coming through the floor could be decent if he can pull it off, but they find him with a Sonic Arrow.
yeah, I mean, if they could get it, it'd be good. They also have to play around the Flux from Arpen. I mean, this is quite a difficult fight for FM unless Yappin is able to find that pickoff. Arpen, hang back here. A little bit of Sigma Dwarf frame action. Rising Strike comes in from Yappin. K4 takes advantage of the chaos, gets hidden. Not bad at all. Yappin onto his counterpart. Both DPS dead for NT. The Flux has already been used. NT has no offensive firepower left in the tank.
And they push through with another 3 kills. That's the overwhelming advantage that you have to be able to pull off. Also, FM, if they even needed it, has support ultimates. That's the push through.
Yeah, and I think back to it. It's easy to kind of sort of underrate Dragon Strike because it's not as powerful as a lot of the other ultimates in the game. If you think about how that panned out, right? That first pick on the hidden was because the Dragon Strike forced movement. Dragon Strike forces movement, which creates other opportunities. In that case, there's an opportunity for K4 to get rid of hidden.
It's not going to show up in the kill feed. It used to be grab dragon was the thing, right? That's a fight-winning ultimate. I think a lot of these ultimates, especially, have changed since Overwatch 2, where you have 5v5, where you do need to push people in a certain direction and follow up with it. I think you're exactly right. I was even mentioning maybe you can dragon through the floor and push them off high ground. There's ways to use ultimates that are not traditionally what we're used to, but it is about positioning. It is about pushing people in ways that they're vulnerable to other aspects of the game.
Alrighty. 15 seconds till the gates open. FM now on the defense. NT on the attack. And Arpen gonna go with a little bit of Ram. Looks like here. Ram, but still range DPS behind. Not gonna be a Sigma mirror this time as NT goes to the attack.
Yeah, Ramatra on the offense makes sense, and then we'll see how long Hidden stays on this Widow. Probably just going for this shot, but NT looks like they're posturing up for rush composition.
Hidden staying on the Widow. Not simply a one-shot Andy, as it were.
You can actually stay on the Widow on this rush composition. This map allows for it. Also, I don't think you want to try to take Yap into the Hanzo battle.
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. What NT's running, though, is going to let them push Grace pretty darn aggressively here. Premier, already getting low. Arpen, though, going to be target number 1 for a lot of the fire from FM, especially Yapin. So Arpen has to pick and choose moments pretty carefully. Immortality Field already forced out for NT. FM looking pretty healthy until they're not hidden. The nice little shot on the Raindrop. I think Raindrop got displaced by Lucio. And now FM at 4, looking for a way to equalize. NT, though, very healthy. K4 can't get anything done. This could be a very, very quick point A for NT. Nothing going right for FM here thus far, and Grace goes down. That is absolutely going to be point A and then some.
This is where Mei comes in so critical, being able to hold left side and then just putting up the wall. I think that's why we see so much Mei. Mei's kind of a tank. When you're able to put up walls like that, it is critical in moving these points where, especially on Circuit Royale, where it is point to point, corner to corner, curve to curve. Mei is enormous in those. 5% on ults.
Not at all. Annihilation in the can right now for NT. Premier, though, gets caught. Arrow from Yapin on its mark, and again, even just losing one, it really makes you think twice about using something like Annihilation under pressure. Speaking of under pressure, Arpen gonna get staggered as K4 does not let that one go.
Defender's advantage going to come in huge right now. We talk about it on Circuit Royale, but you're able to set up high ground. Yapin jumps down, but he'll go up in a second.
Alrighty. FM. Looking to slow things down a bit. NT 4 minutes ago as Yapin finds Maka. Huge pickoff. And also
hard for offensive Widow to get anything done here too.
This is the Hanzo playground. This area on defense is so annoying to get through Hanzo's mobility and range. And Yapin is just taking advantage of every part of that kit.
You have to throw everything at it on the offense just to try to come up on the corner. You need walls, you need shields, you need everything, and throw it out.
Throws it out. Immortality Field out in response. Really good Immortality Field. Grace still alive at the end of it. Rally now out to help the rest as FM finds themselves under pressure. NT, though, full committing. They drop the beat and Annihilation. K4 already gone. Grace, though, punishes Arpen. The Annihilation is over. But so is Yapin. From here, catches it with the icicle. NT still assaulting. KHD goes, the DPS are down. I'll be DPS. No window required.
Just great patience from the FM supports right there to sit on the Brig ult, to sit on the rally as long as they did. Got pushed in by NT support ultimates, but not the case.
The double support kill bomb. The absolute worst thing that can happen to NT as far as delay goes.
Oh, is that good? Is it good for a Tracer to kill both supports of the Pulse?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, the only thing better is if you're a Prita and you go, I don't need a pulse bomb, that's easy mode.
I think we should just call that a Prita-ing. A pretty ult, as it were. Defense gonna be in a very solid spot. Also, with Grace, with the Flux, you can always just pull the team off of the carts.
Right. Arrows from above. Maka getting caught again. This Hanzo spot. It's just so hard to get through safely. It seems like no matter what, Yapin's catching one here every time. And look at where NT is at. Could get pincered to an extent, and if they do get up, could be heading into Grace's Flux here.
It's one of the only spots where I really can understand and recommend a Genji on offense, just to be able to push the high ground, to be able to do something to pressure out the dude just raining arrows on.
Grace for the Flux, goes to the rock after. NT able to sustain through the first part here, but Lego gets caught by Yapin. Raindrop, deal with the Mortality Field as Yapin finds another, and this entire point has just been nothing but Yapin. It has been ridiculous. As only 1 minute is left, and NT no closer to solving the puzzle.
Maka back at 0 as a 3K comes in on the defense. So NT's last push is incoming right now, and they have to wait just a second to get Annihilation and Beat. I think maybe if you speed boost Beat and come around the corner, you might have a shot. Also, Premier's got Blizzard. NT's last good push is going to be this. But
again! That's like 3 fights in a row that Maka gets caught. We were talking about old game shows. This is reminding me of American Gladiators, where they had to kind of run through and not get hit by all the Nerf guns. And
is Maka playing Malibu right now?
It just might be, because this is they're like Malibu, Storm, Turbo. I don't know. Whatever you want to name people right now. Whichever one was hitting the most, that's Yapin.
Well, they got some spot. Actually, decent position. Oh, no.
Pulse Bomb gets on the hidden. And it just doesn't get any better for NT. As Grace eats the Blizzard! That's the cherry on top! Absolutely ridiculous from FM. Yapin finally goes down. Maka gets some very well-awaited revenge, but too little, too late. The pull off the payload doesn't force a C9, but still resulting in eliminations. Raindrop down. NT still trying to make anything happen. Still fighting tooth and nail. Grace rock to the face of Premier. Nice and healthy on the point is the Sigma. K4 on the cleanup. Window from Maka in the back. As NT desperately tries to make something happen. Grace, though, just cannot be moved off this payload at all. And that's FM holding on with an enormous defense here on Circuit Royale.
Oh, as back and forth as it gets in the very end, but for about 3 minutes straight, that was all defenders advantage. It just, I mean, that's a tough spot for the offense. I don't know the best way to approach trying to get to that point. It is banking up ultimates and just praying that the defenders aren't hitting sniper shots.
Yeah, well, hoping that Yapin doesn't hit, that is a losing strategy for sure. FM up 2-1, but NT still might have some tricks up their sleeve. NT having real troubles trying to find a way through the Hanzo obstacle course provided by FM and Yapin. Maka in particular there, Hex, that had to be tough. That had to be frustrating to keep your mouse on the desk and not against the wall.
It's a tough map to push into from the low ground, so that's why we saw that map choice. However, up next is going to be NT's map choice, and we're going to go to Esperanza, which high ground matters, but not as much as Circuit.
Yeah, we were talking about this over the break, and one of the things that people, when they analyze Overwatch, sometimes go a little bit over-focused on is the high ground, right? Like, yeah, it's beneficial in a lot of areas, but often there's other bigger factors. The last map we were on, Circuit Royale, probably the most brutal high ground in the game, particularly running a Hanzo. So, kind of an exception to the rule where it's like, yeah, this does matter that much. But Esperanza, not quite as prevalent, though there are some nice spots on higher ground for Ana's to sit on, as you often aptly point out.
It's medium ground, right? Where like a Tracer can still get in there, a Sombra can still get in there. There's stairs to help you out to get into those spots, but you do generally want to run your Ana and your Brig on that medium staircase grounds, and I think we'll see a lot of that coming in. Just about the spy dive, but I mean it does question. FM doesn't always run that same thing, and what's Yapin gonna do? Yeah, I guess Hanzo again, might as well.
Also, no surprise, Grace is out, Eno is in. The Sigma specialist has served their purpose.
Yeah, so the difference here is NT is gonna run full-on meta here, try to close corners, and then a lot of this always comes down to, is Yapin gonna hit shots? That's all you're waiting for.
Also, you better believe Arpen's going to be diving in on Yapin the entire time. Already hidden 2 support kills as Sombra early on? Can't ask for more than that. Oh, actually kill Yapin too. That you can ask for that.
It's probably the best Sombra map in the entire game. So, Sombra Tracer works so well on this map to deal with the backlines, to get in there, and you see the follow-up. So, we talk about this map mode in particular, winning 2 fights is almost insurmountable.
FM already find themselves under pressure to not lose 2 fights in a row here on push. Not find themselves way behind. Getting hacked early. Killed up though all the while. Meanwhile, Arpen under pressure. Both tanks feel get Eno getting low, Arpen getting low. Both field right up. Yapin meanwhile fishing. Looking for that all-important first pick. Premier and Hidden about to dive in. Both very, very close to ults. This could be a very quick EMP for Hidden at 91%. Time running out here for FM. Yapin gets hacked and nearly goes down. Gets finished off by Premier. K4, though. The bomb and fall through. Massive Hidden. Drops EMP to try and equalize, but that EMP might have been wasted here, Hex. K4 and Raindrop having none of it.
K4 prettying us. That's a crazy equalizer. Should not have happened. NT came in and they had the better picks to open it up, but that is just the individual play that can bring you back a map. And now FM should be able to set up on the high ground where you want your break, where you want your honor.
Yeah, more importantly, you look at Eno Primal, good to go. Eno's going to be pretty aggressive into this, like way before Arpen gets Primal in all likelihood. 99% Arpen, or rather Eno, jumping on over. KHD, Nano, ready is Yapin finds Hidden. Really nice pick from Yapin. And again, like you lose your Sombra that early, you look at NT, they kind of have to give up a bit of ground here, Hex.
Well, absolutely, you can't really do much without your hacks going on to figure it out in the back end.
Meanwhile, Arpen got the Nano, and it's both supports, effectively. Trying to deal with Yapin versus Arpen, as Arpen gets a heal at the end, and Hanzo charges in. That makes sense.
That's a reset. You're just kind of resetting at that point. The nice thing for that is that the economy is still in really good condition here for NT to be able to have the primal, to be able to have the rally, and most importantly, having the advantage on push.
Well, economy I think is arguably better for FM though. They got the only thing they're missing is primal. They're gonna open with nano, and they might not need it if K4 lands bomb. K4 though gets challenged, so now you got to think the nano's coming on the Eno. Eno's low. Nano, there's the nano. Bomb meanwhile in from Premier. Doesn't matter too much here. Eno at half. K4 punishes Premier before Premier can get away. Still 3 ultimates in the bank here for FM. Yappin! That sweet little arrow into hidden. This is big for FM. They should be able to take the lead off this now. No, not.
They're gonna take another fight and maybe take the lead. Hidden.
So I looked up for a second. You know, my eyes got a little bit blurry, and I thought I saw 30. But it's 50, not 30.
It's fine. It's like 6 in the morning, 8 in the morning your time. I totally get it. Hidden's gotta be feeling pretty rough though. Yappin's got him a couple times, I think, while Hidden was cloaked. And this fight is critical, and it's gotta come down to Ian.
Trying to strike out from Yappin. Arpen super low and got bioed. Is Arpen gonna be able to get away? Lego might use the rally here. Nano's good too.
The patience from these supports is ridiculous.
Now, Nano on the Arpen. EMP out. Enocast out of the fight. K4 though, the equalizer finds Maka. 4v4, one team down to tank, one team down to main support. Kind of equivalent trades in many ways. KHD though gets on the Arpen and FM burst on through. And this time around, Hex, this could be FM going to the lead. Yeah.
Now they definitely have it going forward. There's going to be a little bit of stall coming out, but I don't think there's the game-changing ultimate that you need to be able to come back in from NT.
I mean, NT could contest this with a rally. Like, you'll know in a moment. If you suddenly see rally go down for Lego, but you're not, though. They decided they're going to wait for a higher quality fight. Our penny already left in. Now, gonna head on back. Interesting pokes out here from both teams. Premier nearly dying right before charging a pulse bomb. And Premier's still under pressure and down! K4 doesn't let Premier get away. That's huge given where it was. Eno, meanwhile, slept. Doesn't matter. Yappin onto Arpen. Free shots in the air as FM now get to extend the lead.
Going to be able to push this through to probably a 2-fight lead. It's so far, NT has just not had the ultimate value that you want to be able to push through on these kind of maps. It's been tough.
Really tough, and NT. Now,
Well, K4's gotten the better of this Tracer matchup. Like, if we're being real about it.
K4's been ultra good this entire series, but now Pulse Bomb ready to go here for K4, ready to go for Premier. Both Tracers ready to make their presence known. Yappin, meanwhile, a little bit of fishing. Bomb onto the Winston. As Arpen jumps up, gets on the Yappin. K4, though, onto Lego. Both DPS being down for FM is kind of rough, though. This is a try and get out and don't get staggered moment. You've taken the lead, now do what you can to protect it. EMP from Hidden. Again, I mean, maybe that helps stagger, but what fight was going to come out from FM? Down both DPS there anyways.
I don't hate it because you need to win a couple of fights in a row, so trying to get this snowball going, especially one of those ultimates that charges up very quickly. So it's not the worst as they run through 50 to 83 on this push map, which could be a decider.
Catch you later.
And then I get forward spawns.
Forward spawns are good. And yeah, again, this is going to be one of the critical points of the map. 56 meters to 83. NT was arguably an ultimate here. Arpen. As Nano jumps in. Triggers the rally here from Raindrop. K4 gets a little bit low. Look at the pressure on the Arpen. Nano or no? Arpen forced to leap out. Nano now gone. Nano going to be up here from FM. Listen off at NT with the rally. Hidden though, caught again! Yappin finds the arrow. Sleep on the Arpen mid-primal, even bigger. Now Arpen under heavy focus fire. Does Arpen get out? K4, hot pursuit. Heals, though, are there. Arpen healed all the way back up. Premier in danger, gets hit with the bio. Over gets the finish. The last little leap as FM try to put this one away. Only 1:30 left here, Hex, with the robot going FM's way.
Hidden has... I mean, you say Yabin has found the shots. I think Hidden's head has found the shots most of the time. It has been so many times in a row that the Sombra has died to this Hanzo, and it shouldn't be that way. Yabin's consistency on a hero that's feast or famine.
Gets Premier!
It's been crazy. At this point, I'm not surprised by it. You should be, but I'm not.
Sleep on the Eno, though, able to get away. Meanwhile, Lego get hit with the purple, and Eno doesn't get away. Good focus fire coming out from NT, and yeah, you lose your Winston in this sort of situation. Look at FM, Aaron's like, all right, full retreat.
Under a minute, NT is to win 2 fights.
Does K4 get out here? K4 might get chased.
Can Hidden stay alive with the MP?
Well, I'm not sure it's up to Hidden. Ask Yappin. But it is a good question to ask. Hidden with the EMP. NT's best hope. A clean team fight here and retaking the lead. He comes out, hits 3. Hidden's still alive. Is Falter going to be there, though? The heals are there for FM. And NT not able to follow it up. The EMP gone into the wind. Nano onto Eno. Eno jumping in over the top. Arpen kills K4. Big pick for Arpen as Eno tries to set the tone. Sleep on the Arpen. Bomb for Premier. Big! NT up 2. 63 to 85 here as FM falling one by one. They have a little bit of room to give here, Hex, but a little bit is not a lot.
Yeah, not a ton of room, but this is always going to come
K4
down
bomb.
to Tracer and Winston.
You gotta look to K4 here. K4 has done it so many times here so far. Overtime in progress. K4, the bomb, the stick! Gets Lego. K4 does it again. And FM, is this gonna be enough? Arpen with the primal, trying to delay. Yappin back into the fight, looking for the on-point arrow. Hidden, watch your head. Don't get picked here once more. Premier down. Eno finishes it. Yappin gets Hidden again! Makes it a 2-fer. Overtime ticking down. And that is FM finishing the series 3-1, ending a day of 3-1s with a 3-1.
My goodness. Yappin should not be able to get as many kills as they do. It's not a consistent hero. You kind of expect to maybe get a kill or two. Also, let's just recognize that Tracer is the best hero in the game, and if you have a good Tracer, you win maps. Let's just recognize that.
Yeah, though Yappin did make a case there where, it got to a point where it's so predictable. That last call I had there, I said, Yappin's looking for Hidden, and they're not get hit. And what happens 2 seconds after? Hidden gets hit in the head with an arrow, so it's just like, oh boy. Predictable excellence is what we had here from FF and Yappin in particular, and that's why Yappin is our player of the match. I think you can make a strong case for K4 in a lot of it, but the last 2 maps, Yappin was just absolutely consistent and great.
Yeah, you could definitely make a case for the Tracer, as always, especially when you get to those push maps. It seems like Tracer just is able to take over. They're kind of wide open maps that Tracer can really excel on, but to be able to put up the consistent damage that Yappin has over the last couple of days is a little bit of insanity. You expect Hanzo to be good-ish and then bad-ish on some maps, but Yappin's just crushing. Just hitting so many shots, and to be able to abuse the Sombra on that last map was absurd.
Yeah, I mean, it hit a point where, they say there's 2 sure things in life, death and taxes. The third one was going to be Hidden gets hit in the head by a Hanzo arrow, because it was just that consistent. And as you mentioned, you sort of get that, even for heroes like Tracer getting hit by Hanzo a lot, right? You don't expect a Sombra with her evasiveness to just get hit that often. It was just, you kind of have to look at it and be like, whoa. But this is a recap of the day here, and 3-1 Overwatch across the board. SPG over 0, Kraken over MFC, Rhodes with the 5-map series over Honeypot, and the comeback in the middle of it. That one was a fun one.
It's 1-3 Overwatch, 3-1 Overwatch, but it's about 45 maps. I think actually Lemon said 56 maps. We about went through today. Some really close matchups. Obviously, Group A is shaping up to be really interesting. That 0 team, Kraken looks really good. A lot of interesting matchups going forward. That 0 team is really interesting to me. Also, here's Group B.
Yeah, Group B, where we've been casting, still a lot of good matches to look at. I will say, FM versus Rhodes, I'm super excited for, especially just to see, which is stronger, the Aprita Tracer or the arrows from Yop, and we'll find out tomorrow on that. But also, bottom, Varel versus Honeypot, that one I'm super excited for. ODH versus NT, I don't know if ODH's unique style play is going to work out too well versus NT. I think
ODH is self-admittedly a one-trick team.
They have one in their logo.
How that trick works. The Varel versus Honeypot one actually is hype on my list. So, we'll see. We've got another day of matches, and it's been fun so far.
Yeah, it has been, again, the matches so far this time around have been very, very entertaining. I mean, Spring Opens, of course, had matches that were really good too, but I feel like the level of play we've seen and the meta that we're in, because of course it is a different meta than Spring Opens, it's just been the right conditions for some very entertaining Overwatch.
Yeah, watching carry plays are always really fun when you get to highlight a specific player. And like I said, the best carry play ever is Tracer, and watching Tracer players go off is insanity. Although Hanzo is making a good argument against Tracer being the most exciting hero to watch.
I would see your Tracer and go historically. I might say Widow is the best carry of all time. Just thinking about the times where Widow has taken over a match. A lot harder to do nowadays, but you think about some of those Decay games on Widow, and it is a tough call. But either way, that has brought us to the end of the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We still got a lot more to go here in the Summer Opens over the course of the week. Kicking off tomorrow, it's going to be, of course, Lemon and Leg Day. Opening the day once more. We'll see you then.